That's right. You see my bike?
Yo por ahí te vi y me perdí. No digas nada, que mátame esta gana. Dame eso, ven sana. Te vi. Me gusta lo que sí, yo por ahí.
You know what really grinds my gears? Microsoft single sign-on. Every single time I sign into my Teams account, it asks me, do you want to let your organization manage your device? Do you want to sign in system-wide? No, I don't want to do either of those things. And while I would simply check, don't ask me again, that's not an option. This, my friends, is the kind of obtuse nonsense that makes me want to scream into a pillow, renounce technology altogether, and adopt the simple ways of the Amish. But that would make it really hard to do my job. So instead, we've decided to vent our rage in the best way we know how, by making a sequel. That's right, it's Tech Gripes Part 2 Electric Boogaloo, complete with an angry segue to our sponsor.
Dneska, they got a ton of stuff on sale until July 18th, like the feature.
If you're a motherboard manufacturer and you claim that you have toolless M.2 SSD mounts, that's super cool. But if I have to use a screwdriver to remove a heatsink to get at your toolless mounts, that's not toolless. There are at least two tools involved: my screwdriver and the marketing genius who made that claim. I gotta at least give them credit for the effort though. When it comes to PCIe locks, the industry doesn't even seem to care that they suck. Modern graphics cards and CPU coolers are often huge, which can make removing your GPU a legitimately risky operation. See, sometimes the only nearby tool that can reach that release tab is the aforementioned screwdriver.
This is what the inside of a lithium-ion battery looks like.
It's not exactly high-tech, just 2 meters of foil coated in black paste, all packed into this tiny 45-gram cylinder.
But these are some of the best batteries we have. They power everything from laptops and electric vehicles to orbiting satellites.
Yet when a battery fails, all that energy can get released in the wrong way.
Oh my God. The latest incident involving lithium-ion batteries.
So how did something so rudimentary looking end up in almost every electronic device on the planet? And why don't we have anything better?
In the early 1980s, most rechargeable batteries were stuck at just 40 to 60 watt-hours per kilogram, meaning you would need a kilogram of battery to power a 40-watt light bulb for just an hour. As a result, when the first commercial mobile phone launched in 1983, it was pretty unimpressive. It took 10 hours to charge for just 30 minutes of talk time. Laptops, cameras, even medical devices all suffered from the same bulky batteries. Everyone from electronics giants to oil companies were trying to make a better battery because they knew that even just doubling the energy density could unlock a new era of portable electronics and power the digital revolution.
But what no one realized is that someone had already found the solution.
In 1972, a 32-year-old British chemist named Stanley Whittingham was studying how different materials store energy at Exxon's
Holy
research
shit.
lab in New Jersey. Yes, that Exxon, the multinational oil giant, then the largest oil company in the world. They were researching batteries. The next year, war broke out between Egypt, Syria, and Israel. When the US backed Israel, Arab oil producers cut off oil exports in retaliation. And on December 22nd, the price of crude oil more than doubled from $5.12 a barrel to $11.65.
In response, President Nixon created policies to try to keep oil prices down. But they backfired, and the shortage only got worse.
Americans were left queuing for hours at gas stations as the government introduced a rationing program. It got so bad that they even dropped the national speed limit to 55 miles per hour just to cut consumption. At Exxon, executives were worried that supplies would run out entirely, so they started looking seriously at alternatives like electricity. This wasn't a new idea. In fact, in 1900, when cars were first taking off, the top-selling car was electric, ahead of steam and gas-powered cars. But the problem with these electric cars was their batteries. They weighed 360 kilograms, around 40% of the car's weight, but they could only take you around 60 kilometers. And the energy density wasn't just low, it also degraded over time. Every time you recharged, it got worse. After fewer than 500 charges, your range would have dropped to about 40 kilometers. So by 1924, gas-powered cars outnumbered electric 10,000 to 1. But now that the oil supplies were running out, it seemed to Exxon that there was no other solution than to bring back the electric car. And to do that, they needed a battery with a much higher energy density. So suddenly, Whittingham's side project became a top priority. Exxon poured in resources, giving him free rein to, in his words, do pretty much what I wanted as long as it did not involve petroleum.
The very first battery dates back to a curious incident in the 1780s, when Italian scientist Luigi Galvani was dissecting a frog to study its anatomy. He anchored one side of the frog on a brass hook and went to cut it open with a steel scalpel. But when he touched the scalpel to the frog's leg, he noticed it suddenly twitched, as if it had come back to life. Galvani believed he'd discovered a sort of animal electricity, a living force produced by the tissue itself. But Galvani's rival, Alessandro Volta, disagreed. He thought it came from the metals themselves. And you can see this with lots of different materials. Veritasium producer Gregor set up a version of this experiment, minus the frog, to test it out.
I have zinc, magnesium, and iron here. I can take any of these metals, stick them into one side of a lemon, and stick some copper on the other side. If I hook these up to a voltmeter, I should be getting a voltage. And we got around 0.8 volts. Now the reason this happens is because some elements want to get rid of their electrons more than others. So if you pair one that really doesn't want its electron with one that really wants some, well then the electrons are going to be traveling across.
Let's look at the zinc. What's happening here is that zinc is losing its electrons. The zinc ions enter the juice and the electrons are forced to go through the circuit to get to the other side. There, hydrogen ions in the lemon juice want those electrons, so they receive them and turn into hydrogen gas. You've got one side that gives up electrons, that's the anode, and you've got one that receives them, that's the cathode.
But why do you need the lemon at all? There's no flow of the positive ions through to the other side. The electrons stop moving almost immediately. This happens because all of the electrons now get bunched up in the copper and they get extremely negatively charged, and that is just going to push away any more electrons from coming over to the other side.
That's because electrons can't travel through lemon juice. Liquids like this don't have free electrons the way metals do, so electrons stay in the wire. They'll only leave the circuit at the copper side if there's something in the juice, like hydrogen ions ready to take them, and if the reaction releases enough energy to make that transfer happen. But positive ions in the juice can move. They travel across to balance the charge, allowing the current to keep flowing. A solution that carries charge this way, by moving ions, is called an electrolyte.
But we could also do this with the other metals to get a similar reaction. And we can actually quantify how much each of these metals wants or doesn't want electrons. With zinc, we already got around 0.9 volts. But if you try it with iron, for example, you get something lower, 0.5 or 0.6 volts. Now magnesium is tricky and it would be a bit higher, but it oxidizes so quickly that even if I scrape some of the oxide from the surface, I'm still getting only around 0.7 volts. The idea is that the larger the voltage on the voltmeter, the more energy each electron has to give as it passes through the circuit. But there's also a limit to this.
See, this beaker is full of lemon juice from the lemons we used earlier, and they're hooked up using spoons and these wires to a variable power source. Now look what happens when I up the voltage. You'll actually start to see bubbles forming on both spoons, and that's water in the lemon juice actually being broken down into oxygen and hydrogen gas. This already starts happening at 1.23 volts.
And that sets a limit on how much voltage you can push through this
Ma
electrode.
devo sapere už na tom what.
Up until the early 1970s, just about every commercial battery used a water-based electrolyte. And as a result, none of these battery cells could push much beyond the 1.23 volt limit. Now, the total energy a battery can store depends on how much energy each charge has to give times how much charge can move. That is the battery's voltage times its capacity. So if you can't increase the voltage, your only option is to make more battery, more cells or bigger cells. But that won't increase the energy density.
And this is exactly the problem Whittingham was trying to solve. He was searching for materials that could store large amounts of energy in a compact space with light weight. That led him to a class of compounds called transition metal dichalcogenides. He zeroed in on one in particular, titanium disulfide. Titanium in this compound has effectively lost 4 electrons, 2 to each sulfur atom, meaning it sits at a +4 oxidation state. That leaves it very electron hungry, exactly what you want in a battery cathode. But titanium disulfide has a second key advantage. This material is made of stacked layers held together by weak van der Waals forces. This creates natural gaps between sheets of titanium and sulfur atoms just wide enough to let certain ions slip between the layers, a process known as intercalation. Better still, the structure can expand and contract repeatedly without breaking down. Now Whittingham just had to decide which ions to use. He initially looked at potassium, but it was just too reactive and far too dangerous to work with.
Oh, yeah!
He turned to this, a soft, silvery metal called lithium. What makes lithium unique is not the fact that it has one electron in its outer shell that it wants to get rid of, no, that it shares with the other elements in its group. What sets it apart is how much energy you can get out of lithium when it reacts in a battery. See,
Shit se dá
when it
použít,
loses
kámo.
that
A mě
outer
bylo
electron, it
vymazal
forms a
ten
tiny,
silos.
incredibly stable positive ion. And so that reaction paired with the right cathode releases more energy per electron than any other metal. That's why it produces the highest voltage of any metal used in batteries. And because it's so small, with just 3 protons, lithium is also the least dense metal at just 0.53 grams per cubic centimeter. This combination of low density and the tendency to give away its electron made lithium perfect for Whittingham's vision of this high energy density battery. But while lithium was easier to work with than potassium, easier still didn't mean easy. I mean, they only let you hold it in this glove box, and matter of fact, here's what happens to lithium if you put it in a glass of water. Safe to say you don't want this happening inside your battery.
So Whittingham had to switch out the water-based electrolyte for something else. And that change unlocked the possibility of higher voltage. He turned to a solution of lithium salt in an organic solvent, and it worked. But it came with serious risks.
The solvent was volatile, the lithium salt was chemically unstable. Together they formed a mixture that could explode or release toxic fumes if mishandled. Everything had to be done with extreme caution. A stray spark or a trace of moisture could destroy the experiment or start a fire. But if you could get around the danger, this new electrolyte was a huge perk.
It let lithium ions shuttle between electrodes without breaking down the solvent or the cell, at least not until much higher voltages. Whittingham had unlocked lithium's potential, and in the process, he'd broken through the 1.23 volt ceiling. His new chemistry delivered nearly double, a huge 2.4 volts per cell.
He now had a working prototype, a metallic lithium anode on one side, a titanium disulfide cathode on the other, his new liquid electrolyte in between. There was also a thin porous separator that kept the electrodes apart so they couldn't touch and short circuit. Here's how it works. When you close the circuit, lithium atoms at the anode give up their electrons. Those electrons travel through the external circuit toward the cathode, generating a current that powers whatever's connected. At the same time, the lithium ions are released into the electrolyte, and then they pass through the porous separator and migrate toward the cathode. The electrons arriving through the circuit are taken up by the titanium atoms in the titanium disulfide. The positive lithium ions slide between the layers to balance out the negative charge of the electrons, and they become locked in place. And this process is reversible. When you apply a voltage to recharge, the extra electrons are stripped from the titanium and pulled back to the anode. The lithium ions are forced out of the titanium disulfide layers into the electrolyte, and they too migrate to the anode where metallic lithium reforms. What Whittingham had created here was a rechargeable battery, one that worked reliably, cycle after cycle with incredible consistency.
I don't normally think about batteries this way, but what they really are is tiny little contained chemical reactions. And in a chemical reaction, if you could get a 60% yield, that would be considered good. But in a battery, especially one that you want to recharge 1,000 times, you need that reaction to be, say, 99.9% efficient. Because if it's not, the capacity of that battery rapidly deteriorates. If you have, say, a 95% yield, then you'd lose a significant fraction of lithium ions every cycle. After just 50 cycles, you'd only have 8% of your original capacity left. So that's pretty incredible that every single lithium ion has to leave one electrode, pass through the electrolyte, and slot neatly into the layered crystal structure of titanium disulfide. And then when you recharge it, they have to leave again cleanly without incident, without getting stuck, make their way all the way back to the anode. Amazingly, despite just being an early prototype, Whittingham's battery came close to that 99%.
In the winter of 1973, Exxon's managers summoned Whittingham to the company's New York office. Whittingham later said, "I went in there and explained it. 5 minutes, 10 minutes at the most. And within a week, they said yes, they wanted to invest in this." They got to work at the Exxon laboratory, but it wasn't all smooth sailing. Firefighters had to be called out repeatedly. They were called so often they threatened to start charging the lab for the special chemicals needed to extinguish the burning lithium.
The problem was the anode. Whittingham's design used pure lithium, which worked brilliantly until it
Dobry odpływ smrti system po 8 i double mass.
Transparent battery. But they're very, very small, so we have a microscope lens just to allow us to see it. What you're seeing here is a piece of copper which we're gradually plating with lithium. So this is analogous to the first generation lithium metal batteries, which use lithium metal for the anode. On this side, we have a piece of lithium. As we charge the battery, we're stripping the lithium from that electrode and we're plating it. And actually what's happening right now is the ideal reaction, where it's very slow, we're getting a dense plate. The challenge then becomes if we go too fast.
Oh, that is huge.
Everything's fine until all of a sudden it's not fine. So we want the lithium to plate evenly across everywhere, but instead it forms in that one location. And that is what is a lithium dendrite. That lithium dendrite can grow. The length scales of this is on the order of millimeters, so that would have easily short-circuited the battery.
And that dendrite can just keep growing, and eventually it's going to poke through the separator and reach to the other side. Now the electrons are going to have a shortcut, so instead of going through the circuit, they race straight from the anode to the cathode using the dendrite. And that sudden surge of electrons cause intense heating, and that can trigger a chain reaction inside the battery, leading to a fire or even an explosion.
For all its promise, Whittingham's battery was just too dangerous. And then the oil crisis ended. Prices dropped, and Exxon's urgency evaporated. The company shut down its lithium battery program. Whittingham published his design in 1976, and Exxon licensed the patent to a few manufacturers. But with no funding and no momentum, the first lithium
Disgusting.
battery died before it had a chance to take off.
Dementowe.
Fortunately, a copy of Whittingham's paper made it across the Atlantic to Oxford University in England, where it caught the attention of John B. Goodenough, an American physicist leading a solid-state chemistry group. As he read the paper, one thing stood out. The cell voltage was being held back. The material Whittingham chose for the cathode, titanium disulfide, capped the cell at just 2.4 volts. But Goodenough believed that with a better cathode material, he could do better. He had previously worked with compounds called transition metal oxides. They were more stable than sulfides, and some, he knew, were extremely hungry for electrons, perfect for a cathode. He tried one of these compounds in his battery, and the voltage immediately spiked from 2.4 volts to 4 volts. This jump was incredible.
But what was even more surprising was the fact that this compound already had lithium in it. The material was lithium cobalt oxide.
Lithium cobalt oxide is arranged so that the cobalt and oxygen atoms form tightly bonded layers, with lithium ions nestled in between. This means that your supply of lithium ions doesn't just have to come from the dangerous lithium metal on the anode side, it's already there, pre-built into the cathode. So theoretically, you don't even need lithium metal at all. You could assemble the cell in a discharged state with all your lithium ions in the cathode. Then when you connect it to a charger, these ions will get expelled from the cathode crystal lattice and into the electrolyte. At the same time, nearby cobalt atoms will give up an electron to balance out the charge, and those electrons then go through the wire to the anode to meet with the ions. If Goodenough could find an anode that would replace lithium metal, the battery would become safe enough to leave the lab and actually power real-world devices.
Goodenough was so excited about the potential of his design that he reached out to battery companies across the US, the UK, and Europe. But incredibly, no one was interested. So he asked Oxford to file a patent, but they refused. So he took it to a government lab near Oxford, the Atomic Energy Research Establishment, and finally, they agreed to fund the patent, but only if Goodenough signed away his financial rights. Seeing no other option, he agreed, and the lab patented the invention in 1981. Now, this should have been a gold mine, but the lab didn't realize what they had.
And so for the second time, the lithium battery revolution was boxed up and shelved.
This should have been a turning point for battery science, but bureaucracy and inertia stalled progress. Every field has its bottlenecks. For batteries, it was slow-moving institutions. For developers today, it's slow-moving code reviews, and I can relate. When we make these videos, especially ones with simulations or complex animations, it's rarely the ideas that slow us down. It is the reviews. Developers face the same thing. They're writing code faster than ever thanks to tools like Copilot and Cursor. But code reviews, well, they're still manual and slow to learn. That's where this video's sponsor, CodeRabbit. CodeRabbit automates code reviews with generative AI. Unlike basic tools, it understands your code base, your architecture, standards, even naming conventions. It pulls context from over 40 sources to give feedback that feels precise and human, and tailored to your team, right in the Git workflow. That's why it catches what other tools miss. Logic errors, bad conditions, math mistakes, even security vulnerabilities like SQL injections. The result? Well, your senior engineers spend less time buried in reviews and more time solving the problems that only humans can solve. Try it out at coderabbit.link/Veritasium to cut code review time and bugs in half. And if you're working on open source projects, it's completely free. That's coderabbit.link/Veritasium. I would like to thank CodeRabbit for sponsoring this part of the video. And now, back to Goodenough's design. A breakthrough with nowhere to go yet.
While Goodenough's battery design was gathering dust, 10,000 kilometers away in Japan, a 34-year-old chemist named Akira Yoshino was trying to find a safer battery anode, one that didn't require lithium metal. Yoshino was actually looking at plastic. Now, normally plastic is an insulator, but the kind Yoshino was looking at is different. It's called polyacetylene, and its carbon atoms are arranged in a repeating chain of single and double bonds, a structure that gives it unusual electronic properties. If you tweak polyacetylene by adding or removing electrons, electrons can actually move along this carbon chain. So the plastic conducts electricity like a metal. And that got Yoshino thinking, what if polyacetylene could work as a battery anode?
During charging, it could absorb lithium ions and electrons, and then during discharge, it would give up those electrons to the circuit, just like lithium metal does. If it worked, it could eliminate the most dangerous part of the battery, the metallic lithium.
But for months, Yoshino struggled. Obviously, since he removed lithium metal from the anode, he had to get lithium ions from somewhere else. And he couldn't figure it out. And then, just as he was losing hope, on the last day of 1982, while cleaning out his office, he stumbled upon a 1980 paper by John B. Goodenough. It described a cathode made of lithium cobalt oxide, a cathode that already contained lithium. This was the missing piece.
He sketched out the reaction between lithium cobalt oxide and his lithium-free anode, and then built a test cell using the two materials. It worked, safely and reliably. But Yoshino wasn't satisfied. The material he used for the anode, the polyacetylene, had an extremely low density, meaning it couldn't pack in enough lithium. So the energy density of the battery was terrible.
Yoshino needed something more lightweight, compact, conductive, and crucially, something that could reversibly accept and release lithium ions within its structure without breaking down. He tested material after material, and every single one failed, until a breakthrough came from within his own company. Another team had developed a new form of carbon with a unique crystalline structure. They called it vapor-grown carbon fiber. He got his hands on a sample, tried it in the lab, and it worked.
Holy fuck.
To prove it, he placed a test cell containing metallic lithium into a safety rig, one that's designed to test explosives. Then he dropped a heavy iron rod onto it. It exploded violently. Then he ran the same test again, but this time with his new design, using carbon as the anode. He charged the cell, placed it in the rig, and dropped the rod. But
7000 dpi, 8000 dpi,
contrast was undeniable.
9000, 10000 dpi. Holy shit, man. That's
His
ridiculous.
employer, Asahi Chemical, well, they weren't a battery company, and they didn't know how to make batteries.
So, in
This shit was-
1986, Asahi executive Isao Kurabayashi flew to Boston on a top-secret mission, carrying 3 jars containing cathode, anode, and electrolyte materials. He handed them to a tiny firm called Battery Engineering, working out of a converted truck garage, and he asked them to turn the materials into cylindrical cells like the kind you might buy for a flashlight. The team did just that, completely unaware of what they were handling. It wasn't until 2020 that employees learned the truth, that they had helped assemble the world's first pre-production lithium-ion
Holy
battery.
shit.
2 weeks later, Kurabayashi returned to Japan with 200 finished, perfectly functioning cells.
Even then, Asahi's leadership hesitated.
Kurabayashi refused to give up. On the 21st
Osm
of January
zakladów
1987,
wywoła.
he visited Sony, and he took one of the prototype cells and rolled it across the conference table to the Sony execs. And at last, they saw its potential. They reworked the design, swapping out Yoshino's carbon material for graphite that could better intercalate lithium ions between its layers.
Ty vole,
In
9.
1991, Sony launched the first commercial lithium-ion battery inside this,
The Sony Handycam.
their battery was compact, rechargeable, powerful, and crucially, free of unstable lithium metal. It was
Nice.
Sony who first coined the name lithium-ion, and it stuck. But this wasn't just about one camcorder. Competing companies like Panasonic and Sanyo raced to catch up. Lithium-ion batteries started appearing in phones, CD players, laptops. Manufacturers actually began to advertise the use of lithium-ion batteries as a key selling point of their products.
I'm showing my age here. I joined the industry when lithium-ion cells were first introduced, and there was a Sony camcorder that was introduced, and then there was Dell Computer, and I still remember the ads when Dell Computer introduced their lithium-ion battery, and they had eight hours of runtime, so they had an advertisement in a magazine, and it was 8 pages long. Each one was an hour longer, so it was a big deal.
But what's crazy is that even after all this, these batteries should never have worked. See, when you charge the battery for the first time, lithium ions move from the cathode to the graphite anode. And here, they react with the electrolyte to form this weird, complex
Holy
network of
fuck.
compounds that build up on the anode surface. These parasitic side reactions should keep going on indefinitely, using up all the lithium and destroying the cell. But they don't. Instead, they form a thin protective layer known as the solid electrolyte interface, or SEI. It's a kind of chemical shield protecting both the graphite anode and the electrolyte from further reactions. But crucially, lithium ions can still slip through it.
When the SEI originally forms, during the first charging cycle, around 5% of the lithium in the cell actually gets stuck in this layer, decreasing the battery's capacity. But this little trade-off is what makes the battery stable enough to be used for years or even decades, which is why today, lithium-ion batteries are virtually everywhere.
From 1991 to 2023, the price per kilowatt hour dropped by 99%, from nearly $9,000 to just $100. At the same
Fuck.
time, energy density and cycle life, how many times a battery can be charged and discharged before it wears out, improved dramatically, crossing a critical threshold. Lithium-ion batteries had become powerful enough and finally cheap enough for something bigger: the return of the electric car.
Today, lithium-ion powers a $100 billion industry. In 2019, Whittingham, Goodenough, and Yoshino finally received the Nobel Prize in Chemistry for an invention that, in the committee's words, revolutionized our way of life. This made Goodenough the oldest Nobel laureate in history, receiving the award at the age of 97. But lithium-ion isn't perfect.
Scary moments aboard a JetBlue plane, a fire erupting after a passenger's backpack suddenly exploded.
Every week inside an airplane there is at least one event, or a battery of a phone, of an iPad, or a toy or something that has catching fire.
What? Every week?
Yeah, every week.
It's just the latest incident aboard a plane involving lithium-ion batteries.
So far this year, 60 onboard battery incidents through early October.
Every flight in the US has a bag, a specialized bag, with very thick non-flammable material, where you put the phone inside and you close it. And you still have a hazard and you have to deal with the gases. But now you have put the fire ignition away from anything else. And if it bursts into fireworks, then at least it's not contained. And then you tell the captain, we need to land immediately.
So what is actually happening when a battery fails like that?
This is a classic lithium-ion battery, and today we're going to do something I always wanted to do. We're going to tear one down. I guess safe to say don't do this at home, but what would happen if you were to do this outside of the glove box?
If you charge up the cell and then you try to tear it apart, then you could accidentally short it and then it could burn and it could even explode or fire. If you discharged it and you opened it up, you'd release all the different gases and really toxic chemicals, and if you inhale those then you'd probably end up in hospital. So at this point, we have what we call the jelly roll. So it's a roll of a cathode, separates the anode, stuck together with the tape. So Liren's just going to scalpel off the tape, and then we should go to unroll it into a nice sheet.
So these little patches are the electrolyte?
So as time goes by, it will start evaporating out.
That is so cool. It's so obvious when you see it, but I don't think anyone intuitively thinks that it's a rolled up like sheet of anode and cathode inside.
But these layers inside the battery, they're not going to stay perfect forever. Here's an electrode from a new cell compared to one from an old one. You can see that the lithium is building up in all the wrong places. And if this sort of degradation gets out of hand, well, we're about to push a cell past its breaking point.
How do we blow up a battery?
So today we've got a prismatic battery. It's a small battery from sort of a power tool or phone or something similar. We're going to wrap it in some nitron wire. So we pass current through this wire. Something like 200 watts we pass through
That's a lot.
this wire. Yeah, it's a significant battery. We want it to go, and we want it to go pretty spectacularly.
Good luck, Harry.
What we're simulating here is a catastrophic battery failure, the kind that could happen if a cell is damaged or overheated, or even just badly manufactured. It starts around 80 degrees Celsius when the protective SEI layer on the anode starts to break down. It's going to try to reform, but these reactions are going to release more heat, and if that heat can escape, the temperature is going to keep rising.
How close is it to exploding now? What do you think?
At roughly 130 degrees Celsius, the polymer separator is going to melt. And now the anode and cathode can come into direct contact, and a massive internal short follows. The cathode itself starts to decompose. And because transition metal oxides release oxygen from their crystal structure, they're going to fuel the combustion. And now the fire is just feeding itself.
Oh. Yes. Oh, oh my God. That's really violent. This is insane. From one small battery like that.
And it's only 50% state of charge.
What we call ignition happens inside the battery, not outside the battery. And it requires a fuel or a substance that will undergo a reaction. It requires an oxidizer or the equivalent of an oxidizer, and it requires heat. The battery contains these three inside. Yeah. So it has its own equivalent to an oxidizer, its own equivalent to a fuel, and its own source of heat. Yeah. All of it in one device.
So it's not actually lithium that burns. A modern lithium-ion battery, like this one here, contains very little lithium, ironically. It's actually everything else inside here that's dangerous. It must be really hard to put out battery fire.
Krasno.
Yeah, exactly. So you can still put the blanket and stop the oxygen from arriving. So you will not, the fire will not go to zero. It will be smaller, but it will still be there. And then with water, yeah, water has the ability to take heat away. So it is possible to take the heat away from the battery with water. The best thing is to put an immerse the battery into a bath of water.
Yeah.
It's brutal. You can do it with one battery, with 10 batteries, with 15 batteries, but when you have very large packs of batteries, with thousands of batteries, you cannot physically put that under water.
Yeah, one thing that's popping up recently as a threat in cities is electric car fires.
Well, we know a lot of water works.
Yeah, well, if there's a water source nearby, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, this is what they do in some countries around the world. They have a truck, a specialist truck, full of water, and you just take the car that has been involved in electric fire and they dump it into it. Yeah, they do. And actually it works.
So how dangerous is it really?
It's very rare. Every million batteries, there is a fire. Okay. So that's very safe. That even in the standards of engineering, that's like, oh, you have a good system, 1 out of a million, that's fine. But batteries are everywhere. We don't even think about it. So within our lifetimes, we are going to reach a point where we would have been exposed to more than a million batteries. So we would be, all of us, experiencing a fire of a battery.
With billions of batteries in circulation, even rare failures become inevitable.
Meanwhile, demand is skyrocketing. By 2030, we're projected to need over 17 million tons of battery-grade materials. And making lithium-ion batteries comes at a cost. Lithium only makes up around 20 parts per million of Earth's crust. It's expensive and water-intensive to extract, and 70% of cobalt, another key ingredient in many lithium-ion designs, comes from the Democratic Republic of Congo, much of it mined under hazardous, often exploitative conditions. We need more batteries, and we need them fast. We can't just rely on lithium alone.
So it's not like lithium's as good as we're going to get, like, then we're going to get much better. That's rich. If our priorities are about saving the planet from runaway climate change, we need to have massive scale energy storage system and electrify almost everything else that we do.
The hunt is still on for safer batteries, for cheaper ones that last longer, charge faster, and ones that store far more energy. The lithium-ion battery changed the world, but the future of energy storage won't be about just conquering one element. It'll be about mastering many.
Tak nic, moc jsem dostal. Přes prdel. Dostal, vole. Dostal, vole. KitKat treatment. No, a to nebude dobré. Ne, bude to dobré, možná. Tak co si vemeš, kámo? What do you think?
Tenhle projekt byl na mojí roadmapě minimálně rok a půl, spíš vlastně rok a 3/4. Totiž zhruba v půlce ledna 2024 se mi povedlo na bazoši ukořistit tuhle základovku. Je to pro 3. generační Ryzen Threadripper. A to nejenom, že je tam ta základovka, ale zároveň je tam i samotný Threadripper 3960X. A byla k tomu ještě nějaká možnost.
Pičo, vole, to je
ale pro dnešek ji používat nebudu z důvodu, který objasním. Dneska se ale konečně
Too much, baby, too
na
much.
můj projekt, který je součástí většího celku, kde se zaměříme na
snižování škály množství počítačů, který tady kolem sebe máme. Vítejte u prvního dílu, kde otestuju, co všechno vůbec bude možný. Endorphy vám přináší dnešní video s bezdrátovou herní klávesnicí Celeris 1800 ve stylové šedé barvě. Mechanická klávesnice vybavená žlutými Endorphy spínači od Gateronu vám nabídne 3 módy připojení a ve výbavě nepřijdete ani o mediální pleťovka po stranách, RGB podsvícení nastavitelné přes software a kompatibilitu se všemi operačními systémy. Na spod klávesnice se nachází magnetický držák bezdrátového přijímače a pyžlátko pro výjimku kláves a spínačů. Zjistěte víc na odkaze pod videem. Jak jsem říkal, uvnitř této krabice, já nevím, že ten stůl vypadá trošku blbě, ale bude to mnohem víc, takže tohle snad je nějaká pro rychlost tohoto videa dneska přeskočíme. Právě tahám ROG Strixku TRX 40 pro tyhle Ryzeny. Je to základovka, která má spoustu různých vlastností, ale co mě především hraje do karet je to, že za prvý je vybavená 128 GB operačních pamětí, proto abych mohl následovat svůj ultimátní cíl. A to totiž není jenom tak mít extrémně výkonný počítač. Totiž já budu využívat takzvaný virtualizace. Ale proč je tohleto video testovací, je totiž ten důvod, že já nebudu jenom tak si dělat virtuální počítače, na kterých něco poběží. Mým cílem je využít fyzický grafický karty, z nichž každou já přidělím jednotlivému počítači tak, abych měl vícero pracovních stanic, které můžou fungovat současně. Tou největší výhodou je to, že já, i když budu používat dvojici M2 NVMe disků, který tady kolem sebe evidentně někde hrozně moc mám, tak oproti klasickému workstationu, i když já tam budu mít dva, tedy stejně dva disky bych potřeboval, tak já je můžu rozdělit mezi sebe do takzvaného RAIDu 1, kdy se bude hezky kopírovat jeden na ten druhý, a když jeden chcípne, tak ale oba dva počítače mají funkční zálohu, takže můžeme bez jakýhokoliv přerušení pracovat dál. Věc druhá, kterou mi to umožní, je používat pouze jeden zdroj. A to, že v tomhle případě to opravdu bude krásný zdroj. Koukejte se na tenhle ten MEG AI 1600T PCI i5 od MSI, který ho mimochodem taky poslali do dnešního videa, za což já jim moc děkuju. Zdroj s certifikací 80 plus titanium, napájecím výkonem 1600 W, abych právě mohl nejenom krmit dvě tyhle už docela dost samou o sobě hladový grafiky, ale k tomu ještě ten hladový Threadripper. Obecně řečeno jedná se o ten vůbec nejvýkonnější zdroj, který MSI ve svém portfoliu má. Díky certifikacím Cybernetics a PPLP splňuje nároky na tichý chod a efektivitu, a to všechno stále v kompaktních rozměrech. Přichází s prémiovější, moc příjemnou a ohebnou kabeláží, zároveň taky se spoustou malinkatých drobností, třeba jako snadný správy otáček rychlosti ventilátorů v MSI Center. Ale budu potřebovat jenom jeden, což je taky věc, která se mě hodí nejenom proto, že nebudu jich muset kupovat vícero, ale zároveň tím ušetřím i docela drahocenný místo, kterýho tady v tom kanclu, i když je to výrazně větší než to, na co jsem byl zvyklý v mých předchozích působištích, stále tam není úplně větší, když se tím prostorem je plejtat. A věc, kterou já jsem trošičku zakecal, protože se na to opravdu těším, je současně ta základovka. Těch vlastností tam je spousta, ale ta věc je ta, že mě umožní osadit právě oba dva tyhle datacentrový, tuším, že to jsou SK Hynix terový NVMe SSDčka, který se oproti klasickým spotřebitelským diskům neliší jenom tím, že jsou o kloupeček delší, to, že nejsou klasicky 80 mm, ale jsou to 110, ale především je na nich důležitý to, že životnost není uváděná v terabajtech na zápis, ale v přepisech na den po dobu nějakých následujících 5 let. Tohle jsou opravdu disky, které vydrží velice dlouho. Ale i tak, pro jistotu použiju dva, protože co kdyby náhodou den byl bez žádný. A to si myslím, že pro začátek máme téměř všechno.
ještě chlazení. Totiž tohle, jak jsem říkal, je projekt, který je v nějakým rozpracovaným stavu už rok a půl, rok a 3/4 a budu na něj používat právě i tyhle starší komponenty. Třeba jako tenhle ten starý ROG Ryujin, který mimo toho, že jako je to v pohodě vodník, je dobrý, ale především používá tenhle starý uchycovací mechanismus, kde pro vodníky přicházelo tohleto, nevím jestli s každým vodníkem nebo s každým threadripperem, nevím, mám dvě a popravdě netuším, jak jsem na ně přišel. Plán je takový, že dřív nebo později bych chtěl všechny tenhle hardware nacpat do mých rekových skříní. Tímhle bych chtěl mimochodem poděkovat fanouškovi, který mi dal ještě slevu na tyhle šasy. Dneska je používat nebudu, protože čekám na 3D tiskárnu a ještě budu muset udělat pár nějakých drobných úprav pro to, aby tohle mohlo být finální řešení. A hlavně ten hodně 240 mm se mi alespoň krásně vejde do toho mého 4čkového šasy. Je to super, pokud to bude fungovat. Čas to zapojit a alespoň části nějak otestovat. Uvidíme se. Teď jsem si uvědomil, že jsem vám vůbec neřekl, jaký grafiky já budu pro dnešek používat. A to v první řadě tuhletu RTX 5080 ve Vanguard edici. Tuhle konkrétně jste už u mě na kanále mohli vidět v jedné z recenzí. A druhá, tuhletu RTX 4080 Super v bílé gaming edici. Jedna z zajímavých věcí, kterou jsem v mezičase taky stačil zjistit, je, že minimálně tenhle spodní slot a jeho západku nezajistím. Ono totiž tohle kombo dá dohromady vlastně hrozně široké možnosti. V první řadě jsou to dvě opravdu výkonné karty na střih, k čemuž jsou v tuhle chvíli taky primárně určený, alespoň pro můj use case. V druhé řadě opravdu pořádně budou schopni zatížit tenhle zdroj, což je věc, kterou taky rozhodně chci testnout. No ale ta třetí věc, která je taky nesmírně důležitá, je ta, že například LM Studio umožňuje kombinaci více grafických čipů pro self-hostování velkých jazykových modelů, což je něco, na co nevím, jestli dneska zbyde čas.
You didn't see fucking, že ti dával damage jako kokot? Tohle velký?
To bez pochyby. Jedna ze zajímavostí, která se týká tohoto MSI 1600 MEG zdroje od MSI, je tahle žlutá barva na kabelech. Totiž je to jednoduchý, viditelný indikátor toho, kdy máte ten 16 pin mít skutečně pořádně zasunutý. Naštěstí ani jedna z těchto dvou grafik není nějak extrémně žravá, jako jsou 40 nebo 50 90, ale i tak bych zrovna v případě těchto karet o ně velice nerad přišel. Nice. CPU fan error, to je v pohodě, protože to je připojení trošku jinak. V obě M2 SSDčka jsou vidět, ovládání vodníka je vidět, 128 GB paměti je vidět, včetně procesoru. Let's go! Teploty 44 stupňů Celsia. Nice. Tak teď jsem zvědavý na to, jestli budu moci instalovat bez větších problémů můj operační systém. Když můj operační systém budu automaticky instalovat Proxmox v první řadě, protože zdarma, v druhé řadě, protože nevěří paralelně všestranně na podstatě spoustu různých dalších věcí.
Mají CC, 3 panele CC mají, super. Teďka zbytečně prohráli, neganala.
Když se podívám, to žere nějakých 200 W, byť to je úplný nesmysl. Je sice do jistý míry pravda. Ovšem na druhou stranu pro mě to představuje ohromnou flexibilitu na spoustu věcí, kdy já se nebudu muset nutně ohlížet jenom na to, jestli počítač je tohle nebo jenom tamhleto, ale v zásadě i díky ohromnému počtu PCI Express linek mám možnost si s tím dělat v podstatě cokoliv. Povedlo se mi konečně dostat do instalace Proxmoxu. Já budu používat RAID 1, protože mám absolutní jistotu, že kdykoliv mi jeden z těch dvou disků chcípne, tak já si můžu doskočit pro jiný, tam se hezky skopírují ty data a všechno je dobrý. Kdybych ale využil RAID 0, tak se ty data budou dělit mezi oba disky, čímž se dostanu na nejvyšší rychlosti, ale taky na nejnižší spolehlivost. Tohle do jisté míry kombinují různý další typy raidů. Raid 10, raid Z1, 2, 3, který kombinují takzvaný paritní disky, ale třeba i současný psaní nebo čtení na či z disků zároveň. Ale tím se dneska nebudeme úplně tak moc zabírat, protože proč jsme měli. Mám po prvním nastavení nějaký navržený hry a takový ty další drobnosti. Jsem připravený na to vám ukázat něco málo ze stolka. Grafický přednastavení. DLSS na kvalitě a bez zapnutí
To nevím, jak jsem přijetil.
se 4080 super je jaksi nějakých zhruba tadyhle 20 snímků za vteřinu. A teďka na co koukám, paradoxně mi docela přijde, že grafika je využitá jenom na nějakých 50%. Že by přece jenom vytížení procesoru bylo tak masivní a ono jo? Tomu virtuálu jsem přidělil 16 vláken, předpokládám, že by to mělo být 8 jader a 8 vláken k tomu ještě navíc. Uvědomuji si, že nemám za play žádný expo profil, což by taky mohlo něco znamenat, ale minimálně vím, že to ty hry dokáže táhnout a že to propojení se sběrnicí a ještě k tomu pass-through skrz virtuál funguje. Navzdory tomu, že by mě v tuhle chvíli mohlo třeba trápit, že některé hry by mohly mít s tím, že to běží ve virtuálu, jakýsi problém. Hodí se podotknout, že navzdory tomu, že tohleto nebyl úplně asi super extrémní osobní výsledek, tak důležitý je, že já na tom neplánuju hrát. Je to věc, která má být primárně určená ke střihu, a k tomu se mě právě bude hodit to, že tam každý komp bude 8 fyzických jader s hyperthreadingem a výkonný grafický akcelerátor. Ale i tak chci zkusit CS, protože mě zajímá, jestli se dostanu alespoň do onlineového lobby. Na jaký grafický přednastavení jsem 4K a dám vysoký. Ne, že bych na to doporučoval hrát, ale pro tu představu. Mám fakt jen 46 snímků. Takže v případě, že všechno teďka funguje tak, jak očekávám, tak například ani snížení rozlišení by na snímkovou frekvenci nemělo mít tak vysoký vliv. Pokud bude mít, tak budu překvapený. Mám furt někde kolem 60 snímků za vteřinu. Což je jasný indikátor toho, že tenhle procesor není už tím z nejrychlejších. Ještě štěstí, že střih videa není nijak extrémně náročný na jednojádrový výkon. S výjimkou exportu, ale to je příběh zase na někdy příště. Když mám ale před sebou tohle řešení, hodně se podotknout, že používám tu RTX 4080 super z jednoho prostého důvodu. Totiž tahle platforma nemá integrovanou grafiku a pass-through přes Proxmox s primární grafikou je jaksi docela těžký. Teď chci ale vidět, čeho je vůbec tenhle ten komp schopnej sám o sobě.
Aha.
Jedna z věcí, která je minimálně pro takovýhle hrátky a benchmarkování na té desce úplně skvělá, je hezky postranní M2 pro NVMe SSDčka, do který jsem to jenom takhle hezky rychle zapnul. A hotovo, můžeme pokračovat. Naštěstí zrovna, když se to hodí, ten komp je jenom tamhle dole, aby se mi tady už neplet. Ta M2, která byla pěkně po ruce, přestala fungovat. Ryzen Threadripper 3960X, hezky plných 24 jader a 48 vláken, 128 GB paměti, akorát bez zapnutého expa. To se možná nepůjde příště. Ve jménu stability jsem to nedělal, samozřejmě. Baví mě, že na tom kompu v podstatě neběží vůbec nic a jenom tak si to bere 18 GB paměti. To je fajn. A jinak tady mám krásně 4080 super a RTX 5080. A co já bych teďka mohl udělat, je zapnout LM Studio. LM Studio mám vícero možností. Co mě v tuhle chvíli rozhodně opravdu hodně zajímá, je nejnovější GPT OSS, který by se do jedné grafiky nenutně musel vejít, ale v případě, že se nějak rozdělí mezi obě dvě, měl bych mít tu možnost si s tím poradit. Pro shrnutí se hodí říct, že jsem otestoval vícero modelů na vícero konfiguracích a mým ultimátním zjištěním bylo, že vlastně v moment, kdy nevyčerpám paměti jedné karty, tak se to mezi dvě nerozdělí, což sice dává smysl, ale úplně jsem to neočekával. V moment, kdy je využívaná pouze jedna karta, je zátěž někde kolem 400 W a teď už mi nezbývá nic jiného, než najít nějakou zátěž, která bude relevantní pro tenhle hardware. Co mě ještě zbývá otestovat, je minimálně multicore pro Cinebench R23, zatížený jenom procesor, 300-400 W celý systém. Nice. 33 000 bodů. Hezký. Bez pochyby je znát, že se na tom kompu v tuhle chvíli děje velká spousta věcí a ještě jedna věc mě zajímá, jestli skutečně používají obě grafiky maximální možný počet linek sběrnice. V mezičase tohle pustím, ten export, a obě grafiky rázem používají všech 16 linek na PCI Express 4. A to je jedna z ohromných výhod téhle platformy, že nemusím řešit, do jakého PCI Expressu tu grafiku založím. Nejlepší. Ono to něco dělá. A já už si myslel, že se nedočkám. A stejně to vypadá, že velkou část téhle scény, především protože se vejde do jedné grafické paměti, potáhne 5080. Čemuž mimo jiné odpovídá i celková spotřeba toho počítače, která je na nějakých 440 W. A to popravdě vlastně není zase tolik. Čekal jsem, že tohle bude větší výzva. Ještě jedna vložka od mého budoucího já. Přemýšlel jsem nad tím, jak můžu současně zatížit obě grafiky naraz, protože těch aplikací, které to v jednom kompu podporují, je čím dál míň, evidentně, nemám tušení proč. Už to běží nějakou dobu, zhruba plus minus 20 minut. A v tuhle chvíli vidím, že teploty jsou relativně v normě, a to s ohledem na fakt, že ten počítač je při takovémhle obrovském množství vyzářeného tepla docela dost tichonkej, tohle je opravdu extrémně působivý. Pojďme se teda ještě podívat alespoň rychle na Counter-Strike Global Offensive. Counter-Strike 2. Counter-Strike 2. Dám si zase vysoký 4K, ať máme s čím to konkrétně porovnat. Zdá se mi, že tady máme podstatně víc snímků za vteřinu, než uvnitř našeho virtuálu. A to je vlastně nakonec chování, který se docela nechá očekávat, protože přece jenom jistá hardwareová rezerva pro ten virtuál tam je, která z toho výkonu něco málo ubírá, ale reálně by neměla být zas tak vysoká. Tak jsem chtěl říct, že budu překvapený, když budu mít víc jak 180 snímků za vteřinu. A vypadá to, že mám hodně víc než 80 snímků za vteřinu. Dostávám se někde na 80 až 100. Counter-Strike frčí výrazně líp, než jsem popravdě čekal. Ale i tak, na to, že tohle není herní stroj, ale měla by to být především mašina ke střihu, si myslím, že můžu být docela spokojený. V tomhle videu já jsem vám ukázal, na čem plánuju postavit značnou část mojí interní infrastruktury. Víc se tomu třeba budeme věnovat zase někdy příště. V první řadě já už potřebuji letět a v druhé řadě potřebuju vaší pomoc. Protože ačkoliv jsem třeba z hlediska zakázání používání té první grafiky pro Proxmox a vyobrazování, tak jsem nikdy nenašel úplně spolehlivý řešení, který by mě vždycky fungovalo, protože buď to fungovalo na jednom kompu a na druhém už ne, nebo obráceně. A žádný mi vlastně nedalo úplně přesnou odpověď toho proč, co a jak. Tomu se teda pověnujeme zase někdy příště. Já vám moc děkuji, že jste si shlídli dnešní video až sem. Pokud vás cokoliv zajímá, zkuste se zeptat dole v komentářích nebo mrkněte na první připnutý komentář, kam se pokusím dát všechno, co by mohlo být důležitý. Mně nezbývá nic jiného, než poděkovat MSI, Endorfy a taky všem připojeným legendám za přímou podporu mojí tvorby. Lajkujte, odebírejte a to je z mojí strany pro dnešek naprosto všechno. Já se na vás budu těšit zase někdy příště. V mezičase můžete mrknout na jedno z těchto dvou videí pode mnou. Mějte se hezky a zatím páčko.
Mě zesral, vole. Ups. Měl bych 11 hub, kdybych to neutratil zas. Do piče. Huj. Ale good. Dobrý event to dali, actually. To si děláš prdel. To si děláš prdel. Cože? No. Tak jo, kam. Dobře to je. Good, 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 good.
If you went to the grocery store, gave them your money, and left with 10% less Vegemite than you paid for, you'd probably be pretty ticked off. But what if I told you that happens every day, except with $350 CPUs? Well, it's true. These 12 chips were obtained over a span of a month from 8 different sources spread across 3 separate countries. And the real-world difference between the best and the worst of them is 8% in Factorio and as much as 12% in CSGO. This has caused a lot of problems for us over the last 6 months. You see, in April, I gave the labs team the goal of increasing our testing throughput so that we could give you guys more juicy benchmarks in our reviews. Unfortunately, the math was not in our favor. You see, the typical turnaround to troubleshoot, benchmark, write, film, edit, and QC our coverage of a new product is 5 to 8 business days. At about 5 minutes per test, times 3 runs for consistency checks, times however many products we want to compare, times however many games or applications you guys want to see, it is easy to run out of time. Now, we could shorten each test, but we've found that longer tests are more consistent from run to run and end up being more reflective of the real-world experience of using the product. So that's out. And I guess we could work through the nights like a bunch of Adderalled-out master students, but come on, guys, we're not that young anymore. Automation with Markbench does help a lot, but if our system hangs in the middle of the night, which it happens sometimes, we're right back where we started, which leaves us with one real option: building up more of our test benches and running our tests in parallel. Except, as I already told you, 8% difference in Factorio, 12% in CSGO. Now, when I signed the procurement authorization for 11 CPUs, I knew that we were likely to find an outlier or two. But then it turned out that this rabbit hole went way deeper than I could possibly have known. Like this deep segue to our sponsor,
Nexigo. Whether you're webcams or VR accessories, Nexigo has products that'll make you Nexigo. Wow, those are cool. Learn more about them at the link below.
Now, before you start sharpening your pitchforks and demanding that AMD's executives be turned into thermal paste or something, it's worth noting that most of our chips were within a few percentage points of each other, even in CSGO at 1440p, which was the test that saw the greatest overall spread. Also, when we expand our comparison to include our full suite of games, that maximum difference falls to around 2.5%. Far less outrageous, so you don't really have to worry about a buddy in front of you in line getting a way better gaming experience for the same price, but it's still too big for us to buy any two random 7800 XPDs, use them to test two different GPUs in parallel, and then say, now, the obvious conclusion at this point is, guys, there's something wrong with your CSGO test. I think it's time to get good. But the thing is, there aren't a lot of variables here, and that's by design. We use the same motherboard, same memory, same Windows drive and install. We even tested using phase change thermal pads to ensure that our paste application wasn't an issue, and we chucked our bench in the thermal chamber just for good measure. We are very confident that our numbers are valid, and we're going to have the process doc linked in the video description if you want to have a look. Which is all fine and good, but doesn't answer the much bigger question of why do these CPUs vary so much in the first place? AMD gave them the same model number and specifications, AMD charges the same price, so they should have the same performance, right? Well, that was true. CPUs would run at their rated speed, and if they didn't, it meant they were either broken or they were about to be. But thanks to a relatively recent innovation called dynamic frequency scaling, that's no longer the case. You see, no two pieces of silicon are the same, and whether it's through rolling improvements to manufacturing or just sheer blind luck, you can end up with a processor that is capable of better than the advertised clock speed. Now, in the old days, you could unlock this extra performance manually through overclocking, but nowadays, processors just adjust their own speeds, and they do it on the fly based on a whole host of factors, including user configurable power profiles and thermal limits. AMD's approach is to allow the CPU to clock as high as it's able until the CPU die average reaches about 90 degrees Celsius, at which point clocks will be dialed back until it reaches equilibrium. Sounds good, right? I mean, why be bound by some artificial performance limiter when I got a golden chip that can go higher? And I actually agree, but for the folks who end up with a lesser chip, you feel a little bit like missing out, even if AMD is careful to only guarantee clock speeds that 100% of the chips can hit. And, as I mentioned before, it's also very inconvenient for our parallel testing endeavors. So what do we do? Testing. Lots of it. After throwing Cinnevent at our very first CPU, we ran into our very first break. The numbers from run to run can be vastly different. I am talking 300-point spreads on a single CPU run back to back. What the heck, right? How on earth are we supposed to narrow down which two CPUs are within 1% of each other if one CPU isn't within 1% of itself? As it turns out, software was the problem. Software is notoriously hard to account for. Have you ever opened up Task Manager right when you boot up your system? The program's running, nothing should be happening except, wrong! What was that? Here's the thing. Even when you're doing nothing, your operating system is busy managing all the behind-the-scenes work that keeps your system running, like updating the weather widget, synchronizing the clock with the present time zone, prepping the next thing it thinks you might need, installing updates, and so much more. And you don't really get to decide when that stuff happens, which means that no one result can ever be taken as gospel truth. We do have custom Windows images that are intentionally debloated to remove some startup processes to help with this, but it only partially mitigates the issue, and it introduces new ones, like making our results slightly less representative of the typical user. We feel this trade-off is worthwhile because it helps us to better isolate our variables in testing, but it's not even enough. To further mitigate the amount of work that Windows is doing in the background, we can also increase a process's priority. In Cinebench, we went from seeing points varying in the hundreds down to the tens on the same CPU. That's That's a big improvement, and enough to use Cinebench for our binning process. But we're not out of the woods yet. You see, with some tests, it's not enough to use the same hardware at the same process quality, because the benchmarks themselves have built-in inconsistencies. Red Dead Redemption 2, for example, simulates physics and AI behavior during a bench run. That's a really good thing, because if that stuff was canned, our results would not be comparable to actual game. But the bad news is it means that sometimes Arthur loses his hat, sometimes he doesn't. Sometimes the horse gets shot, sometimes it doesn't, which can impact our run-to-run consistency. Can we ever fully account for this? Unfortunately, no. But by running each test multiple times and then taking an average, we can get a pretty good picture, and we can bake that expectation of noise into our data analysis. Which finally happens now. Sorry for all the preamble. First up, gaming. For the sake of legibility, we named each of our samples after a Pokemon. Why Pokemon? I don't know, because it seemed better than deadly diseases? Anywho, looking at the geometric mean of our gaming times, we found a 2.07% spread in average frames per second between the best performing and the worst performing CPUs, and a 2.46% spread in our 1% lows. This puts all but one of our CPU samples within 3 frames per second of each other, which gives us confidence that we'll be able to find some close enough CPUs, but given that 2.46% isn't 1%, it also tells us that we can't just hold any 3 chips in memory. Nor can we simply look at the average. Returnal, for instance, is a benchmarker's dream because A, play, and B, it is a stunningly consistent benchmark, which is great for producing results that we can trust when we're comparing GPUs. But the real world is a lot messier than Returnal, and while most of our other games, both at 1440p and 1080p, have a small level of variance in CPU performance, in a couple of games, notably Total War Warhammer 3 and Cyberpunk, we found larger variance in the 1% lows. This indicates that, one, these games are more CPU bottlenecked, which better reveals the deficiencies of our worst chips. But as you're about to see, not all CPU-bound games are bound in the same way. We went into this process thinking, CSGO. What a classic CPU gaming benchmark. It's a shame that it's been replaced by CS2. Out of it thinking, CS good riddance. I mean, on the one hand, it does certainly separate the CPUs from each other, and our slowest chip, Corsola, was the slowest-est in CSGO. On the other hand, the overall variance is so high and so different from the entire rest of our test suite that it becomes almost an outlier data point, having an outsized impact on our results. And this could be for a number of reasons. First, CSGO uses a game engine that is older than it was used for many years. It was originally built just for single-core CPUs, and it can make use of just about all the single-threaded performance.
Get the fuck out, bro.
But it also means that its performance requirements just aren't very similar to more modern games that are going to want to see a number of fast cores rather than just 1 or 2. Second, CSGO itself is also old enough that any modern gaming CPU can run it so fast that no professional esports even could tell the difference anyway, and so fast that limitations in the software itself can start to rear their ugly heads, which adds potential variables. Basically, CSGO is having its Quake 3 arena moment. After a long run, it's time to drop it. And when we reviewed the overall variance numbers without CSGO, it shows just how much of an outsized influence that it had on our results. The new results show far less variance, closing the spread to just 0.46% and 1.43% for the average and 1% respectively. Which is somewhat reassuring for you, the consumer, but still doesn't change that our runaway loser, Corsola, is still a dud. Corsola consistently underperforms the rest of the chips by so much that when we remove it from our results, our overall spread and performance goes from 1.4%.
What the fuck, bro?
0.86%. That is a don't know for sure, but one guess is that the 3D Vcache on this chip is struggling somewhat. It fumbles pretty hard in our Factorio test, where most of the benchmark actually fit on that 3D Vcache. Another possibility is that it could be the PCIe controller, the part of the CPU that communicates with our PCIe lanes and, consequently, our GPU. This idea comes from the fact that when it comes to productivity performance, sure, it still ain't top of the class, but it isn't flunking like it used to. Speaking of, we actually found greater variance between our chips in our productivity tests, which kind of makes sense since we no longer have the GPU getting in the way of raw CPU performance. 7-zip brought us a spread of around 3 to 4% for compression and decompression, and Blender hovers in the same realm along with our video and audio encoder speeds. The biggest contributor to the size of the spread of our sample though is Lugia, who takes up the bottom spot in pretty much every productivity benchmark. Since it wasn't so bad in gaming, this leads us to believe that perhaps there's a problem with the integrated heat spreader, but AMD has made that much more difficult to evaluate now that all of your CPUs just kind of run at the same temperature and then adjust their clock speeds to reach their thermal limit. So, across our small sample, variance in performance is present, but not egregious. Of course, we aren't trying to quantify variance. What we're trying to find is equivalence. How do we do that? Turned out to be a bit tricky. We ended up using Euclidean distance to determine which CPUs were the most similar. Unconventional, but also kind of cool. Here's how it works. First, we scaled our data so that our 5-digit Cinebench scores don't overshadow the low black numbers. Then, we took those scaled numbers and treated each as a coordinate for a point in multi-dimensional space. Think about it kind of like this. If a plane and shows 2 points, those would have an coordinate. While the Euclidean distance is the distance between those 2 points. The closer together the points are, the more similar they are. And this can be applied for points that exist in any dimension. In our case, a 12-dimensional space for productivity and the 19th dimension for gaming. Since we're weighing all of our tests as equal, we can then do a bunch of comparisons to determine which CPUs are the most similar to one another. From that, 4 emerge as
Idiot. Idiot.
Eevee, Mewtwo, Raikou, and Zapdos, with Zapdos being the least equivalent.
Kamo, dobré, už ale s těma, vole.
They are outside of our tolerance in CSGO, but the issue is that the CPUs that did perform identically in that one game were not the tightest across the rest of the suite, meaning that they can't really be trusted on games that, you know, play. In conclusion, productivity saw these CPUs perform within roughly 0.24% of one another, and in gaming, we see a spread of 0.86% in the 1% lows, and just 0.1% in average ratings. Now that's tight. Tight enough we figured that it will allow us to directly compare GPU results across our test benches. Jez? Oh, yeah, you see where I'm going with this. We found near identical CPUs, but what about the other components? Do they vary? For another round of testing. The main secondary performance contributors in your GPU test bench are going to be your motherboard and your RAM. But since those still run at fixed clock speeds, we're not expecting nearly as much variance. With RAM, for example, set the speeds in your BIOS, and then it's either capable or it's not, and your system is unstable and probably crashes. All of our testing is done at the recommended RAM speed from AMD, 6,000th megatrend. For more about how we test our hardware, we've got a recent exclusive over on floatplane.com where we have a feature-length deep dive looking at the improvements we've made to our testing processes. Anyway, to validate our hypothesis, we took one of our future test CPUs, Eevee, and threw it into both of our new parallel benches. In gaming, we landed on
Kamo, Serafín, kamo, bych toho zabanoval.
and less than 0.1% in average FPS.
Ty
That is
porno
more
čemp.
than acceptable, and in productivity, we ended up in the 0.13% neighborhood. That means in our upcoming GPU reviews, performed on these 3 parallel benches, we're going to consider our results to be accurate within plus or minus about 0.25%. Of course, that doesn't mean that our results will be identical to your CPU or to other media, And this is one of the big reasons that we have always encouraged our viewers to look at reviews from multiple outlets whenever making a purchase decision. Oh, before you ask, by the way, there does not appear to be any foul play from AMD with respect to review sample selection. So you don't have to pick a reviewer, for example, that buys their own CPUs versus one that gets seeded. At least, we don't think so. We'd have to buy hundreds of CPUs to know for sure, but it appears that the unit that was sent
I'm from Mexico. I'm a model, but I'm not a woman. I was born as a man.
Since you've been married, have you ever had sexual relations with someone other than your husband?
I'm gonna have to say yes.
19 disturbing reality shows, 7 levels. I've put together an iceberg of the most disturbing reality shows ever to hit the airwaves. We're going to start with some fairly tame shows, but the deeper into the iceberg we get, the more sinister things these shows will become. Let's start at the tip of the iceberg. Disclaimer. Level 1. The Simple Life. Bimbo persona of Paris is an act. In the early 2000s, The Simple Life instantly catapulted Paris Hilton and Nicole Richie to stardom, and it wasn't just entertainment.
So are you ladies ready for this?
We're so ready. As ready as I'll ever be.
Not for a particularly good reason. The show portrayed them largely as idiots. Paris quickly became an icon thanks to her catchphrase, "That's hot," and vacant stares. But what viewers at the time didn't know was that this bimbo persona was a carefully constructed facade designed to shield her against trauma. The premise of the show was that these two wealthy socialites would travel from rural town to rural town, attempting menial jobs and everyday tasks they supposedly couldn't comprehend.
I'm never drinking milk again. Ever again.
It was built around fish-out-of-water situations, placing them in scenarios designed to highlight their incompetence. We as viewers would laugh at their uselessness while they wreaked havoc on unsuspecting communities. Paris played the role of a ditzy heiress perfectly, but what viewers didn't know was that this dumb blonde character had deep roots in Paris's traumatic past. In her memoir and recent interviews, Paris revealed that this persona began forming during her nightmarish experience at so-called emotional growth boarding schools. As a teenager, Paris was sent to these facilities where she endured relentless abuse. Her recollection of the experience is dehumanizing and horrific. She's described being force-fed medication, subjected to invasive physical exams, and locked in cells with blood-stained walls. Staff would break down students' self-worth, repeatedly telling them they were worthless and unloved. And the whole time, Paris's parents apparently had no idea about the conditions, having been deceived by the institutions they sent her into. To try and cope with the horrific trauma inflicted on her, Paris began constructing a fantasy life to survive. She said she built this Barbie doll character to not think about the pain she was enduring every single day. When she entered reality television, she just never stepped out of character. The show came at the perfect moment. The early 2000s was dominated by humiliation culture, which often packaged public mockery as entertainment. The world laughed at her and dismissed her as an idiot, but actually, this was Paris's way of controlling her narrative in an industry eager to exploit vulnerable young women. And it paid off for her. The Biggest Loser, 2004 to 2020, Ryan Benson's win. In 2005, Ryan Benson stepped onto the scale during the live finale of NBC's The Biggest Loser and was crowned the show's first ever champion. He had begun the show at a weight of around 330 pounds. Now he was at 208, shedding an impressive 122 pounds over just 24 weeks of the competition.
Yeah, as we were running along the waterline around the yellow flags, I felt like I was frickin' David Hasselhoff running to save somebody.
That remarkable achievement earned him the title and a hefty $250,000 prize, as well as a lot of admiration from the American public. But behind this incredible achievement was a lot of pain. During interviews after his win, Ryan revealed that the 12 participants were forced to train like professional athletes. These exhausting regimens lasted anywhere from 6 to 8 hours a day, leaving contestants in pain each morning, pushing their bodies to limits that would prove unsustainable and, frankly, dangerous.
5 more. That's 20. When I say 5 more, I mean 5 more. Not that's 20, I'm done. 5 more is what that means.
By the end of the filming schedule, Ryan was desperate to win. So desperate that he resorted to dangerous tactics. In the final 24 hours, he didn't eat anything. He went to the gym, wore a rubber suit to sweat, and then went to the sauna, consuming nothing but a master cleanse consisting only of lemon juice and cayenne pepper. These extreme dehydration methods helped him hit his target weight for the finale, but it could not possibly last. Within 3 days of finishing the show, he regained 25 to 30 pounds in water weight alone. And eventually, he regained all the weight he had lost. Actually, he was substantially heavier than when he was on the show.
I just slipped back into my old habits really quick within the next year or two. And within about 4 or 5 years, I'd put back on all the weight.
He's since gone on the record to highlight just how exploitative production was, with producers deliberately setting contestants up for failure. Allegedly, producers had set up platters of fast food and desserts around the set, as though tempting the contestants to gorge on the food so they could record it and shame them later on. And he was not the only one. A 2016 study from the National Institutes of Health found that of 14 former contestants studied, 13 regained significant weight after the show ended, and 4 ended up heavier than before they started the competition, just like Ryan. Because ultimately, the show is only about humiliation, not health. Level 2. Teen Mom, 2009 to 2021. Amber Portwood's arrest. In the earliest seasons of Teen Mom, the MTV cameras were pretty much everywhere. The show obviously followed young mothers navigating the challenges of raising children while barely out of childhood themselves. But it quickly became more well known for the personalities of the mothers than anything to do with their parenting abilities.
You watched the 4 of us become mom before we even finished high school.
Amber Portwood quickly distinguished herself in the main cast thanks to her volatile behavior that crossed into physical violence. The cameras kept rolling as she repeatedly slapped, punched, and kicked Gary Shirley, her on-off boyfriend and father of her daughter Leia. One particularly disturbing 2009 incident showed Amber shoving Gary against a wall, slapping him, and choking him while their 1-year-old daughter sat in a child seat nearby. This went way beyond the usual drama of reality TV. This was domestic abuse. But the show aired it, all of it, uncensored and with absolutely no shame whatsoever.
Holy
Indiana authorities couldn't ignore that evidence broadcast to millions. By December 2010, Amber faced 2 felony counts of domestic battery, 1 felony neglect charge, and a misdemeanor domestic battery count. She initially denied everything, claiming they can't charge me if they don't have proof. Obviously, she forgot that the attacks were filmed for a reality show she was literally starring in. After pleading guilty, she received probation and a suspended sentence. But that was just the beginning. Amber violated her probation in 2011, facing new charges of battery and public intoxication. When she missed her probation check-in, officers visited her home and found her groggy among scattered prescription pills, adding possession charges to the list. Gary gained full custody of their daughter because obviously he was far better equipped to handle it. By 2012, Amber was sentenced to 5 years in prison after failing in rehab programs.
Amber Portwood of MTV's Teen Mom began serving a 5-year sentence this week for using illegal drugs.
Eventually, she got clean and managed to leave prison. Her life was back on track. Then, in 2019, she was arrested again for domestic abuse against another boyfriend.
According to the court papers, Amber Portman is accused of throwing a shoe at her boyfriend, hitting him in the neck.
By now, the cycle is pretty clear. The only difference now is that it's not being broadcast to millions of people as it happens. But our videos are. So if you want to see more icebergs like this one, don't forget to hit that subscribe button. A Shot at Love with Tila Tequila, 2007 to 2008, Mental Breakdown. In 2007, Tila Tequila's A Shot at Love hit MTV, presented as a groundbreaking dating show where Tila Tequila, a social media star, would use her MySpace fame to find love among 16 men and women. By the second season, she'd already weathered media scrutiny over her, which she later admitted was really just for publicity and a messy breakup with the first season's winner. But then in January 2010, her fiancé, Casey Johnson, suddenly died from diabetes complications after a relationship that began only weeks earlier. Tila, who'd been on watch, began exhibiting erratic behavior. No one could tell if it was grief or a mental collapse. By March, Tila claimed her alter ego Jane had hacked her social media, posting alarming messages about self-harm. Photos of cuts on her forearms started to show up online, but she blamed the whole thing on Jane's evil actions. Suddenly, she was on a major downward spiral. In July, Tila withdrew from celebrity rehab after initially signing up for treatment, opting instead to self-medicate. Before long, her life was in total chaos, and she could not stop looking for attention. The show's second season aired during her public downfall. In a 2010 interview, she described needing happy pills to cope with the situation. And her home revealed serious signs of chaos. Empty Red Bull cans all over the place, some totally destroyed property, and a dog chained to a pole. The show never continued, but Tila's mental state got so much worse. 2012 overdose led to a brain aneurysm diagnosis. She began expressing sympathy for Hitler, flaunting Nazi imagery, and engaging in custody battles over her children. The show that was supposed to be groundbreaking was now all about a celebrity's free fall. And man, what a fall it was. Level 3. Bridalplasty, 2010 to 2011. In 2010, E! Network unveiled a reality show concept that shocked even the most desensitized viewers. Bridalplasty featured brides-to-be competing not just for their dream wedding, but for extensive plastic surgery procedures to transform their bodies before walking down the aisle.
Before you came here, you all consulted with one of our plastic surgeons. So without further ado, please welcome Dr. DeBro.
Bridalplasty featured 12 women with individual surgery wish lists competing in wedding-themed challenges. Each weekly winner received one plastic surgery procedure from her list, while the ultimate champion would win her dream wedding with her entire wish list of surgeries fulfilled. It was actually an insane concept. But most insane of all, the show's format ensured that the groom wouldn't see his bride until their wedding day, when she would unveil her shocking new look, at which point he may well not even want to marry her. The disturbing premise sparked immediate controversy
Papana,
for the way it
kurwa.
normalized and exploited women's insecurities. During the first episode, the show's surgeon, Dr. DeBro, systematically tore each woman apart, recommending liposuction for already thin women and criticizing others for being overweight when they weren't. The women were shown photoshopped versions of their potential post-surgery bodies, further reinforcing dangerous body image standards. And even worse, many contestants revealed they were pursuing these transformations only because their fiancés wanted them to change. One bride's husband bluntly stated, "Dream wedding, dream body, dream job," during their introduction. Pretty gross. That misogyny was in every aspect of the entire concept. These men wouldn't marry their partners as is because the changes were deemed necessary. And, of course, all the women were willing to do anything to achieve those surgery perks. In one episode, women raced downstairs, physically pulling at each other to win Botox injections.
Oh my gosh, my puzzle's right. I won this thing.
Holy
Intimate
fuck,
wedding
man.
preparation, like writing vows and planning honeymoons, were turned into selfish means to win surgical procedures. Medical professionals condemned the show for pushing the limits of medical ethics, with the American Society of Plastic Surgeons explicitly arguing against using surgeries as contest prizes.
In the first episode, they competed in a challenge to whip the syringe. They grabbed the syringe, run downstairs, and have procedures started. That's how twisted the show is.
Human behavior experts warned the show could exacerbate body dysmorphic disorder in participants and viewers. Critics didn't hold back, calling Bridalplasty the most depressing TV series ever, repulsive and creepy, which, considering the premise of the show, feels like an understatement. Are You Hot? 2003. In 2003, ABC introduced American viewers to what would become one of the most notorious examples of early reality television's worst ideas. Are You Hot? The Search for America's Sexiest People aired for just 6 episodes before being canceled, but it would never truly be forgotten.
Good evening and welcome. I'm J.D. Roberto, and this is Are You Hot? The Search for America's Sexiest People.
The show's concept was brutally simple. Contestants were evaluated solely on their physical appearance. That's it. Talent, personality, and intelligence were irrelevant. It literally came down to, are you hot? Each episode featured pre-selected candidates standing before 3 celebrity judges: Lorenzo Lamas, Rachel Hunter, and fashion designer Randolph Duke, who would score them based on their face, body, and sexism.
You know, Sean, do you lift weights? Your face is definitely your best feature. I'd say about an 8.9 on that face, right there.
The format required contestants to stand silently on stage while judges picked apart their physical features. In the show's most infamous moments, Lorenzo Lamas would use a laser pointer to highlight perceived flaws on contestants' bodies. During one particularly uncomfortable segment, Lamas used the laser to point out that a female contestant's legs had too much of a gap for his liking. There was no sense of irony. Like other shows of the era, Are You Hot premiered during an era of intensely mean-spirited reality television. But unlike other shows that disguised criticism as constructive feedback or self-improvement, this program was unapologetically focused on harsh physical judgment. Contestants had no opportunity to demonstrate skills or personality because they were simply reduced to nothing more than bodies to be scrutinized. The show's format involved regional competitions where thousands of hopefuls gathered to be judged solely on their looks. After preliminary rounds, 8 men and 8 women would face the judges who scored them on a 10-point scale. The highest scorers moved forward based on viewer votes. It was that simple. But the show's troubles were so much more than its cruel premise. Howard Stern filed a lawsuit against ABC, claiming the concept was stolen from his radio show segment called The Evaluators. If anybody would ever want to claim ownership of this concept. Stern specifically cited the laser pointer technique used to highlight bodily flaws as being copied from his show. Again, somehow proud of the intensely cruel misogynistic idea. The lawsuit was eventually settled after the show failed in the ratings. With an abysmal IMDb rating of 1.6 out of 10, the viewing public ultimately rejected the show's mean-spirited premise. Are You Hot? Was canceled after a single season. Botched. Cosmetic nightmares. Botched followed renowned plastic surgeons Dr. Terry Dubrow and Dr. Paul Nassif as they attempted to correct disastrous cosmetic procedures that have left patients physically disfigured and emotionally devastated.
Terry Dubrow. There was a girl in the community that was doing what we call pumping, and that's basically black market injectable.
Depending on your perspective, that's either an act of generosity or an act of exploitative cruelty. But Botched doesn't shy away from what it wants to do. The show revels in showcasing the grim realities of these plastic surgeries gone wrong. Episodes feature close-up footage of deformity, surgical procedures, and the raw emotional trauma by the people suffering on the other end. And no episode was more harrowing than the season 3 premiere. The episode's centerpiece features Raji Narana Singh, a returning patient whose face was injected with cement by an unlisted practitioner. Let me say that again, injected with cement.
What the fuck?
But I did think that she had some sort of medical training. She said that she did. I started with my cheeks, and I had injections also around my jawline.
Her facial tissue is riddled with hardened nodules, creating a lumpy, disfigured appearance that doctors initially deemed too dangerous to correct. It was simply beyond help. After previously turning her away in an earlier season, Dr. Dubrow contacts Raji with a potential solution. The doctors reveal that steroid injections have softened her facial tissue enough to potentially remove the cement deposits. The camera doesn't look away as it shows the rock-hard lumps embedded in her cheeks, and the doctors grapple assessment of her condition. It's a very uncomfortable situation, but pretty much exactly what the show is all about. There's Something About Miriam, 2004. In 2004, Sky One broadcast There's Something About Miriam, a dating show featuring 6 unsuspecting men competing for the affection of Miriam Rivera, a stunning 21-year-old Mexican model and a 10,000-pound prize.
Red-blooded bachelors looking for love retreat to a luxury villa in the sun with one stunning babe, Miriam.
The men would turn up at a luxury villa in Ibiza, Spain, participating in physical challenges and romantic dates, all while being filmed for the 6-episode series. But these men were kept in the dark about a crucial detail. The producers deliberately withheld the fact that Miriam was a transgender woman who had not yet undergone gender-affirming surgery. This secret was designed to be revealed only in the final episode after Miriam selected her winner. Well, that's exactly what happened. When Miriam chose the lifeguard Tom Rook as her man and revealed her transgender identity with the words, "I was born as a man," the resulting reaction was exactly what producers had hoped for. Shock, anger, and humiliation.
I'm from Mexico. I'm a model. I'm not a woman. I was born to
The other contestants laughed, but Tom was visibly furious. The show wasn't built to be about trans representation or understanding in any way. It was just all about manufacturing shock value and ratings. The show's entire premise treated Miriam's gender identity as a punchline, a twist to horrify the male contestants. The production team had carefully avoided referring to Miriam as a woman during the recruitment process, revealing the amount of deception involved in this whole thing. Following filming, the contestants sued Brighter Pictures, the Endemol subsidiary that produced the show, claiming psychological damage. The media coverage was overwhelmingly transphobic, with tabloids savaging Miriam and turning her into an object of ridicule rather than a human being, just as the show did. The series perpetuated harmful stereotypes about transgender people as deceivers who trick unsuspecting straight men.
Ne, zase Eliska moje, to nenávidím Eliska mo, ne. Vole.
And appearing on Big Brother Australia, Miriam was found dead in 2019 at age 38. The circumstances surrounding her death were widely disputed by those close to her. Her legacy was permanently tied to this show that humiliated her. The Moment of Truth, 2008-2009. How honest would you be for money? That's the core question at the heart of Fox's 2008 game show, The Moment of Truth.
Jsem potřeboval já, kámo, tu pěst.
Disturbing than anybody could have anticipated. The show wanted to answer that question in an undeniable, authentic way. Contestants would be strapped to a polygraph machine and made to answer approximately 75 invasive questions before the show. Later, they would be brought before a live studio audience to face 21 of those same questions in front of their friends and family members. The more truthfully they answered, the more money they could win. 21 consecutive truths led to an impressive $500,000 prize. The only catch? They weren't told the polygraph results beforehand, creating a high-stakes gamble with their most personal secrets. The show quickly became notorious for destroying lives. In one infamous this episode, Lauren Clary admitted to infidelity and being in love with an ex-boyfriend while her husband Frank watched from just feet away.
Since you've been married, relations with someone other than your husband.
Now, the couple admitted that they had problems before appearing on the show, but the host, Mark L. Wahlberg, had a different encounter with them. He recalled leaving the set and apologizing to the husband for being a part of this. But all he said was, "Yeah, we were so close to the money." The show was enough of a hit to earn a second season, but that quickly got scrapped after an episode saw one contestant, the only to ever win the full $500,000 prize, answering yes when asked if she believed her father had relations with a minor.
You believe your father, as an adult, has ever had
The aftermath revealed her family practiced polygamy and her father had married a 14-year-old girl. Not exactly family-friendly viewing. Despite initially strong ratings, advertisers fled from the increasingly controversial times of the show. People admitted to eating disorders, stealing from employers, and other devastating secrets that left contestants publicly humiliated. Fox eventually pulled the plug. But for those who went on the show, their lives will never go back to the way they were before they decided to tell the truth. Level 4. Shattered, 2004. On January 2004, Channel 4 unveiled what some critics called the most sadistic game show ever.
Nobody knows whether this can be done or what will happen.
Shattered transformed an abandoned shopping center in London's
This is what you
Clapham
said?
district into a specialized laboratory where 10 contestants, aged 19 to 33, were challenged to battle sleep deprivation for 7 consecutive days while competing for a potential £100,000 prize. Participants were continuously monitored to ensure they were following key rules. For every instant someone closed their eyes for more than 10 seconds, £1,000 vanished from the prize fund.
Anytime any one of them falls asleep, which means shutting their eyes for 10 seconds or more, the prize fund drops by £1,000. So, we need to help each other stay awake.
Of course, they had to follow safety regulations to produce the show. Contestants were permitted just 1 hour of sleep per day to ensure that the experiment wasn't too dangerous to broadcast. Participants had no access to medicines, alcohol, electronic equipment, mobile phones, or musical instruments during their stay. Obviously, the physical and psychological toll became rapidly apparent. As days progressed, contestants began experiencing hallucinations, hostility, and irrational behavior. Then a line was crossed.
And I think that there is a wisdom there that very often is ignored.
One participant began muttering that he was the Prime Minister of Australia, forcing emergency medical intervention and allowing contestants brief additional rest. But the show didn't end, of course. In fact, it got worse. Daily performance tests measured contestants' physical and mental decline, with the worst performer facing elimination.
Shut up! How many times I have to tell you? Shut it, all right?
To intensify the torment, daily "you snooze, you lose" challenges deliberately tempted exhausted participants towards sleep. Cuddling teddy bears, sitting in overheated rooms, listening to bedtime stories, watching paint dry while seated in comfortable recliners, literally anything they could think of that might tempt them into losing. But it was nothing compared to the final challenge. That final test, a merciless sleep-off where the last person to fall asleep claimed the prize, pushed human endurance to the breaking point. Claire Southern, a 19-year-old trainee police officer, outlasted everyone after an astonishing 178 hours with minimal rest, claiming £97,000. The show generated 34 recorded complaints to the UK's regulatory board, arguing that the show glorified a form of and endangered participants' health. The program's opening sequence even acknowledged these concerns with a bleak Clockwork Orange-style montage showing rail crashes and placards reading, "Sleep deprivation has been used as..." Despite the controversy, Channel 4 defended the program as a scientific experiment. maintaining that a 24-hour doctor and ethics board consisting of a sleep expert, doctor, psychiatrist, and health and safety advisor ensured contestants' safety. Of course, it didn't. The winner, Claire, later defended the show, saying that everybody involved knew what they were getting into and were told they could leave at any point. But could they really? The Push, 2018. Darren Brown has a long history of making some highly disturbing documentaries where he's made people play Russian roulette, rob banks, you name it. But The Push was a whole new level of insane even for him.
Welcome to The Push.
The core question Darren wanted to answer was more extreme than any other. Can an ordinary person be manipulated into committing? Brown and his team worked to screen all potential candidates, selecting those who display traits making them vulnerable to social compliance. The unwitting participant, 29-year-old Chris Kingston, believes he's attending a networking event for a new charity.
Benny, this guy, technical guru.
All right.
This is Chris.
You're IT, are you?
Yeah.
What he doesn't know is that everyone, from the guests to the wait staff, are actors following a carefully orchestrated script designed to manipulate him into increasingly troubling moral compromises. At one point, the whole thing escalates. The charity's main benefactor, Bernie, appears to suffer a fatal heart attack in front of everyone.
Somebody said a blue carpet, and it's complete. It's just the.
Benny, are you okay, Benny? Benny?
Pressured by the charity organizer, Chris reluctantly helps hide Bernie's body, pretending to be the benefactor during an auction, and stage the body at the bottom of stairs to make it look like an accident. Each small decision entangles Chris deeper and deeper into the deception, and he never questions it once. The manipulation just grows until it finally hits its peak.
I'm not giving you a penny. I had every word. Just kick him, Mr. Quick. Kick him. Kick him. You're my witness. You're my witness.
Chris faces a horrifying choice. He must push a man off a building to protect himself or face the consequences of his earlier actions. In Brown's words, Chris had to feel like there's only one way out when he's told to commit.
Put your hand on his back, whatever it takes, and give him one big push.
The entire elaborate setup exists solely to create this moment of moral crisis.
Holy
For a
fuck.
while, he considers it, and then decides not to do it. Thank goodness.
Whether it would get to the point you'd actually push somebody off a building, and you didn't. So well done. Come on, Sarah.
The show was widely criticized for being exploitative and ethically murky, as well as confirming the outcome of a question answered decades ago. We know people will follow orders when pushed into risky territory. The fact Chris didn't do it is just a sign that he wasn't in a desperate enough situation, or that he's a good person, depending on your perspective. But all it would have taken was one push. Born in the Wild, 2015. In 2015, Lifetime was on the hunt for a bold new reality concept, and they found it in the form of Born in the Wild.
In remote Alaska, 150 miles from the nearest hospital.
Ready?
Peter and Audrey Bird are planning an outdoor birth. The baby could come any day now.
Over 6 episodes, the show followed couples like Peter and Audrey Bird, who chose
No,
to
no.
give birth in remote Alaska, 150 miles from the nearest hospital. Audrey, who became a midwife after a negative hospital experience with her first child, insisted on an outdoor
Kamo, mě nepadl ještě silový. Že nepadl ještě silový, kamo, Jam.
who decided to give birth in the wild
Co ti jebe, vole?
Other episodes featured births in various outdoor locations across Utah, Georgia, North Dakota, and Tennessee, each presenting unique environmental challenges like extreme temperatures and wildlife threats. It was an insanely dangerous show.
Haley, I feel like, does have a good idea where she wants to be, as long as she is comfortable with me pulling off her needs for keeping her and the baby warm, make sure that the tub and everything will work out.
Vezmu ženu na vydrž, kamo, ne.
Were outraged when it aired,
Ty
pointing out how
vole.
ridiculous it was to give birth without high-quality medical equipment and experts. As one critic wrote, yes, women have been having babies without intervention for centuries, but a hell of a lot of them died while doing it. And I'd argue that few of them had to worry about bears. Actually, wild animals were arguably the least of their worries. The bigger risks were medical issues, postpartum hemorrhage, birth complications, and infant respiratory distress, all potentially life-threatening situations requiring immediate medical intervention. The only problem was that those interventions are impossible to provide in the kind of remote settings where the show filmed, which meant if a single incident occurred, they would be screwed. The ethical concerns around the show were voiced loudly at industry events, both in the entertainment world and in the medical industry. There were entire articles written questioning the responsibility of the network and producers in potentially glamorizing practices that could put newborns at risk. One reporter called the concept remarkably dangerous and incredibly irresponsible, but the network insisted that they were wrong. The executive producer defended the series as simply documenting people who are making a particular choice, and insisted safety measures were in place, including on-call medical supplies and medevac services. But the fact that they had to even include these services totally undermined the show's premise of natural, unassisted childbirth. They knew it was dangerous. The show pretty much flopped on release, guaranteeing that there wouldn't be any more babies born in the wild. Level 5. The Pickup Artist, normalizing misogynistic manipulation. In 2007, VH1 premiered The Pickup Artist, a reality show featuring 8 men who had struggled with dating and relationships, who would be mentored in the art of seduction by Canadian pickup artist Eric Von Markovic, better known as Mystery. For 2 seasons, the show claimed to transform these socially awkward men into confident dating experts.
Take a look at Matador and I, showing the boys how it's done.
Mystery and Matador went into the club to show us how this is done, and we got to watch it on surveillance camera.
But actually, they were becoming more and more misogynistic with every passing episode. Mystery, flanked by his wingmen, put contestants through a series of increasingly difficult challenges in public settings like nightclubs and daytime venues. The men were tasked with approaching random women using scripted tactics from Mystery's seduction playbook. The techniques taught on the show were based on Mystery's own methodology, which viewed women not as individuals but as puzzles to be solved through formulaic approaches. And of course, central to these teachings was negging. Backhanded compliments designed to lower a woman's self-esteem while displaying disinterest. The purpose, as described in Neil Strauss's seduction book, The Game, was explicitly to lower a woman's self-esteem while actively displaying a lack of interest. It's a highly manipulative and dehumanizing approach. But they had many disturbing tactics like this. They also used false time constraints, where men pretended to leave to avoid appearing needy, and the concept of pawning, trading or discarding an unwanted woman as proof of the pickup artist's social value.
Hi! I'm gonna give you a hug, but don't expect much of a great conversation. Your friend and I like each other. Are you right with that?
You're so sweet. Oh, thank you.
Say hi, be nice. We're surrounded by love tonight.
Let the game begin.
They're all horrible, obviously. But then we come to the last-minute resistance techniques designed to convince women to have sex after they've already indicated they didn't want to, which, as we all know, is essentially non-consensual. Critics and feminists denounced the show and the broader pickup artist community as promoting deeply problematic views of gender dynamics. But defenders claimed that the techniques just helped shy men start conversations, seeing absolutely nothing wrong with the blatant manipulation of women. The show was eventually shut down entirely, but those who believe in the pickup methods continue to find it on the internet, perpetuating these toxic approaches. Celebrity Master Chef Stephen Port. In June 2014, a nondescript chef in a blonde wig was briefly featured on BBC's Celebrity Master Chef, serving pasta and meatballs to hungry bus drivers.
Celebrity Master Chef, and we are back. We're about to find out whether they can be a star in our kitchen.
That man was Stephen Port, a celebrated chef who had a dark secret. He was a serial killer. Stephen appeared in the background during the show's 9th season, which was shooting at the Stagecoach Bus Depot in West... where he worked as a chef. During the episode, he assisted one of the celebrities, J.B. Gill, with his cooking. Now, Steven didn't have a big role in the episode.
Ale
His
są
job was
spadki.
simply to help with food preparation and service, and apparently to wear what was later revealed to be a very noticeable blonde toupee. But the time of the appearance, Steven was in motion. The first of his victims, 23-year-old fashion student Anthony Walgate, was found dead outside Steven's flat on June 19, 2014, right around when the episode was aired. Between then and September 2015, Steven would go on to murder 3 more young gay men, Gabriel Cavari, Daniel Whitworth, and Jack Taylor. Nobody could have known based only on his professional appearance.
4 people that have been found dead were found slumped up against the wall here.
On screen, he was the helpful chef in a professional kitchen environment. On camera, he was methodically luring young men through dating apps like Grindr, them with GHB, assaulting them, and disposing of their bodies.
Serial killer Stephen Port, who's accused of killing 4 young men with fatal doses of the date GHB, has been found guilty.
Even as Stephen continued his killing spree, Metropolitan Police failed to connect the deaths despite their blatant similarities. At every turn, they made the wrong choices, allowing Stephen to hide in plain sight. Megan Wants a Millionaire 2009 Ryan Jenkins appearance. Megan Wants a Millionaire premiered on VH1 in August 2009, featuring former Rock of Love contestant Mega Hauserman, searching for love among 17 wealthy bachelors. All of the contestants needed a verified net worth exceeding $1 million to participate, catering to Megan's openly stated desire to become a trophy wife.
In this opulent Hollywood mansion, 17 millionaires have gathered, united by Megan Hauserman.
Among these wealthy suitors was Ryan Jenkins, a 32-year-old Canadian real estate developer who quickly became a frontrunner for the prized role. Behind the scenes, Megan had developed a genuine connection with Ryan, even maintaining phone conversations when cameras weren't rolling. She really liked him, not just for the show, for real. And she was determined to pick him as the winner.
Megan is definitely into me, and I'm definitely into her, and I'm definitely not going home tonight.
Unfortunately, the show's producers objected, insisting that Ryan wasn't likable in his interviews. He was eliminated shortly after. Megan had no idea how lucky she was. Shortly after filming concluded, Ryan met Jasmine Fior, a 28-year-old swimsuit model at a Las Vegas casino. After knowing each other for just 2 days, they married at a Little White Wedding Chapel on March 18, 2009. Their whirlwind romance lasted only 5 months. On August 15, 2009, Jasmine's brutalized body was discovered stuffed into a suitcase in a Buena Park dumpster.
Jasmine Fiore's body was found on August 15th, strangled and stuffed into a suitcase
What
in a
the
dumpster
fuck?
outside Los Angeles.
The brutality had stunned investigators. Her teeth and fingertips had been removed to prevent her identification, but authorities ultimately identified Jasmine through the serial numbers on her breast implants. The one thing Ryan couldn't have imagined would undermine him. Ryan quickly became the prime suspect. Security footage showed the couple at a San Diego hotel on August 13th, but Ryan returned alone early the next morning. Though Ryan reported Jasmine missing on August 15th, he fled their Los Angeles apartment the following day, hoping to escape punishment. But the story was out there. VHS suspended Megan Wants a Millionaire on August 19th after just 3 episodes had aired. The producer's prediction that Ryan was too unlikable for the public was accurate to a whole other level now. On August 23rd, the manhunt came to a tragic end when Ryan was found dead from in a Canadian motel room.
Reality show contestant Ryan Jenkins was found hanging by a belt from a coat rack at the Thunderbird Motel in Hope, British Columbia on Sunday night.
VH1 officially canceled the series the next day. This shocking incident led to a drastic change in reality television casting procedures, with networks implementing more rigorous background checks for contestants. Level 6. The Great Donor Show.
And in Holland, the new Big Donor Show told viewers that one lucky contestant dying of kidney failure could win a replacement organ from a terminally ill cancer patient. The kidney show turned out to be a hoax, but it had some people fooled.
In 2007, Dutch
What the
television
fuck?
network BNN announced De Grote Donor Show, or The Great Donor Show, a program so controversial it sparked international outrage.
Dames en heren, live vanuit Studio 1
De Donor Show. Hier is uw gastheer, Patrick Lodiers.
The idea was that a terminally ill woman would select which of 3 kidney patients would receive her organ live on air. You heard me right. A 37-year-old woman named Lisa, dying from a brain tumor, would interview 3 candidates desperately needing kidney transplants. The 3 real patients then participated in what appeared to be an extremely morbid competition, sharing their medical histories and personal stories on national television while awaiting a life-altering decision. As the program unfolded, 1.2 million Dutch viewers watched it all unfold, with 23,000 sending text messages to vote for their preferred recipient, effectively who they believed should live. It was insane. Medical associations condemned the show, with the Dutch Doctors Association instructing members not to participate. Politicians demanded that the broadcast be banned. The Dutch Prime Minister, Jan-Peter Balkenende, publicly worried about the Dutch image abroad. Nobody wanted this show to air, but it did. And right at the end, just as Lisa was about to announce her decision, the host, Patrick Lodiers, interrupted with a stunning revelation. The entire premise was a hoax. It had never been real.
Wij geven vanavond geen nier weg. Dat vinden wij zelfs te ver gaan. En Lisa, of moet ik zeggen Leonie, want Lisa heet eigenlijk Leonie en is een actrice en is gelukkig kerngezond.
Lisa was actually an actress named Leonie, who was in perfect health. The 3 contestants, however, were genuine kidney patients who had been in on the deception from the beginning. As it turns out, the show was designed to highlight the Netherlands organ donation crisis, where approximately 200 people died annually while waiting for kidneys. The average waiting time for a kidney transplant in the country was 4.5 years. By making this show, it would draw people into this horrifying life-or-death game. Of course, the reactions to the reveal were divided, to say the least. While Health Minister Ronald Plasterk called it a fantastic stunt after he had specifically called for it to be pulled, others maintained it was a tasteless exploitation of vulnerable patients. All across Europe, Endemol employees faced with one colleague in Germany being chased from his office. Despite the controversy, the program succeeded in drawing attention to organ donation. Over 50,000 people downloaded donor registration forms immediately following the broadcast. So, despite the controversy, it all worked out pretty well. Level 7. Extreme Makeover, a dangerous game. In 2004, Delise Williams saw ABC's Extreme Makeover as her chance to escape a lifetime of insecurity. This young woman was so uncomfortable with her appearance that she avoided family photos and pretty much any situation where she would be photographed. So when she applied and got accepted, she saw this as a life-changing opportunity. Before flying Delise to Los Angeles, producers visited her home in Conroe, Texas, to interview her family. Specifically, they wanted to speak to her sister, Kelly McGee. When McGee attempted to speak positively about Delise, producers repeatedly redirected her, asking about growing up with the ugly Delise. They didn't want anything positive or encouraging or meaningful. They wanted Kelly to make the most hurtful and horrific statements about Delise's appearance to create more dramatic television. Just to make it a little bit worse, Delise was listening to these interviews from the next room. She had to then hear her husband and mother-in-law goaded into making the same kind of negative comments. After extensive medical evaluations, doctors recommended numerous procedures: eye lift, chin implant, ears pulled back, breast implants, and jaw surgery. Delise spent 2 weeks in Los Angeles preparing, still convinced that this would change her life for the better. She was ready for surgery when producers delivered the devastating news. Her recovery time wouldn't fit the show's schedule. Her makeover was canceled. All of this had been for nothing. Delise was sent home immediately, now aware of what her family truly thought about her appearance. She had internalized all of this, now convinced that the world, including those she loved the most, saw her as a freak. Overnight, the family dynamic shattered.
Lulve, tak to jsme píči, ty vole. Mám jich 5 naštěstí.
4 months later, she took her own life with an overdose of drugs and alcohol, unable to live with herself. Delise filed a lawsuit against ABC, claiming the show manipulated her family and caused emotional distress, leading to her sister's death. The case settled for an undisclosed amount in 2006. Today, Delise continues to cope with the aftermath, raising her late sister's 2 children. ABC has always maintained that participants were informed their makeovers could be canceled. The emotional damage had already been done. They had destroyed a loving family for the sake of good television. Wife Swap, 2004 to 2020, the Stockdales at home. When the Stockdale family appeared on Wife Swap in 2008, viewers got a glimpse inside a household defined by strict religious rules. This Ohio family presented themselves as devoutly religious, with Father Timothy and Mother Catherine enforcing rigid guidelines on their 4 sons designed to shield them from worldly influences.
Husband Tim moved from the city to rural Ohio in isolation in order to shelter and protect their sons.
We moved out to the farm to develop wholesome values in our children.
Who are you dying? Oh my god, no shit, bro.
Into their gospel bluegrass group, the Stockdale Family Band, where Jacob played the fiddle.
Stockdale Family Band has been around for about 3 years, playing for the public. We have 4 sons, Calvin, who's 19, Charles, who's 16, Jacob, who's 15, and James, 11.
But the family's appearance on Wife Swap highlighted a stark and horrifying contrast between their isolated, hyper-controlled environment and mainstream American family. When another mother temporarily took Catherine's place, she expressed concern about the children's lack of freedom and social interaction. Suddenly, viewers weren't watching a Wife Swap. They were watching the Stockdale children encountering pop culture and contemporary social norms for perhaps the first time on camera. Behind the scenes, the situation was far worse. According to documents from the show, Jacob received harsher treatment than his siblings, with more chores and stricter expectations. He was miserable, he was denied a childhood. It was never going to end well. Which is why, in June 2017, nearly a decade after their television appearance, the then 26-year-old Jacob shot and killed his mother Catherine, 54, and his younger brother James, 21, in their family home before turning the gun on them.
What they believe is a self-inflicted gunshot wound on a third person over on Dolphin Street yesterday afternoon. They got the 911 call hang up around 4:30 in the afternoon.
But unfortunately for him, Jacob survived the self-inflicted gunshot wounds to his head. After recovering, Jacob surrendered to authorities and was charged with 2 counts of murder. By April 2025, he had entered a not guilty plea by reason of insanity, with his attorney requesting mental competency evaluation. He argued that he was treated poorly as a child, damaging his mental health. And if this episode is anything to go by, I really like it. And if you're still in the mood for more disturbing reality content, why not check out this video on the most disturbing TLC.
Oh fuck, man. Ty vole, já jsem mám celkem štígro, kámo, že mi tohle padlo.
On Too Hot to Handle, I matched up with someone night 1.
What's that English says?
No, that does
face their darkest fears. One by one, they will be off.
23 reality shows, 7 levels. From a Prince Harry dating show to, well, hoarders, we have a bunch of disturbing reality shows to get through. We'll start with some familiar titles with obvious disturbing stuff, but the further into the iceberg we get, the more unexpected and shocking things will become. Let's start at the tip of the iceberg. Disclaimer. Level 1, The Amazing Race. They were barreling through a Botswana desert in their Land Rover during Season 7 of The Amazing Race, and the loose sand was making the vehicle feel like it was floating rather than gripping the road. Brian was behind the wheel, Greg beside him, and somewhere behind them sat a cameraman capturing what was supposed to be just another leg of the $1 million race. The moment it happened was captured on camera. The Land Rover hit a patch of particularly treacherous sand, and Brian felt the steering wheel slip from contact with the road surface. In seconds, the heavy vehicle began to tilt, then roll, flipping completely over. The brothers had escaped without serious harm, scrambling from the wreckage, but the cameraman wasn't so fortunate. He had taken the brunt of the impact and required immediate medical attention. Other teams approached the accident scene, some stopping to offer assistance while others made calculated decisions to continue racing. Rob and Amber, true to their ruthless approach to the game, drove past without even slowing down. They were there to win, not help. The production had to halt Brian and Greg's race while they waited for a replacement vehicle and ensured the cameraman received proper medical care. During this time, team after team passed them by, and their chances of winning that big cash prize were diminishing every second. The Botswana Automobile Association moved quickly to provide a replacement Land Rover, but the delay had already sealed their competitive fate. They were alive, but they simply could not hope to win. In true reality TV style, the accident was replayed in promotional materials, analyzed by fans online, and incorporated into the broader narrative of the season as just another obstacle the teams had to overcome. Nobody ever really talked about the injured cameraman because he was just a mere footnote in the brothers' racing story, rather than a human being who suffered real consequences while doing his job. Man versus Wild. Bear Grylls holds the elephant dung above his head like some grotesque trope. The cameras roll as he squeezes the brown mass between his fingers, watching liquid drip directly into his open mouth below. And the world recoils in horror seeing it, right? But even though he's obviously not a fan of the taste, he keeps going, explaining to viewers that elephant dung contains essential fluids when you're desperate for hydration in the African savanna.
Pretty disgusting, but it could save your life.
If you want to survive, eat dung. This became one of reality television's most uncomfortable moments. But was it true? Experts later revealed that following Bear Grylls' advice here could actually make someone seriously ill. The digestive fluid squeezed from the fresh feces doesn't provide meaningful nutrition unless the dung has been soaked in water first. Yet there he stands, methodically extracting every drop he can manage, the brown liquid staining his lips as he swallows that. The elephant dung scene is just one example in Grylls' catalog of stomach-churning survival demonstrations. His willingness to consume almost any available liquid to avoid dehydration has often led him to increasingly desperate measures. Fresh elephant dung is obviously preferable to potential bacteria-laden water sources. It's just that his logic is questionable. Before the dung drinking, Grylls regularly places himself in situations that seem designed to showcase maximum danger for television. His encounters with crocodile-infested waters became legendary among viewers. The sight of him swimming through areas known to harbor deadly predators, armed with nothing more than a knife, created television that was simultaneously educational and horrifying. The guy is insane. Saltwater crocodiles can fight with over 1 ton of force per square inch, stronger than a Tyrannosaurus Rex. They're responsible for more than 60 unprovoked attacks annually in Australia alone. Even Grylls crocodiles rarely miss their targets. Recent incidents involved victims being dragged underwater and torn apart. It's this combination of genuine survival knowledge and extreme shock value that made Man vs. Wild compelling viewing for millions. Grills would demonstrate techniques like squeezing elephant dung for emergency hydration, then transition seamlessly to crossing dangerous waterways where apex predators lurked beneath the surface. Whether or not it's true is almost irrelevant, because the guy is just so fearless that it has to be seen to be believed. Level 2. Dated and related. Netflix, Dated and Related, takes the concept of uncomfortable television and cranks it beyond any reasonable threshold. The show throws pairs of siblings into a villa in the house of friends, where they're expected to find romantic partners while witnessing every intimate moment of each other's dating lives. The premise sounds bad enough on paper. It's worse in reality. The contestants literally share beds with their siblings throughout the competition.
We're sharing beds with our brothers and sisters. Like, that's so crazy, bro.
Picture that. After watching your brother make out with someone during the day, you climb into the same bed with him at night. The show claims it's a practical sleeping arrangement, but it creates an environment that really blurs the
To
line
posral.
between family
Jo, pinguj mě, ty kurvo. Špatná vole.
itself makes it worse. Siblings are required to accompany each other on dates, sitting there as their brother or sister attempts to seduce someone. They watch intimate conversations unfold, witness first kisses, and observe flirtatious behavior up close. One contestant literally had to ask her siblings' permission before kissing someone, turning what should be a personal romantic moment into a weird family negotiation.
Like, I love someone that can light up a room and just always have their energy 24/7.
Simon, do you mind if I share the first kiss with your brother?
The show assigns challenges that push siblings into inappropriate territory. In one instance, producers gave a brother-sister pair a secret mission requiring them to convince other contestants to guard the bathroom while they took a bath together. The contestants actually went through it, highlighting how the competitive environment breaks down normal behavioral barriers. It's weird. Host Melinda Berry presents 3 arrangements as necessary elements of the competition, using her authority to normalize this otherwise unacceptable behavior. The contestants comply because refusing would mean elimination and losing the chance at the $100,000 prize, which is apparently enough for them to act in weirdly intimate ways with family members.
Sibling pairs, you're going to have to work together. A pair of you could be walking away with $100,000.
To be fair, contestants
That's
frequently
crazy, man.
when watching their siblings in romantic situations, yet they're contractually obligated to remain present. They want the money and
Jak to, že mi furt může pingovat ta kurva? Co jsem měl dělat, vole? Děvko.
lingering on shots of siblings watching each other kiss or flirt. The producers clearly understand they're creating content that pushes viewers' comfort levels.
Minecraftu,
They lean into the
Robloxu.
sensationalism
Omlouvám
rather
se.
than addressing the problematic nature of what they're filming. This format creates artificial intimacy that extends beyond what siblings should witness about each other's romantic lives. They're privy to conversations about intimate preferences, dating histories, and relationship dynamics that typically remain private between partners. In this show, siblings are closer than lovers. That's creepy. Fortunately, the one thing they did agree on was that you should subscribe to our channel. So don't let them down, or they'll haunt you. On to the next level. Level 3. Flavor of Love. VH1's Flavor of Love took the pursuit of romance and turned it into a weird circus of degradation where women willingly subject themselves to increasingly disturbing situations for a chance at getting the attention of Flavor
Ty
Flav.
vole, nachytal celkem loterii, vole, dobrou. Lol.
Anyway, the show's format strips contestants of their identities, replacing their real names with demeaning nicknames like Something and Pumpkin, while forcing them to compete in challenges that reduce them to entertainment objects. The most infamous moment occurred at the season 2 premiere when Peter and Thomas pooped on the mansion staircase during an elimination ceremony. forced to wait over 3 hours for filming to resume, Thomas repeatedly asked producers for bathroom breaks, but was told to keep waiting.
By the time that I felt whatever I felt, I was like, hey, can I kind of like go? And they just wouldn't let you leave.
Her bowels eventually betrayed her, leaving poop on both the floor and stairs while cameras captured every mortifying second. Rather than showing compassion, the incident became known as Poopgate and turned into entertainment fodder, humiliating her. Flava Flav's response was to joke about the smell, giving Thomas her nickname, then praising himself for keeping her on the show despite the incident. The spitting incident between Brooke Pumpkin Thomas and Tiffany New York Pollard during Season 1's elimination represents another example of on-camera humiliation. After Flav eliminated Pumpkin for hiding her participation in previous reality shows, she became enraged at being called fake. Can you imagine reality TV fake? During the heated argument that followed, Pumpkin spat directly into New York's face with the saliva landing on her chin. New York later described the incident as the most disgusting moment of her life, noting that Pumpkin's breath smelled terrible.
Her breath smelled like straight up, smelled like a toilet full of nasty.
The cameras captured every second of New York's shock and disgust as producers intervened to prevent physical retaliation. Didn't really work. These incidents were what the show had been constructed to achieve. Women debased themselves for male validation at every turn in the show, and the structure demanded constant humiliation through midnight inspections where contestants lined up nearly for Flav's approval. The program systematically objectified participants, forcing them into roles as servants, caretakers, and objects of desire. The women endured groping, inappropriate comments, and invasive behavior while competing for someone who openly stated he wanted a woman to clean his house and watch his children while he partied and presumably slept with other women. Turns out the flavor of love is pretty perfect match. Francesca Ferrago thought she understood what she was signing up for when Netflix approached her about Perfect Match.
Oh,
She
oops.
already had reality TV experience, having appeared on Too Hot to Handle. So she had the professional awareness to ask the right questions during casting. She specifically inquired about sleeping arrangements, making it clear she wouldn't participate if forced to share bedrooms with men after a negative experience on a previous show. Production assured her that contestants would sleep in separate accommodations divided by gender. But the moment filming began, Ferrago discovered that matched couples would be required to share not just rooms, but beds with people they barely knew.
On Too Hot to Handle, I matched up with someone night one.
Also, I think we should have.
He just wanted sex. I regretted it, and I don't want to do that again.
She spent an entire day crying, begging producers to let her leave, telling them through tears that the man would just try to force physical intimacy with her. None of this emotional breakdown made it to air. Production had manufactured consent through omission, using the classic reality TV tactic of withholding crucial information until contestants were already trapped in the process and unable to leave. By the time participants learned the true nature of their living situation, cameras were rolling, contracts were signed, and backing out meant professional and financial consequences. The show's format demanded that even contestants who met that day and felt no attraction would be forced into the same bed. This is exactly what the show wanted.
You're stunning.
Stop.
Nah, for real. Like, yeah, gorgeous.
Thank you.
Perfect Match deliberately structures situations where boundaries became blurred and consent becomes complicated. Story editors openly admit to stirring the pot, manipulating cast members into dramatic scenarios, while producers select the most controversial singles to introduce to the villa, choosing people designed to create conflict rather than genuine connections. The entire system operates on power imbalances, where production holds complete control over contestants' living situations, communication with the outside world, and even their ability to leave. That is, in a nutshell, reality TV. Cast members are isolated from their support systems, given limited phone access under strict supervision, and kept in hotels alone when not actively filming. Those eliminated must remain in Panama for weeks, completely cut off from normal life while production decides whether to bring them back. The combination of alcohol, cameras, sleep deprivation, and forced intimacy creates an environment where normal decision-making becomes impossible. Multiple other contestants expressed discomfort with the co-ed bedroom requirement, but their objections were either ignored or edited out. Some tried to maintain boundaries by sleeping on chairs or couches, but the show's format ultimately pressured them into compliance. In the world of reality TV, the show is the show. No exceptions. Level 4. Punked. Jessica Alba walked into what she thought was a private clothing sale at an upscale boutique, completely unaware that MTV's punked cameras were rolling and Dax Shepard was about to subject her to one of television's most uncomfortable pranks. Most of the pranks on Punked are pretty harmless, right? Just your typical celebrity gotcha moments where someone's car gets stolen or they think they're in legal trouble. This was something far more invasive and predatory. Dax, completely unclothed, approached Alba under the pretense that he'd adopted European fitting ways during his supposed time on a German army base. The premise alone should have raised red flags with producers, but somehow this scenario made it to air. Alba, who was 22 at the time, found herself trapped in a situation where a grown man followed her around the store, making conversation while entirely nude.
Celine, we got some water, we gotta separate out, but there you have it.
That's not right.
Beautiful.
When you try clothes on at your house, do you not walk around naked?
I wear underwear.
I don't wear underwear. The footage shows Alba's visible discomfort as Dax refuses to maintain appropriate boundaries, continuing to engage her in dialogue while she clearly wants to escape the situation. What makes this particularly disturbing is how the show framed her obvious distress as entertainment. The episode description callously refers to Alba as prudish for being uncomfortable with Dax's behavior, as if her reaction was somehow unreasonable rather than, well, completely rational.
I can spend $3,000 here too, and I'm not trying to walk around naked.
Reddit users who watched the original airing years later recognized how wrong this felt even at the time. Many people are now revisiting the clip and realizing that the behavior was normalized at the time, which is somehow even more disturbing. The realization that not one person involved in the prank had a moment of reflection about whether this crossed ethical lines speaks volumes about the show's priorities. This episode stands apart from Punked's typical pranks involving fake emergencies, property damage, or social embarrassment. It involved deliberate intimidation tactics that put Alba in a vulnerable position she couldn't easily escape. The power dynamic was completely skewed. She was alone, caught off guard, and confronted with behavior that would be considered harassment in any other context. Alba has since spoken publicly about experiencing harassment throughout her career, noting she began acting at age 12 and learned to accept inappropriate treatment as part of the industry. The Punked episode now feels like another example of that normalized mistreatment packaged as comedy and broadcast to millions. The Bachelor. Colton Underwood's season on The Bachelor started unraveling the moment Cassie Randolph decided she couldn't continue. When Cassie told Colton she was leaving because she wasn't ready for an engagement, something broke inside him. He ripped off his microphone, hit a camera, and scaled that now infamous 8-foot fence in Portugal, disappearing into the Portuguese countryside.
Colton! Colton! We're out in the middle of nowhere.
Chris Harrison and the production team spent hours searching for him in pitch-black conditions, genuinely worried they'd have to call the police. They found him walking down a street, refusing to be touched, crying and saying he was done.
Every time I put myself out there, I get rejected.
While most people thought this was another bit of manufactured drama, it wasn't. Colton later revealed he had been deceiving producers throughout the season. He'd been ranking Hannah Goodwin as his top choice on their mandatory lists while secretly obsessing over Cassie, protecting her from production manipulation. When Cassie's father was flown to Portugal to convince her to leave, Colton saw it as a betrayal, believing producers were messing with his relationship.
Too often it's
I think, done without enough thought. So I feel like as far as the hand in marriage, that would be a premature blessing.
But what happened after the cameras stopped rolling tells a darker story entirely. Following their May 2020 breakup, Cassie began receiving unsettling text messages from Colton at all hours. The messages were unhinged, calling her a selfish person who isn't ready to be loved, and accusing her of being shady. When she didn't respond the way he wanted, he escalated even further. Cassie's brother discovered Colton lurking outside her bedroom window at 2 a.m. When confronted, Colton sent more harassing messages, not just to Cassie, but to her best friend and brother. Her neighbors and family friends reported seeing him hanging around her family's Huntington Beach home repeatedly, showing up uninvited at her Los Angeles apartment, somehow knowing exactly when her friends visited. Cassie's brother found a tracking device taped to the bottom of her car's rear bumper. Colton had been monitoring her movements for months. When Cassie hired a private investigator to find out who was sending anonymous harassing texts, Colton finally admitted he'd planted the tracker, unable to accept her rejection. The text messages paint a picture of someone completely unmoored from reality. He created fake phone numbers to send anonymous messages to both Cassie and her friends, pretending someone else was stalking her, while simultaneously being the stalker himself. In one message, using an alias, he called Cassie's family awkward and claimed they never liked him. Minutes later, he texted from his real number, acting concerned about these mysterious messages. He was trying to be the hero of being a psycho. In September 2020, a judge granted Cassie's request for a restraining order requiring Colton to stay 100 yards away from her workplace, her home, and vehicle. Still seems too close, in my opinion. 90 Day Fiancé. 90 Day Fiancé is built to be shocking, but some moments stand out as particularly, what's the word? Deranged? Angela Deem's destructive rampage in Nigeria stands as one of the franchise's most disturbing moments. She traveled unannounced to Michael's home, armed with what she believed were legal justifications from her Blue Book of Nigerian marital law, and proceeded to destroy his car right in front of the cameras. She ripped off the front hood guard, pried off the front license plate, and bent the back plate back and forth when she couldn't remove it completely. Throughout this vandalism, she screamed threats about breaking his windows while shouting profanities at his closed door, assuming he was hiding inside. At all times, Angela genuinely believed that being married gave her the right to destroy property, completely missing the legal distinction between sharing marital assets and deliberately damaging them. The destructive episode left Michael devastated when he returned home to discover the damage, prompting him to call Angela mad and crazy as he surveyed what she'd done to his vehicle. Michael's mental health deteriorated under years of Angela's controlling behavior, including forcing him to delete social media accounts and isolating him from potential sources of support. She would create scenes in public, slam cakes in his face, and push him around while relatives watched helplessly.
There's your cake, Michael. That doesn't work this time.
Once Michael finally reached America, Angela spat food directly in his face and forced him to sleep on the couch like livestock. Cast members had to remove pool balls and cue sticks during Angela's tantrums to prevent her from throwing objects at Michael and drastically wounding him. Muhammad Jabali's public humiliation of Danielle during their tell-all appearance represents another deeply troubling moment in the show's history.
That was nice of you. That shows how ready you are.
When pressed about their lack of intimacy, Muhammad revealed on national television that Danielle had hygiene issues and had urinated on him during intercourse. The revelation came after host Sean Robinson questioned why Muhammad refused to consummate their marriage, leading to an exchange where Danielle herself admitted Muhammad had told people she smelled and peed on him. Muhammad had kept this information private for over 2 years before Danielle brought it up herself. Yet instead of showing discretion, Muhammad confirmed every humiliating detail in front of the entire cast and viewing audience, telling Danielle directly that she has a problem, requiring medical attention before being intimate with anyone. The show presented this as entertainment. It was just outright cruelty. But that is exactly what the franchise wants and demands. 90 days of misery. Level 5. I Want to Marry Harry. In the early 2010s, Fox put 12 American women on planes to
What the
England
fuck?
for a highly unique dating show. Going to be competing for the heart of Prince Harry, impersonator. But they wouldn't know that. They ended up isolated in a castle trying to charm a 24-year-old environmental consultant named Matthew Hicks, who had dyed his blonde-haired ginger and memorized royal family trivia to pass himself off as Harry.
There's a week in the run-up to the show. I had to have horse ride, fencing, ballroom dancing, Latin dancing, past scandals, ex-girlfriends.
The show lasted 8 episodes, but was so appalling that Fox pulled it after just 4 aired. The lies started before filming began. Producers told contestants that they'd meet an eligible bachelor. They placed women in hotel rooms alone for a week with no phones, books, or television. By the 6th day, winner Kimberly Birch said she was much more willing to listen to whatever I was told. Matthew arrived by helicopter surrounded by bodyguards addressed only as Sir. The production team scattered fake tabloids around the estate and hired actors to pose as paparazzi, hiding in bushes, creating elaborate scenarios like a fake security breach that forced an emergency evacuation, and plants stood on bridges pretending to be Harry fans. The manipulation literally never stopped. Producers whispered outside contestants' rooms at night, fabricating conversations about the royal family being upset and needing Harry back at Buckingham Palace. None of it was ever filmed, it was just a scheme to convince them more. When some women expressed doubts about what was going on, production brought in what they claimed was a therapist. The therapist told contestants they needed to stop questioning and trust the people here. Obviously, this wasn't a licensed therapist. Actually, it was a producer in disguise, specifically telling skeptical women they were mentally unstable for doubting the situation. The tactics escalated throughout filming. In episode 5, the butler announced to all remaining contestants that they were indeed in the presence of His Royal
For real, bro.
Prince Harry of Wales. A shift from misleading to outright lies. Contestants weren't allowed to talk to each other without producers present, preventing them from comparing notes or supporting each other's doubts. Even the dates were designed to reinforce the illusion. Helicopter rides, horse riding, and lavish dinners all supported the royal fantasy. But the conversations themselves became twisted as the women found themselves building emotional connections based entirely on a fabricated identity. When contestants finally learned the truth during the reveal, those who rejected Matthew were portrayed as shallow and money-obsessed. The narrative suggested that women who couldn't love a regular guy were gold diggers, ignoring the fact that they'd been lied to for weeks. Fox canceled the show after ratings dropped below 1 million viewers. The network made the remaining episodes available online, but the show quickly became reality television's most notorious example of psychological manipulation. And I don't think the royal family was a big fan of it either. Scare tactics. Describing scare tactics is simple. You place unwitting participants into elaborate horror scenarios while cameras capture their genuine terror. No script, everyday people react in pure terror thanks to their friends and family setting them up. Now they believe they're attending parties, job interviews, or casual meetups, only to find themselves confronting what they believe are life-threatening situations. Participants typically arrive through trusted connections who coordinate with producers to create believable situations to throw them into. Then the production hires professional actors around special effects and movie-quality makeup to transform mundane locations into horror film sets, convincing the victims that these scenarios are completely real until the big reveal.
Have transferred to scare tactics. My friend Justin set me up.
school teacher who believed she was being driven to an exclusive Hollywood industry party at a desert resort. When the car carrying her and two actors stalled on a remote desert road, the situation turned nightmarish. The actors feigned serious injury and death at the hands of a costumed alien, instructing Kara to flee into a dark desert canyon area to escape. The hidden cameras captured every moment as she believed she was witnessing real violence and faced genuine mortal terror.
Ciao, Worty. Jak se máme?
In the aftermath, Kara required multiple hospitalizations for what court documents described as physical injuries and severe emotional distress. The incident left her so traumatized that she filed a lawsuit against the Sci-Fi Channel and the show's producers, describing herself as a non-consenting and unwitting victim. Her segment never aired, and the producers reportedly settled for a low seven-figure sum. But she was far from alone. The show's format deliberately exploited psychological vulnerabilities to generate authentic fear responses. Participants are isolated from familiar support systems, placed in unfamiliar environments, and confronted with scenarios designed to trigger fight-or-flight responses. Unlike traditional prank shows that rely on mild embarrassment or confusion, scare tactics specifically target participants' deepest fears, leaving them with major trauma.
It was a joke.
Are you trying to prank me?
Stop!
Read, just keep reading. You're trying to prank me?
Production staff have since acknowledged the show's capacity for serious harm. One former crew member described a participant who required therapy after being traumatized by a prank, calling the production team's moral compass into question. The same source revealed instances where participants became so distressed they nearly fled the scene, forcing immediate intervention to prevent further harm. But they still just kept shooting. 13. Fear is real. 13 strangers arrive at a blood-splattered cabin in the Louisiana bayou where someone has written disturbing messages on the walls. Contestants know they're playing a game, but the mastermind has other plans. He orchestrates psychological manipulation that goes beyond mere competition. 13 Fear is Real is not the game they think it is, but a really weird
baví, nebo co,
that
Worty?
sees us watching real people break down piece by piece as their deepest terrors become weapons against them. Every episode follows the same disturbing pattern. First comes the ritual, in which contestants face situations designed around their specific phobias. One woman admits she can't handle the dark and has to take running starts to jump into bed at night. Another is terrified of clowns with spider hands. The mastermind has studied each person's psychological profile and crafts personalized nightmares specifically just for them to trigger them in a way that will truly hurt them. Then comes the execution ceremony, where losers must escape deadly scenarios to survive elimination.
You lost the main ritual and were condemned. It is now time for the execution ceremony. One of you will not be coming back.
The very first episode forces two contestants to be buried alive in coffins. These four contestants are thrown into challenges deliberately crafted to recreate the exact experience of being entombed. Other elimination traps include escaping from car crunch while being compacted, getting out of flooding rooms, and surviving scenarios where contestants are eaten alive by rats, crushed by fallen trees, or burned at stakes. And the Louisiana bayou setting amplifies everything. The swamp is
26,
notorious
25,
for voodoo legends and supernatural
25, vole...
voodoo priestess whose supposed curse killed hundreds during a hurricane. The contestants sleep in bug-infested cabins with temperatures over 100 degrees, and mysterious voices echo from across dark waters, and contestants see figures that may or may not be part of the show.
Something's back there. I'm really not kidding. What's going on? This isn't funny. What is that?
The fear gradually becomes so intense that the mastermind manipulates the contestants into turning against each other. He actively recruits some to work with him against the others, creating genuine paranoia and who might be secretly collaborating with the show's producers or which psychological breakdowns are real. The line between participant and victim becomes uncomfortably thin. If you're wondering why they would put themselves through this, it's always money. In this case, a pretty measly prize sum of $66,666. Not much considering the intensity of the psychological experiment they've been put through. Deepfake love. Netflix Deepfake Love takes 5 real couples and splits them into 2 houses filled with attractive singles whose job it is to tempt and manipulate.
Co myslíš, že dostanu smazáno, tak jsem nedostal hluba. A máme 25 obranu. To je huge. 19, 21.
The truly disturbing aspect of all this begins in the White Room, where participants sit in the chair of truth and watch footage of their partners kissing, fondling, or being intimate with strangers. They're told to guess whether these clips are authentic or AI-generated deepfakes, but they only learn about the technology's involvement after experiencing the initial emotional devastation. The couple with the most correct guesses wins 100,000 euros, but the prize is irrelevant because these relationships are crumbling in real time. Even when participants correctly identify fake videos, the images lodge themselves in their brains like intrusive thoughts. Many contestants tell the host directly that seeing the fabricated footage has irreparably damaged their relationships, regardless of knowing if it was artificial and completely fake. The show has created such a strong gaslighting environment that participants can no longer trust their own perceptions of reality. To make the effect more pronounced, the production actively cuts contestants off from the outside world, plies them with alcohol, and encourages them to engage in compromising situations that can later be edited or deepfaked. The attractive singles are trained instigators who ask leading questions like, "Do you really think you could see a future with her?" and make statements designed to plant seeds of doubt. Those who took part in the show have since claimed depression, anxiety, flashbacks, and nightmares from their experience.
No puede ser. No puede ser, por favor, no puede ser.
Some contestants openly wished they hadn't participated while cameras were still rolling. Level of regret rarely seen in reality. Honestly, from an ethical standpoint, deepfake love represents a dangerous precedent for where our future is headed. Not just in TV, but in our entire world. The show is using non-consensual fabricated content to deliberately inflict emotional distress, possibly even destroying people's lives for the sake of entertainment. And it normalizes the entire thing, proving how easily deepfakes can be weaponized for emotional manipulation that could easily be taken advantage of by psychotic people looking to inflict harm on others' relationships. Netflix even developing the show is an insane thing to do, and it will surely only get
What the fuck is doing?
Level 6. Love is Blind. Netflix's Love is Blind presents itself as a romantic experiment where singles fall in love without seeing each other, but former contestants say that is not the way it truly is. The dating show isolates participants in windowless pods for 10 days, forcing them into a pressure cooker environment where they're expected to get engaged to strangers. What viewers don't see are the conditions that multiple former cast members now describe as deliberately manipulative and physically harmful. The show's structure relies on complete isolation from the outside world. They have to surrender their phones, lose internet access, and allow producers to control every aspect of their daily lives. They're confined to a 68,000 square foot dark soundstage where the only natural light comes from the bathroom breaks in trailers outside. One former contestant explained that producers do it on purpose because they're trying to break you. They want you on edge.
This whole entire experiment is designed to break you down to your most unreal damage version of yourself.
physical limits, with days stretching up to 20 hours, with most contestants getting roughly 4 hours of sleep per night. Jeremy Hartwell, who appears on season 2, calculated his effective hourly wage was $7.14 per hour, based on the grueling schedule and $1,000 weekly payment. His lawsuit against Netflix and the production companies detailed how contestants were regularly refused timely food and water, while alcohol flowed freely to encourage emotional volatility. During season 1, female contestants shared a single-room trailer filled with bunk beds and cockroaches. The cramped quarters were so uncomfortable that some women slept on mattresses on the floor, fearing the bunk beds might collapse. Of course, that just got them closer to the cockroaches. After complaints, production moved them to hotel rooms, but stationed guards in hallways to prevent contestants from leaving or interacting during designated sleep hours. This overwhelming prison environment caused one woman to faint during filming in the pods, reportedly from lack of food and water. Instead of providing medical attention, crew members administered a COVID test and immediately returned her to filming once it came back negative, not even giving her the water
Oh, kurwa.
she desperately needed.
They came in with this
Tak jo.
COVID protocol and gave Danielle a
My bad.
COVID test, which she
And that same woman later experienced panic episodes and expressed concerns about harming herself. She claimed producers
Už on se healuje, kamo. On se healuje, když do něj utačí, vole. Ty pičo. Brutal, kamo. Leona prostě. Ty pičo.
Situation is that the National Labor Relations Board recently classified Love is Blind contestants as employees rather than participants, opening the door for potential unionization and highlighting the extensive producer control over cast members. Hoarders. A&E's reality series Hoarders has documented countless cases of compulsive hoarding disorder since its 2009 debut, but 2 episodes from season 6 stand as the most disturbing content ever broadcast on the show. Shanna of Bothell, Washington, has the honor of holding what fans universally consider the worst hoard in the series' history. Most people on the show have homes full of typical clutter or possessions, but Shanna's house was worse. Every room contained bottles and buckets filled with human waste, because her toilet had been broken for years and she refused to call a plumber.
Actually, by the time
Vole.
you get into that, a dirty water jug is what that is. So that's what all those dirty water jugs are about.
The containers lined her house from floor to ceiling, some belonging to her now deceased mother, who had also lived in these conditions. Shanna casually ate food that had been contaminated with fecal matter, something she had done for 12 years without an understanding the health risks. When extreme cleaning specialist Matt Paxton explained that the smell came from waste rather than dust and mold, Shanna appeared genuinely surprised. She even wanted to consume one final contaminated meal before the biohazard team disposed of her food supply, comparing it to taking one last hit before getting clean. The episode traumatized longtime viewers who had watched the show for years, with some describing gagging throughout the entire episode, with one saying they finally had to use the skip button after years of watching hoarding shows. Clinical psychologist Dr. Robin Zazio ultimately determined Shannon wasn't capable of living independently and placed her in temporary housing with plans for permanent care.
Pičo, tak to je crazy.
Harry's case from season 6, episode 8, presents an equally
Tohle je
horrifying
fakt
scenario
čeka
involving
crazy.
animal hoarding. Her refrigerator and freezer contained over 100 dead cats, along with squirrels, chipmunks, and other animals she had collected over the years. Meanwhile, 50 live cats roamed her house in deplorable conditions. Harry claimed she wanted to help these animals and planned to have them cremated when she could afford it, but that just never happened. During the cleanup, specialists discovered that only 18 of the 50 living cats could be saved, while the rest required euthanasia due to untreatable respiratory issues from neglect. The show has never shown anything that surpassed these episodes in levels of pure WTF disgust. It seems perfectly happy to air out people's mental health issues for views. Level 7. Bad Girls Club. The Bad Girls Club is one of the few reality shows that went well beyond just making things uncomfortable and actively created an environment built to encourage violence
pičo, to nejde. Tím skurveným vole Sionem, vole. Mu vyjebat.
The premise of the show was to bring together a group of young women under the age of 30 with various personalities.
Omega ražednosti, let's go.
Confrontational and bad girl behavior.
Season 14, God, featured one of the most disturbing incidents in reality television history when production allowed other housemates to destroy the Claremont twins' Angela's belongings.
We'll be waiting for you at the door! At the door!
Kurva. OK. Jsme druzí, yes! Ale nevím, jestli to bude stačit, kámo.
Production crews filmed the entire destruction without intervention, allowing the perpetrators to give the Claremont twins' dogs laxatives, which took the whole thing much further than any other show would even consider. Season 11 showcased equally troubling behavior when multiple cast members attacked newcomer Higley in what quickly became a coordinated group beating. Production delayed any medical care and minimized the consequences for the attackers, prioritizing their own dramatic footage over safety. Former cast member Tiara revealed that producers explicitly instructed her not to intervene during fights because the production team wanted to see a
OK, good job.
They got that, aired it, and even that wasn't enough for them.
Protože teďka nemám flash.
Behind the scenes through phone calls to specific cast members, instructing them to target others for elimination. They would tell participants, somebody got to go because your season's going to be boring, and direct them to show them who's the boss. When cast member Kristen was during filming, production failed to provide immediate medical attention, only discovering her condition after sending her to the hospital the following day. Oxygen's legal team later contacted her demanding she retract statements about being, even though, according to her, that is exactly what happened. Production deliberately tampered with cast members' belongings, including placing foreign substances and contact lenses, while making participants believe dangerous chemicals were involved. They fostered environments fostering alcohol consumption and encouraged male guests to mistreat females, usually in a physically offensive manner. In other words,
Holy shit, vy jsme to vyhrali. God damn.
Perhaps the producers should be forced into a bad producers club show. Give them a taste of their own medicine. Extreme Sisters. TLC's Extreme Sisters premiered in 2021 with a promise to showcase the most obsessive and inseparable sibling relationships. Well, the reality series delivered on that promise in more ways than we could have expected. The show follows 5 pairs of sisters whose bonds stretch far beyond typical sibling relationships, creating scenarios that have sparked widespread disgust and concern among audiences.
Zase vydrž, kámo. Nejebetí, kámo. Víš?
Intimate medical
Co do prdele.
examination scene became one of the show's most unsettling moments. When Christina, pregnant with her 3rd child, decides she needs her cervix checked, she turns not to medical professionals, but to her sister.
When Jessica was pregnant, I mean, I checked her cervix, so I feel confident having her do the same thing for me. I've never checked a cervix before, but I mean, I've looked online.
Jessica admits she has never checked a cervix before, but claims she's looked online for guidance. Christina's reasoning for this choice reveals the depth of their boundary confusion. You have the same DNA as me. My is basically your anyway. Okay.
For me, I would much rather have my sister sticking her fingers up inside of me than a nurse, just a random stranger. It's like, okay, you're wearing gloves, like you have the same DNA as me. My basically your anyway.
The scene unfolds with Jessica donning gloves while giggling, then inserting her fingers into her sister's body as Christina lies on the makeshift nursing station. Jessica's commentary during the procedure makes it worse. I can't quote what she says, but, well, you should be thanking me for that. Viewers reacted with horror, with one commenting that besides being disturbing because of the sister thing, nobody should just randomly be checking a cervix at home with a glove that you just pulled out from under the kitchen sink. Equally problematic are the Australian twins Anna and Lucy DeSink, who share boyfriend Ben Byrne in what they describe as a completely equal romantic arrangement. The 35-year-old sisters, who call themselves the most identical twins in the world, have been dating Ben for over a decade. Their relationship involves all three sharing the same bed, with the understanding that whatever Ben does with one sister, he must immediately do with the other.
Never been no jealousy in this relationship. Ben treats us equally. He will never kiss Anna and not me. That's happened from day one in this relationship. He just knows to.
The twins became engaged to Ben in 2021, though Australian polygamy laws prevent them from legally marrying. Their arrangement extends beyond romance into every aspect of daily life as they work to maintain complete physical and behavioral identity with each other. Critics have questioned whether these relationships represent genuine lifestyle choices or exploitation by producers seeking shocking content. The show's executive producer Joshua Adams will discover how authentic these people are, but the boundary-crossing behavior consistently generates more concern than understanding, for the health of their genitals, if nothing else. If you still haven't had your fill of reality TV icebergs, then check out this video on the most disturbing Extreme Cheapskates episode. 22 disturbing My 600-Pound Life moments, 7 levels. From questionable diets to incurable medical disasters, I have compiled the ultimate iceberg of the most disturbing cases to ever come on My 600-Pound Life. In the beginning, things seem shocking but still manageable, but the deeper we go, the more
Ro.
Coming out to the light of day, we got many moons that are deep in place.
Ne. Ten měl fokusovat tu Sejuani, vole. Kurva.
Okay, ladies, I had a little surprise announcement. And so, most of this food, this is from a dumpster.
Crazy obsessions, 7 levels. This iceberg dives into some of the most disturbing obsessions featured on TLC's My Crazy Obsession. From surviving on a diet made entirely of dumpster food to raising 5,000 Cabbage Patch Kids as if they were real children, we've gathered some of the most unsettling and at times downright disgusting fixations from the show. Let's start at the tip of the iceberg. Disclaimer. Level 1. Mustard Addict. Barry Levinson is the former Assistant Attorney General of Wisconsin who was featured in an episode of My Crazy Obsession for the one reason none of us would have guessed, his love for the condiment mustard.
This is my son. This is everything to me.
On Season 2, Episode 6, titled Ketchup and Mustard, Barry Levinson showed up in all his yellow glory to not only showcase his love for mustard, but also promote it. He had been working as an assistant attorney general, but was pushed into a mustard addiction due to a Red Sox game. In October 1986, the Red Sox had lost the World Series against the New York Mets. Barry was completely inconsolable.
No fucking shit.
For a walk to clear his head. In the pursuit of something that would give him some peace, he stumbled across a mustard aisle in an all-nighter supermarket. According to Barry, he was quite literally beckoned towards the jars by a voice in his head saying, "If you collect us, they will come." And that was the beginning of his incurable addiction to mustard collecting.
Pretty much 24/7. This is what I do every day.
He would continue his work as an assistant attorney general, but would simultaneously collect mustard jars. His collection became so large that he was forced to eventually open a unironic museum in Wisconsin called National Mustard Museum. The place holds more than 5,000 different jars of mustard, all sourced from various different locations and manufacturers. But that's not even the strangest part. Having a collection is possibly one of the most normal things a person can do. It's what Barry uses his mustard for is what's very weird. The episode showcases Barry using the condiment for not only consumption, but also for brushing his teeth and shaving. He uses tubes of mustard toothpaste and jars as shaving cream. He also shows an intense aversion to ketchup and has apparently not tasted it for 30 years.
Why would I buy something that
Oh shit.
especially when there's the option of mustard?
His obsession with it is so deep-rooted that he is easily able to tell 2,500 brands of mustard apart with just one taste. Now that is one heck of a party trick. Nevertheless, it is a somewhat pointless talent to have and has consumed Barry's life very literally. His wife on the show wishes he'd taken on some sort of therapy just to develop a little bit of tolerance for other condiments and foods. It also gets exponentially darker when Barry implies that the mustard jars actually talk to him, which basically shows it's not a harmless quirk of his, but a deeper underlying problem that needs to be figured out sooner rather than later. So while his museum business is booming, there's always a catch with cases like these. Carrot Queen. ZZ Howell was featured on Season 1, Episode 6 of My Crazy Obsession because of her decades-old long obsession with a certain vegetable, the carrot.
My name is ZZ Howell, and I'm obsessed with carrots.
According to her, her love for it began 40 years ago when she was just 4 years old. She's been consuming carrots religiously ever since then, to the point where there was a time in her life where she actually changed her skin color to orange, a harmless condition known as caroteninemia, which leads to an increased orange pigment in the body known as beta-carotene. In high school, Zizi was known as the Carrot Woman. She eventually solidified her love for the vegetable by getting her entire body tattooed with it. There are 35 individual carrot tattoos on her body, including a 24-carat armband. But she did not limit herself to only eating or getting ink with her favorite vegetable. She began a carrot collection that eventually ended up with her having 1,000 distinct items as memorabilia. These items range from everyday household objects like carrot-shaped graters, plates, and candles to unique novelty pieces like special carrot plushies and furniture. One of her most prized possessions is a custom-made $4,000 carrot-shaped urn meant to keep her mother's ashes. Zizi claims she'd been saving for 4 years after her mother's passing just so she could keep her remains in a place that she feels emotionally connected to.
LOL.
What's even more mind-blowing is the fact that for the past 40
Jsme
years,
vyhráli LOL.
Zizi has mostly consumed only carrots. She eats them in 3 meals.
Oh, OK.
On top of that, her son also supports her in her strange vegetable pursuit.
A plamínky, hej, plamínky jsou dobré. To je good.
Being a ginger is a divine sign that's meant to strengthen her love for carrots. According to her, no one in their entire family has ever been a redhead, so her own son having a carrot top simply cannot be a coincidence. Even with everything Zizi already has, she aspires to collect more carrot-themed items than anyone, and has made it her life mission. Level 2. Ketchup Addict. Barry the Mustard Man's obsession with condiments isn't a unique once-in-a-lifetime fan. Ralph Finch from Michigan is exactly what Barry is, except his loyalties lie with another condiment, ketchup.
Ketchup. This ketchup, it goes with everything.
Ralph Finch was featured in the same episode as Barry for his intense love for ketchup. He's a copywriter and amateur stand-up comedian who first became addicted to the tomato sauce 44 years ago. According to Barry, his mother wasn't a very good cook, so he and his siblings had to rely on ketchup to make everything palatable.
Ketchup was important when I was growing up because my mother was a bad cook.
Eventually, the habit stuck and turned into an obsession he could not control. For the most part, Ralph's enthusiasm towards ketchup is fairly harmless. He just enjoys collecting memorabilia and likes to put it on everything he consumes, including sweets and cookies. He even puts ketchup on the side of his cat's food and prompts it to lick it off, which, by the way, is not safe for pets. Regardless, it's pretty tame. That is, until you find out that in 2007, Ralph cashed in his life insurance to fully dedicate all his assets into buying more ketchup. He used the money to find himself the rarest and most vintage bottle and crocks of the condiment. His antique bottle collection expanded to the point where he now owns 1,800 pieces of memorabilia. However, unlike other people on this list, Ralph's wife, Janet, fully supports her husband's strange quirk and sometimes even feeds into it. In the episode, Ralph and Janet dig up some very old ketchup crock pots from their collection and take it to a funeral home. They tell the officials there that they wish to have their ashes put inside these crock pots after their deaths. They even tell them to make some room for their cat so all three can share one crock pot turned urn.
And one last question.
The entire thing is portrayed as a comical sketch in the show, but if you think about it, it is slightly concerning how much this man's life revolves around such an insignificant thing. He himself says, "It gives me pleasure. It takes a fair chunk of my life." Wig-obsessed woman. Tamis Barron's episode on the show started off fairly normal. She was introduced as a woman with a passion for collecting wigs, often dressing to match a specific theme. On its own, it's hardly unusual. In fact, in today's influencer-driven world, collecting beauty products, even importing them, is practically mainstream. However, with Camus, things went a little extreme when it was revealed that she had been collecting wigs for over 20 years and had around 2,000 pieces in her wig room.
I would say I buy them. I want one of every color, every style.
Over the past 20 years, Tamis Berry has collected more than 2,000 wigs.
Tamis shared that her love for wigs started in childhood when her aunt would pass down her old ones for her to keep. Over time, that early fascination with hair grew into a real-life passion. By her 20s, she had become a hairdresser and was finally able to fully embrace her love for weaves. That is until that love got to a point where it couldn't be controlled anymore. Tamis now spends hours every day styling, curling, washing, and cutting her wigs. She has spent over $100,000 on them and has no plans to stop anytime soon. She's also named most of them based on her friends.
I created that myself. I like to name them after my friends. This one is the old name.
Candace revealed that she never left her house without a wig on. In fact, even for a short outing, she would pack at least 3 wigs to change throughout the day. She would also dress according to the theme of the wig, not the other way around. Thankfully, most people in her life were highly supportive of her bizarre addiction. Her friends occasionally come over to her place just to put on her different wigs for fun. Additionally, her long-term boyfriend of 6 years is also fully aware of the extent of Tamis's love for her wigs. He claims to have never worn one before dating her, but is now used to them.
Before I met Tamis, I never really wore wigs. For now, I'm just putting that on the back burner for now.
However, things do take a slightly unexpected turn when the episode dives deeper into their relationship dynamic. In one quirky yet oddly sweet scene, Tamis puts on a stereotypical male outfit complete with a short wig. On the other hand, she makes her boyfriend slip into a woman's dress and long wig. The two head to a restaurant, share a dance, and have a good time. Then, in an unexpected twist of role reversal, Tamis drops to one knee to propose. It's very unconventional, sure, but it does show how deep-rooted wigs and dressing up is in Tamis's life. The last we hear of Tamis, we find out she has her own online wig shop called Baron Unlimited, where she sells her weaves in addition to other beauty products and jewelry. Level 3. Raggedy Ann. Raggedy Ann dolls and those associated with the likes of the haunted doll Annabelle have not had the most flattering reputation. While these dolls are cute, they're not exactly something one would want to flood their house with. However, Robin Amanto, with her 3,000 Raggedy Ann doll items, proves otherwise. Unlike some other entries on this list, Robin's obsession did not begin from a childhood trauma or memory. In fact, her love for her Raggedy dolls started at the ripe age of 40. On the show, she was 58 years old, which gives her just under 20 years to really go all out. Her obsession, however, was not just limited to collecting the dolls, but also dressing up as them.
This room is my quiet place. I have a ritual. I can come in here, I can talk to my Raggities, I can tell them about my day.
She is widely referred to as Raggedy Robin because of how often she dresses up as a Raggedy doll and would walk around her neighborhood. However, even that isn't as bad as what she does next. Her commitment to the craft exceeds any societal limits, which she manifests through going around every house in the vicinity to recruit people for her Raggedy cause.
She is a wonderful doll, and I collect Raggedy Ann and Andy items. I'd like to tell you about some of the virtues. Quick, do you have a moment?
She goes door to door, rings their bells, and asks them to come to her house for a tea party, where she would basically give her audience a lecture on Raggedy Ann dolls and their history. As cute as this sounds, we should all be aware of the fact that this is highly dangerous. Not only the part where she invites strangers to her house, but also where she herself is in a getup that might even be taken as threatening. The entire shtick goes even further when her husband Tony comes into the picture. Tony has already completely given up to his wife's compulsions and has even helped her expand her already monumental collection. The problem here is he's being forced
idea that I'm going to have a nightmare of all these red-headed dolls attacking me.
On top of that, Robin has this whole ritual in her day where she spends hours setting up her dolls in a particular way and having a tea party with them. During those tea parties, she puts on her Raggedy Robin alter ego, plays music on her music box, and has entire full-blown conversations with her assembly of dolls. What's worse is that during that time, it feels very hard to identify whether Robin is doing this as a gimmick or is genuinely under the impression that her dolls are talking to her. Disturbingly, feels a lot like the latter. So while Robin's devotion to her dolls can be seen as deeply personal, no one can deny the creepy and emotionally unstable undertones of it. But hey, if you're looking for a safer obsession, subscribing to our channel is a good place to start. Janet Edwards appeared in my crazy obsession for her love for the Disney character Mickey Mouse. While she had been obsessed with him since childhood, her real compulsion began in 1974 when her husband took her out to Disneyland for their honeymoon. That was when Janet fell in love with the character and decided to turn her entire life upside down.
He's everything you want in a perfect person. I'm not crazy, but I do have an obsession with Mickey Mouse. I have to admit it.
For 30 years, she dedicated her life to collecting some of the most insignificant and mundane Mickey Mouse merch and memorabilia. Things like random stickers, pictures, flimsy keychains are all treasure for Janet. Her obsession takes a wild turn when it's revealed in the episode that she has been to Disneyland more than 200 times. In fact, she continues to one-up herself and has religiously visited the Mickey Mouse Theater 3 times every week. Initially, when she first fell in love with Mickey Mouse, her husband didn't think much of it. He promised her he was going to bring her to
330? What? To mam Google'a, ne?
However, they were
Te
living in
Google.
Puerto Rico at the time and had to travel more than 1,000 miles to do so. Eventually, she pushed her husband into moving to a place that was only a few hours away from the theme park. Even then, Janet wasn't satisfied because she couldn't go there every day. She eventually uprooted her entire family and moved them to a condo in Celebration, Florida, which was only 10 minutes away from her favorite place. But even that isn't the strangest part in all of this. The strangest part, and definitely the more unsettling aspect of it, is the fact that Janet genuinely believes she has an emotional and romantic relationship with the cartoon mouse. She's quite literally jealous of the Minnie Mouse mascots at the theater and fully believes the Mickey Mouse mascot is real.
She doesn't admit it, but I think she's a little jealous of Minnie.
Mickey is my mouse friend, and I'm his girlfriend.
She walks around supermarkets not only to collect more memorabilia, but also to get her hands on certain Mickey Mouse signs that are part of the infrastructure. In fact, in the episode, you can clearly see her begging a supermarket employee to give her the Mickey Mouse sign on one of their aisles. When the employee refuses, she throws a full-blown tantrum. Additionally, Janet refuses to throw away any of her Mickey Mouse collectibles, no matter how bad of shape they're in. In 2006, she had a Guinness World Record for having the largest documented Mickey Mouse collection. That particular record was broken twice by Janet herself. By 2016, she had over 10,000 different items, including puzzles, plushies, keychains, and even antenna toppers and gold balls. And while her family does try to accommodate her as much as they can, there are times when even they have their limits. Her daughter has reportedly called her hobby a sickness. Janet herself acknowledges that it's a disease, but refuses to get help. Little Mermaid. Eric Descharmes was featured in episode 2 of the second season of My Crazy Obsession. At the time, he was a 22-year-old with an intense love for mermaids. However, with Eric's obsession, things got a bit more
Jo vyhraje.
practical. Instead of wasting hundreds
A
of
blbec si myslím.
thousands of dollars on mermophilia, Eric took a more artistic route. He manifested his love for mermaids by designing his own mermaid tails and acting out the part. His devotion to the mythical creature was so
Haltak már.
that he was willing to change his entire lifestyle in order to stay true to it. In the episode, Eric says that he's been obsessed with the idea of mermaids since his parents first took him to Weeki-Wachi Springs State Park.
My fascination
They
with
are
mermaids started
dead.
when I was just a really young kid. My grandparents took me to Weeki-Wachi Springs, which is a mermaid amusement park in Florida.
This was when he was only 3 years old. At the age of 6, he began designing his own mermaid tails with plastic bags and leftover cloth. At the time, his mother thought it was just a phase and that he would grow out of it after a few years. But even now, Eric is just as much into mermaids as he was decades earlier.
He says, I'm trying to make a mermaid tail. I was like, it's all fine, it's just a fad. I'll get through this. I'll get interested in other things. And it turned out not to be a fad.
Unlike other people in Denver, Eric decided he was going to pursue his dreams of becoming a mermaid. At the age of 16, he played the role of the prince from My Little Mermaid at the Weeki-Wachi Springs, making it his first successful win at achieving his dreams. Eric's tails are all handmade. He's set up his tail studio in his garage and spends around 50 hours a week there perfecting the most realistic mermaid tails.
GG.
Additionally, on the show, he
Holy fuck.
every 3 weeks
To bylo crazy.
tails in the Florida Springs.
Crazy hra.
His mother
Damn.
and his partner, while considerably worried for him, are also extremely supportive of his dreams. On the show, he also auditions for a role at a nearby mermaid aquarium, but fails. According to the judges, his performance is a bit too realistic and sensual for kids who simply want bright colors and big smiles. Also, his tail is considerably more lifelike and darker than what people at the aquarium are used to. So while most people fail because of being bad, Eric failed because he was too good.
Unfortunately, at this time, the aquarium just doesn't have a demand for mermen to join our team of mermaids.
Thankfully, Eric would eventually go on to open his own mermaid tailoring business and would later become one of the most accomplished mermaid tail designers in the industry. But that did not come without its own sacrifices and sob stories. Troll Takeover. Michelle Cairns appeared on episode 8 of season 2 because of her very unusual obsession with an object most people would consider unpleasant to look at. However, for Michelle, her love for troll dolls began precisely because
they're so ugly that they're cute.
She's a gymnastics instructor from Los Angeles who began collecting trolls when she was only 10 years old. Her first troll doll was a gift from her best friend and is still with her to this day. She currently has a massive library of these dolls that offer 3,000 different variations. This collection spans dozens of styles and years, with the oldest doll being from the 1960s.
This was a special one because my really good friend Al made this for me when I thought I would never have a two-headed troll way back in the day.
Her collection is so large that it occupies multiple spaces in her house, to her family's dismay. She's converted an entire spare bedroom into her troll sanctuary where she spends hours on end dressing up and playing with her dolls. She also keeps her collection in closets, in her daughter's bedroom, and even in the refrigerator. Michelle's attachment to the dolls goes well beyond display. She owns multiple troll-themed clothing, including a bikini, which she actively wears at work. Her most uncanny possession is a troll mask that she dons on whenever she wears her bikini. While her family does find it hilarious, it's also slightly unsettling and weirdly graphic.
My mom is crazy obsessed with troll dolls. She's been collecting troll dolls before I was born. It's kind of everywhere.
Her dedication to her collection forces her to visit pawn shops and stores at least 4 times a week. Her ultimate goal is to find every troll doll, unique or not, and add it to her collection. This has drastically soured the relationship between her and her husband. Her troll dolls not only occupy their house, but also her mind. On the show, she admits that she wants to turn his man cave into another room for her trolls. While this obsession is fairly harmless to most people around her, Michelle's life is shaped by this collection in a way that blurs boundaries between hobby and everyday reality. Level 4. Newborn Baby Dolls. Lynn Katsaris lives in Arizona and has spent over a decade building a collection of lifelike vinyl dolls. Unlike so many other entries in this iceberg, she doesn't just collect the dolls, but actually makes them from scratch. For her, these dolls are her reborn babies she makes from kits or molds. She paints them layer by layer and even adds freckles, spit bubbles, and even drool to their faces. She also buys extremely expensive mohair for them that she roots into the doll's scalp strand by strand. For her, realism is essential. The goal is for each doll to look and feel like a real newborn.
Realism, that's the goal. The more realism you can get, the better it is.
In the My Crazy Obsession episode, viewers see how often Lynn works on these dolls. She has around 1,800 of these dolls in her house, all handmade by her. The show reveals that while it takes an average artist a long time to create a doll with this much realism, it takes Lynn only 1 day. All her dolls have their own unique name, personality, and a reason for existing. One was named after her own son because it reminded her of him.
He looks like my oldest son, Bobby, so I named him Bobby. This little one we call Egghead because of the shape of his head.
She admitted to spending around $25,000 on materials and devoted 10 to 15 hours a week to this work. Her process for inspiration, however, is slightly unhinged and maybe even problematic. In the show, she reveals that in order to get more ideas for her dolls, she frequently visits maternity wards to study how newborns look, move, and breathe. Or at least she did before she got banned and they threatened to call the cops on her. The weirdest thing is, Lynn cannot seem to figure out why this is a bad thing.
I don't know why, of all the nerve.
While she doesn't actively sell her pieces, she does partake in voluntary work occasionally. In the episode, she's shown to make a baby Jesus doll for the local church. And in a slightly deranged twist, is also asked to copy an actual baby because that child's grandmother wishes to immortalize his infant days. So again, while most of Lynn's work is considerably harmless, the disturbing undertones of it just cannot be denied. Flashback to the 50s. Doris Mayday is a Las Vegas-born pinup model who appeared in the My Crazy Obsession episode House of Dolls and Flashback to the 50s. She's known for living her life in the 1950s, not as a tribute to its culture, but literally as though the 1950s never ended. Everything she owns and does, including her wardrobe, home, car, and daily routine, is scarily rooted in that era.
Everything I own is made between 1949 and 1959. From my couch, even my TV, my kitchen table, my bedroom set, my curtains, everything is 1950s.
Her connection to that era began when she was introduced to black and white films and 50s music by her parents. As a kid, Doris was slightly overweight, which got her extensively bullied by her peers. She felt out of place everywhere, and the 1950s aesthetics were the only thing that gave her a sense of belonging. To her, the societies of those years were classy, soft, and respectful, something she was having trouble finding in her own life.
So I have my 50s bubble just because I don't really like what my generation does. I don't like their music. I usually don't like the way that they treat people. I don't like the way they dress.
Her dedication to vintage living extends to every aspect of her home. Every item, including decor and electronics, is from the 1950s. In fact, Doris is fanatically against the idea of using technology and even stops her boyfriend from using a phone. Her wardrobe entirely consists of clothes thrifted and bought from the 1930s through the 1950s. She refuses to wear anything modern and is fine with putting herself through inconvenience if it means staying true to her lifestyle. In the episode, she's even shown wearing plastic bags over her shoes instead of switching to modern footwear.
Today, it's an 8.5, and so she's had to improvise.
I'd rather get frostbite on my toes than wearing some ugly modern jeans.
She says she'd rather get frostbite than put on something ugly from the current fashion trends. At times, it almost stops being quirky and starts feeling a little unnatural. But hey, as long as she's not supporting the part of the 50s that was pretty against civil rights, you go ahead and live your best life, Doris. Level 5. Eating from a dumpster. Kelly Athena's habit of dumpster diving does not stem from advocacy for some social cause or financial restraints. It It simply comes from the fact that she likes doing it and has been doing it for 4 years.
Když to je kolem mě. Aha, ty projektily jsou kolem mě. Šťupek hovnu, ježiši. Kurva. Co je to?
Everything in her pantry comes from the dumpster and is expired or rotten one way or another. It's her only form of nourishment and is portrayed as a lifestyle that she plans to maintain long term. Or at least that's how it's portrayed in the show. Because her particular segment provides no real backstory, neither does it hint towards some ideological commitment. All she says throughout the episode is that she's rescuing the food.
Most people think I'm the crazy one because I'm going to dumpster, rescuing stuff, and eating it.
And frankly, this can be looked at as a commendable effort to reduce waste and save more money. In fact, it's revealed that she saved around $125,000 worth of food in her dumpster excursions. But it gets morally gray when it's revealed that she feeds her husband and her guests the same salvaged food against their will. In the episode, she's seen hosting a dinner party where she feeds her guests a 4-month-old pizza topped with cheese that has gone bad 2 weeks ago. She blurs the lines drastically between consent and only reveals to them her little secret after they've consumed the food.
Okay, ladies, I have a little surprise announcement. And so, most of this food, this is from the dumpster. Yes.
Her husband does not show the same enthusiasm for her dumpster diving. He even chooses to stay anonymous throughout the segments because he's embarrassed of her habits and refuses to be associated with her. He claims that he's scared the police will catch her salvaging through one of the dumpsters and she'll get in trouble. While she does extensively claim most of it is fresh and fine, the labels on them say otherwise. And say what you want about the validity of expiration dates, but have you ever smelled a dumpster? It smells almost as bad as Subway. Frankly, I'm not eating food from either. A man who loves eating bugs. If you thought dumpster diving and eating bad food was weird, wait till you meet David Grayson, an English teacher from Providence, Rhode Island, who has gained notoriety not for his great teaching skills, but because his diet has consisted solely of bugs for the past 12 years. David's segment in My Crazy Obsession also begins with little to no background on his strange habits. He's been eating insects as a daily routine for many years and has no plans to stop. In fact, in the show, he claims to have eaten at least 5,000 different species of creepy crawlers. These include various types of cockroaches, scorpions, fly pupae, and grasshoppers. Every week, he goes out with his handy-dandy insect net and collects as many insects as he can find. In order to prepare for consumption, David doesn't kill them in the traditional way, but
yes, sir.
use a painless death. He then either eats them or stores them in his basement freezer.
I've had some success with taking one of these guys and putting it on a leaf of endive with a nice little scoop of goat cheese and a drizzle of honey.
During the time he was featured on the show, David claimed to have around 12,000 bugs in his freezer. All of them were stored in Ziploc bags and looked as unappetizing as it sounds. He's well aware of the fact that this makes him stand out and even be labeled as crazy among his peers. However, his argument for consuming land bugs is the fact that eating sea bugs like lobsters and shrimp is okay. Why do people show a double standard with land bugs? He cannot stand behind the idea of one type being broadly accepted while others are being shunned. Personally, I don't like either. Even beyond the show, David has very actively advocated for entomophagy, the act of eating bugs. He's given multiple fairly influential talks at theaters and has even appeared on platforms like TEDx Cambridge.
What you'll find is that in strict numbers, insects will compete with or outcompete any human care.
For him, eating insects isn't an obsession, it's an awareness campaign for a more sustainable and efficient form of protein. He takes the example example of a grasshopper. It's a nutritionally rich form of protein that is lower in fats and higher in vitamins compared to other forms of meat. He says that insect farming is far more viable and climatically beneficial than, say, raising cows and other livestock. Despite his fairly understandable perspective, his wife just cannot seem to get on board with his lifestyle. She's scared it's already turned into an obsession he cannot control, and most of what we see in the episode sort of testifies to her fears. It's almost like David just can't help but eat bugs. Level 6. The woman who loves rats more than people. Chantel Banks was featured in the first episode of Season 2 of My Crazy Obsession, not because of some strange memorabilia collection or obsession with eating something unconventional, but because she was in love with rats.
My name is Chantel Banks, and I'm crazy obsessed about my rats.
On the show, Chantel is a middle-aged woman who shares her 2-bedroom apartment with 19 of her pet rats. All 19 of them are named and have quirks that only Chantel can tell apart. She calls them her extended family, going as far as saying that she loves rats more than she loves people.
I do.
This can be proven from the fact that before Chantel lived alone, she was married for 11 years. However, when her husband simply could not accept her growing rat family, he gave her a choice. Chantel decided the best course of action would be to move out with her animals to a place where they won't be judged, even by the people closest to them. She believes they offer her a kind of acceptance no human can. My rats don't judge me. When I cry, they lick my tears. In the apartment, Chantel lives with her 16-year-old son, who apparently likes her rats just as much as she does. Apart from the very big elephant in the room about her parents' doomed relationship, things are fine for the most part. However, in a slightly triggering scene in the episode, Chantel's husband asks her when they're going to get back together. It is a sentiment that she dismisses entirely.
A short-term arrangement that we've got here now, and then we can get back together.
You know what? Your dreams of hoping that our marriage is going to work out are going to be completely shattered.
Again, all of Chantel's rats have their own names and are defined by their own quirks. Burger likes to eat. Janice loves to kiss. Lily is my jumper. However, naturally, with pets as small and prone to diseases as rats, the caretaking isn't only limited to emotional sentiments. Taking medical care of each and every one of Chantel's rats has cost her over $10,000, a number that just keeps on growing. On her segment on the show, she's shown to take one of her female rats to the vets because of a life-threatening tumor. While the surgery is initially successful, the rat Blossom does eventually end up passing away. It's an event that's both distressing to witness through the scene and also very mentally taxing to go through in real life. Chantel and even her son are clearly distraught after the passing of their beloved pet. This just goes to show that while people are judging Chantel for her life choices, the dedication she has shown to these creatures is commendable. She positions herself as extremely devoted to them, to the point where she's willing to sacrifice anything to make sure they're okay. Whether that's disturbing or admirable is completely up to you to decide. Woman spends 10 hours a day looking for celebrities. Vanessa Sky Ellis, featured on Season 2, Episode 2 of My Crazy Obsession, was a 25-year-old bartender from New York who built her life around collecting celebrity pictures.
This whole entire box is full of a whole bunch of celebrities. I have about 20, 30 different boxes.
However, the difference between her and other celebrity collectors is the fact that Vanessa didn't indulge in posters or merch. She actually made it her life mission to go and personally meet celebrities to snap a picture with them. On the episode, she's portrayed as a celebrity spotter who does bartending at night simply because she needs her daytime free. And that's to follow celebrities around and ask for their autographs and pictures. Vanessa's little hobby was a direct result of her mother being a very prominent celebrity spotter as well. She recalls that her mother would go out in the early hours of the morning and wouldn't return for hours until she actually got her celebrity picture. Sadly, her mother passed away 6 years before the episode aired, ending up with Vanessa inheriting that habit. So, in a strange, twisted way, Vanessa does what she does as a way to keep her mother's memory alive. We can clearly see from her interview how much her mother's death is still affecting her.
She always lived her life to the fullest. So, with her, I always want to make sure that I live my life to the fullest.
To be quite honest, Vanessa doesn't really come off as creepy or predatory. Whenever she meets a celebrity, she's very respectful towards them and keeps a distance so as not to make them uncomfortable. However, that is not the detrimental part of her obsession. It's the part where she spends almost 12 hours every day in order to spot any celebrity she can recognize. She doesn't distinguish between the types. They could be A-listers, B-listers, and even C-listers. In fact, her catalog of more than 10,000 pictures includes politicians, sportsmen, and anyone remotely famous. Her collection of 10,000 pictures is divided into more than 40 boxes littered all throughout her apartment. Her obsession is so surreal that she even packs adult diapers with her in order to not miss any moment with her celebrity. She follows more than 200 famous people on her social media and is fully integrated into the very meticulous paparazzi system in New York. She's made certain connections that inform her of her morbid whereabouts. So naturally, no matter how normal she tries to come across, this intense need for validation from a popular stranger is not okay. So much so that she bases her entire life around doing it. People on the internet have mixed reactions about her behavior. Some find her dangerous and stalkerish, while others find what she does harmless with a quirky obsession. Ultimately, the principle of the entire act just does not sit right with people. Raising dolls as their own son. Collecting in itself isn't dangerous and can even be considered a fairly productive hobby. However, when that hobby starts affecting your real life to the point where you cannot differentiate between fiction and reality, that's where things really start getting messed up. Pat and Joe Posey were featured in the first episode of the first season of My Crazy Obsession for their complete devotion to collecting Cabbage Patch Kids. At first, the segment seems like a typical entry for the show, but things take a dark turn when it was revealed that the couple genuinely believed their Cabbage Patch dolls were their real kids.
Morning, kids. Let's make sure everybody's okay here.
Did you guys behave yourself last night?
Everything became even more wild when their collection of 5,000 tiny dolls was shown. In the show, Pat and Joe shared that they currently have around 5,000 to 6,000 Cabbage Patch Kids,
To je crazy, kámo.
all named and accounted for. Their obsession first began in 1986 and has only grown to an extreme since. They've been treating these dolls as their real kids to the extent that in their house, they're not allowed to use the word dolls for them. Both Pat and Joe refer to them as their children and actively converse with them like one would with a child.
Okay, guys, now don't want you up all night. We'll see you in the morning. Good night.
Their 6,000 kids have their own buildings that cost them more than $200,000 to build. In fact, Joe reveals on the show that they've spent well over $1 million on their babies. The upkeep alone for these dolls costs them $1,000 every month, including fees for their specialized air-conditioned rooms.
Anybody here? No.
Já totálně píču, kámo, tady tohle je, vole, disgusting. Zas oni, kámo.
Joe and Pat themselves live in a trailer attached to the doll's warehouse. They can name and identify all 6,000 of the dolls and have given them just as much devotion as a parent would their children. Their one adult daughter, while mostly indifferent, does seem a little bothered by her parents calling their favorite doll, Kevin, her brother. Kevin is not my brother, she clarifies. Calling their obsession as some extreme form of a collector's hobby would be an understatement. Their devotion to their dolls treads into something highly unnerving, close to the likes of almost having an identity crisis. Level 7. The Amazing Squirrel. Kelly Foxton from Florida is a former country singer who was featured on My Crazy Obsession because of her unusual fixation on her pet squirrel called Sugarbush. Her segment starts off as quite tame and only presents Kelly as a normal, albeit somewhat eccentric, exotic pet. However, the more you advance through it, the more you realize there is something inherently odd about the way Kelly treats her squirrels. Kelly reveals on the show that her obsession with squirrels started when she was just a child. Her father had once brought home a baby flying squirrel for her to take care of, and her little habit boiled into her adulthood life, where she rescued a baby squirrel in 2001 and named her Sugarbush.
And my father brought home a little baby flying squirrel to me one day, and I fell in love, and I've had that love ever since.
However, what started as caring for an animal turned into a full-blown lifestyle centered around photographing the
super hra,
squirrel in
kurva.
hundreds of costumes and elaborate
Úžasná
sets.
hra.
Something
God
that makes
damn.
even the most seasoned models uncomfortable and unhappy. Foxton and her husband both claim that they treat the squirrel as their child.
We gave Sugarbush as much love as anybody I think could give any kid or any child. I think it was probably the right fit for both of us.
But frankly, the image portrayed on the show was more of a prop than a living being. In fact, Kelly particularly treats Sugarbush as some sort of celebrity rather than a pet. Her husband, on the other hand, works 3 high-end jobs to support her addiction while getting the squirrel all bejeweled and dressed up. Despite that, there are still times when they struggle financially because of the sheer amount of money Kelly spends on Sugarbush's aesthetics. She herself claims she spent almost $500,000 on the outfits, photo shoots, and props. The entire living room and multiple spare rooms have been collectively turned into a photo studio for the squirrel's photo shoots. Where she would dress it up and somehow make it pose in different ways for the camera, the squirrel often dressed up as everything from historical figures to holiday mascots. A normal question that would come out of an obsession this intense would be, what would happen if Sugarbush was to inevitably pass away? Well, it turns out that Kelly has had multiple Sugarbushes over the past couple of years who somehow happened to die. She's created a small cemetery for them in her backyard where she takes the current Sugarbush every day to pay respects.
We're going to pay our respects and visit all the other little
Ciao,
squirrels
ciao.
in their little cemetery. You want to say goodbye to all the baby squirrels that died before you?
So, it's safe to assume that
A
Kelly's
dostáváme k
emotional
narodeniny.
loyalties do not lie with the pet itself, but what it can do as a prop. And although the Sugarbush's pictures are adorable beyond doubt, they do not take away from the unsettling nature of this strange segment. Kelly has not only blurred the line between devotion and dependency, but has also taken animal exploitation to an entirely new level.
Mickey.
No.
No, on mluví taky, nekecaj.
Jsem říkal ahoj.
Ti to nezaregistroval mikrák asi v tom případě.
V případě je moc potichu.
Where their unusual dedication to taxidermy left many viewers unsettled. Unlike casual collectors or professional taxidermists, the Smiths are a trio of self-taught professionals who do what they do simply because they're compelled to. The worst part is they don't preserve animals for the sake of it, meaning they're not some kind of nature lovers who perform taxidermy as respect to deceased animals. They're active hunters who kill animals just so they can stuff them and display them in their living
Smíšený
room.
pocity.
In other words, their little hobby is simply a cruel
Nasranej,
excuse
že
for
ty
them
on
to
prohráli.
kill more animals.
A překvapený z toho, že G2 vyhráli.
G2 vyhráli proti T1, Ty pičo, tak to je kruté.
Ne. G2 hráli do BLG, T1 hráli do Genji.
Je tak. Tam vlastně Korejci šli proti sobě, ne? Genji je Korejci, ne? Tak to je husté, no. Crazy losování. Jsem něco viděl.
Však teď teda, vole, budou hrát, vole, že jo, to Evropa proti Evropě, Mad Lions proti Fnatiku. A to kdo to vypadne.
Mad Lions hraje Humanoid? What?
No.
Tak to Mad Lions prohraje. Já jsem si říkal, jsem viděl, že...
Navíc poslední dobou hrál ve Fnatic.
Aha. A já jsem viděl, že...
Kurva dlouho nehrál v Mad Lions.
To je strašně dávno, že jsem se díval na e-sporty. Asi 2019 možná hrál. 20. Prý ten T1 top laner to posral. nehrál dobře.
Was aired, these three had amassed around
Ten čaj nebo co jmenuje? Čaj nebo jak to... Nevím, jestli to je od jedno.
U T1 na to pohraje Doran.
Aha, tak někdo, asi někdo jiný to byl. Nějaký shy top laner. To paintil, jsem viděl nějaké klipy.
Tohle, co se hrálo dneska, ale tak to byl trošku draft gap, no.
If you're still curious about more bizarre obsessions, why not dive into our iceberg on My Strange Addiction?
Teďka koukám, jak hrajou 100 Thieves, vole, do Hanvy.
V roce 2022 svět očarovala Wednesday. Tmavá gotická estetika, Adamsova rodina, mix teen žánru a hororu, ikonický taneček a hlavně Jenna Ortega. Během pár měsíců z ní byla největší hvězda nové generace. Ale za touhle raketovou kariérou se skrývají roky a roky práce. Ahoj, já jsem Luke a tohle je příběh všemi milované tváře Wednesday, Jenny Ortegy. Jenna Ortega se narodila 27. září.
Ty volá, kdo hraje na pol, není, že se to načítá 200 let.
Jako čtvrtá ze 6
Někdo má
sourozenců.
wooden
Její táta
PC.
byl bývalý šerif, který dneska pracuje pro státní zastupitelství a je mexického původu. Máma, která dělá zdravotní sestru na pohotovosti, je napůl Mexičanka a napůl Portoričanka, takže kulturně má docela rozmanitý základ. Její prababička byla dokonce nelegální přistěhovalkyně ze Sinaloy a děda pochází přímo z Portorika.
Zeus je
Žena
6
vyrůstala v
15
Latintě
ale.
a jak sama o
Co
sobě říká,
prdele.
byla jako malá dost hlasitá a extrovertní. Už v 6 letech začala cítit, že jí srdce táhne k herectví.
Zeus hrál
Její máma jí to ale
nad,
zatrhla,
jako
protože
Zeus
viděla,
byl u
jak
T1,
tohle
ne?
biznis dokáže být
T1.
krutý. A to hlavně pro dětské
Jo, no.
herce. Máma si ji tak snažila
Kde se
rozptýlit
dá,
jinýma
minulý
koníčkama,
rok.
například fotbalem. Ten Jennu hodně uchvátil, až to vypadalo, že tohle bude její cesta, no a snu o herectví se na chvíli vzdala. Ale osud si i tak našel vlastní cestu. Po 3 letech její máma udělala jednu zásadní věc. Koupila jí knížku takových hereckých monologů.
Se divím, že
kde si
ty
Jenna
jedna
mohla
prohráli,
trénovat
vole.
hraní
Fakt,
různých
píč,
situací.
já tam moje pikem sopek hovnu
Její
teďka.
máma
Já to
nahrala
další
video,
nechám,
kdy
opejka,
devítiletá Jenna
kámo.
jeden z těchto monologů recituje. Měla to být reakce na to, že její máma má rakovinu. Přidala k tomu ještě popisek ve stylu něco jako
Že jsme ve hře už.
malou drama queen.
Nejsme.
Jsme.
My jsme ve hře? Mám 87%. Aha. Lol, kam je to buglo. What the fuck.
Dostal se Hearthstone kostou, že?
No a to video si nějakým způsobem
Let's
dostalo
go.
ke castingovému
To je huge.
režisérovi, no a boom, najednou měla Jenna
Strefady.
agenta. A tak
Klidně vyšel
začalo
koga.
šílenství. Ale ne úplně takové, že najednou Jenna byla obsazovaná do jedné role za druhou. Máma ji začala vozit na castingy do Los Angeles. Jenomže LA bylo poměrně daleko a cesta kolikrát trvala i 6 hodin. No a vraceli se ještě ten den. Tohle postupovali až 5krát týdně. Ale prostě nic není zadarmo. No a Jenna si je začala uvědomovat,
No.
jak málo rolí se píše pro dívky latinskoamerického původu. No a když už tam nějaký byl, prý nevypadala tak, jak by měla. A to jí začalo nahlodávat sebevědomí. Dokonce přemýšlela, že si obarví vlasy na blond, aby líp zapadla. První rok se držela jenom u reklam, ale i tak se jí povedlo do nějakých dostat a dokonce 3krát po sobě hrála v reklamě pro McDonald's.
Tak to na piču. My bad.
První nereklamní role získala v roce 2012, kdy se objevila v sitcomu Rob. No a hned potom si ještě střihla malou roli v jedné epizodě Kriminálky New York. Nic velkého,
Když jsem prostě
ale
freeznul
se
obraz a jak
11
jsem kliknul, tak jsem byl ve hře
to
už.
byla obrovská věc.
To jo,
No
kámo.
o rok později se poprvé objevila ve filmu. I když to nebylo úplně nic velkého.
Dostal se Hearthstone,
Zahrála
tak
v
špatně.
Iron Manovi 3, kde hrála dceru amerického viceprezidenta. To byla ta holčička, která tam sedí na vozíku a neměla nohu. Ale ta role byla tak malá, byla tam vloženě fakt jenom na vteřinu, že ani její jméno není uvedené v titulcích. Což jí trošku naštvalo, ale k tomu se dostaneme až za moment. Ve stejném roce, tedy v jejich 11 letech, se poprvé objevila v hororu, který vlastně celou její kariéru bude dál silně provázet. Zahrála si menší roli v Insidious 2. Tím se pomalu začínala dostávat do podvědomí, ale pořád to byly jenom nějaké vedlejší menší role, nic prostě velkého, žádná hlavní role. No ale potom přišel docela velký zlom. A to v roce 2016, kdy dostala hlavní roli v Disney Channel seriálu Stuck in the Middle, u nás známý jako Život uprostřed. Hrála Harley Diaz, vynalézavou dívku uprostřed 7 sourozenců, což bylo v podstatě hodně podobné i její rodině, protože Jenna pochází z 6 sourozenců. Dokonce v jednom ze spotů pro tenhle seriál řekla, že kdyby její filmová rodina nebo seriálová rodina byla týden, ona by byla středa. Wednesday.
My family was a week. I'd be Wednesday. I'm Wednesday.
Chápete? Náhoda? Nemyslím si. No a přesně tady začala opravdu zářit. Sama Jenna později řekla, že obsazení do seriálu byl jedním z jejich nejlepších dnů v životě. Inspiraci brala přímo ze své vlastní rodiny a prý to celé působilo skoro až jako reality show, protože se v tom tolik viděla. Seriál měl úspěch. Kritici vyzdvihovali její komediální načasování a přirozenost. A za Život uprostřed si odnesla i 3 nominace na Image Awards. A v roce 2018 jednu z nich vyhrála. Po letech Jenna upřímně přiznala, že natáčení bylo ale mnohem divočejší a zvláštnější, než by kdokoliv čekal. Prý tam občas vypukly hádky mezi dětmi. A to ne úplně proto, že by měli problémy sami mezi sebou, ale protože se hádali jejich rodiče. V jednu chvíli to zašlo až tak daleko, že na plac museli přivést terapeuta. Jo, makali, že skupinové terapie s celým obsazením, aby vůbec mohli začít natáčet další epizody. No a když vezmete v potaz, že šlo o dětskou show, točili i neuvěřitelným tempem. Točili se 2 epizody týdně, takže museli točit poměrně dlouho a do toho se ještě museli děti objevovat na veřejnosti na různých akcích, no a taky samozřejmě museli stíhat školu. V jednom rozhovoru Jenna Ortega přiznala, že tenhle zážitek byl psychicky i fyzicky vyčerpávající. No ale zároveň to byl i skvělý trénink do budoucna, protože po Disney už jí jenom tak něco nerozhodí. Zároveň asi ani nemá úplnou touhu se k Disney vracet, ale k tomu se taky dostaneme. Po skončení Života uprostřed začala aktivně hledat vážnější a dospělejší role. No ale jak sama říkala, lidé si často mysleli, že když děláte pro Disney, tak to je všechno, co umíte. No a tohle jí dost frustrovalo. Zároveň už se začínala dostávat do věku, kdy byla už moc stará na dětské role, ale vypadala pořád hodně mladě na dospělé role. Kvůli tomu měla problém najít další práci, no a v tenhle moment se dostala až do bodu, kdy zvažovala, že s herectvím úplně skončí, protože ji prostě nikdo nechce obsadit. Zlom ale přišel, když jí Netflix vybral do druhé série jejich populárního thrilleru You. Jenna si tady zahrála Ellie, drzou a chytrou teenagerku, která se zamotá do života hlavního psychopata. Série vyšla na konci roku 2019 a kritici si ji pochvalovali. No a Jenna zapůsobila i na fanoušky. Původně měla v seriálu pokračovat i dál. Byla plánovaná na 3. i 4. řadu, no ale kvůli jiným pracovním závazkům tohle nakonec bohužel nevyšlo. Což byla škoda, ale zároveň tohle znamenalo, že její kariéra se začala pořád rozjíždět. V roce 2020 se vrátila k hororové komedii od Netflixu Chůva na zabití. Kritici film rozcupovali, ale to už Jenně úplně nějak neublížilo. Byla na docela dobré vlně a další projekty ukázaly její potenciál. Do toho v roce 2021 vydala i svou první knihu s názvem It's All Love, Reflection for Your Heart and Soul. To takovou sbírku citátů, zamýšlení a osobní postřehu o víře, lásce a takovém vnitřním klidu. Taková jemnější stránka Jenny, kterou veřejnost do té doby úplně neznala, no a vzhledem k tomu, že si Jenna hodně stráží své vlastní soukromí, tak je to jeden z mála pohledů do nějakého jeho osobnějšího života. Pokud se vám video zatím líbí, budu moc rád za podporu ve formě lajku a odběru, možná těch 200 000 přeci jenom to zdáme, budu moc rád, když mi pomůžete. Ten samý rok si zahrála i v rodinné komedii Yes Day, kde strážila pubertěčku Katie, která si přeje víc svobody od svých přehnaně starostlivých rodičů. Jenna později ocenila, že film ukazuje lidi jiné než jenom bílé barvy, a to úplně přirozeně, bez toho, aby to bylo nucené nebo nějak zbytečně zdůrazňované. Yes Day sice neměl nějak ohromně skvělé recenze, ale Jenna v něm opět zazářila. No a potom přišel možná do té doby její nejdůležitější herecký výkon. Film Následky. Drama ze střední školy, které sleduje studentku, která se snaží vyrovnat s traumatem po školní střelbě. Silné a těžké téma a Jenna ho zvládá výborně. Aby se na roli připravila, studovala příběhy obětí střeleb. Sledovala rozhovory, videa, fotky a i když to bylo emočně hodně náročné, říkala, že do role se vžila přirozeně. Sama se totiž označuje za velmi nejistou osobu, takže pochopit hlavní postavu pro ní nebyl velký problém. Rok 2022 byl pro Jennu naprostým průlomem, protože se naplno ponořila do hororového žánru. Objevila se v 5. dílu slavné série Vřízkot, kde stvárnila Taru Carpenter. Jenna potom sama řekla, že v angličtině nejsou slova, kterými by dokázala popsat, jak moc byla šťastná a nadšená, no ale taky zároveň i nervózní. Tvůrci si vybrali kvůli tomu, že skvěle zvládá jak hororovou atmosféru, tak i odlehčené momenty. No a samozřejmě, protože má výrazný a zapamatovatelný křik.
Lol.
ale cítila obdiv. Nechtěla nikoho kopírovat, ale zároveň měla respekt k fanouškům a chtěla pomoct téhle kultovní sérii znovu povstat. Ztrácená filmu jí taky ukázala, jak moc důležitá je chemie mezi herci a jak zásadně to ovlivňuje celý natáčecí proces. Přískok 5 byl nakonec obrovský hit, kriticky i komerčně. No a za rok 2022 se dostal mezi 30 nejvýdělečnějších filmů a Jenna si za svůj výkon odnesla cenu MTV Movie Award za nejvystrašenější výkon. MTV má vždycky jen nejvýdělečnější ceny. Další horor, ve kterém se objevila, byl Slasher X, který režíroval a napsal Ty West. Jenna se do projektu pustila hlavně kvůli scénáři. Prý to bylo to nejšílenější, co kdy četla. No a taky proto, že si chtěla vyzkoušet bezpečného celý styl natáčení. Jenom poznámka, teďka vám tady pustím záběr z filmu, kde křičí, tak jenom ať si neleknete. No ale během natáčení X se stala ještě jedna hodně důležitá událost. Oslovil jí Tim Burton, že chystá seriál na motivy Adamsovy rodiny s Wednesday v hlavní roli, no a že by jí rád
protočil úplně dobrý
filmu X se Jenna účastnila castingu přes Zoom a nastala docela bizární situace. Před hovorem Hilda natočila scénu, kde byla její postava celá od krve. Takže Jenna mluvila s Timem Burtonem celá špinavá od umělé krve. Jenna přiznala, že si myslela, že kvůli tomu, jak moc bizární to bylo, nemá šanci roli dostat. Tim Burton tohle ale naopak ocenil a přišlo mu to super, takže i dost možná tohle byl ten důvod, proč právě Jenna Ortega tuhle roli získala. Jenomže sama ji nepřijala úplně hned a docela dlouhou dobu váhala. Nechtěla už natáčet seriály, chtěla se spíš věnovat natáčení filmu, no a bála se, že další seriál jí sváže a zavře dveře k rysným rolím. Nakonec do toho šla, což se ukázalo jako super nápad. Ale nebylo to jenom tak. Kvůli Wednesday postoupila zatím největší fyzickou proměnu kariéry. Postříhala se, obarvala si vlasy na černo, změnila výraz, styl mluvy i celkovou řeč těla. Naučila se hrát na violončelo a dokonce se i učila mluvit německy. Studovala původní komiksy Adamsovy rodiny i původní seriál z 60. let. Prostě do toho dala naprosto všechno. No a tenhle moment jí změnil život. Sama Jenna tohle popsala jako novou kapitolu ve svém životě. A její kariéra raketově vyletěla. Jenomže natáčení nebylo zrovna procházka růžovým sadem. Jenna řekla, že tohle byl nejvíc zahlcující projekt roku 2022. Často prý netušila, co se vlastně děje. Měla výhrady k tomu, jak byla Wednesday napsaná a podle ní to prostě nedávalo smysl. Sama řekla, že si předtím nikdy na place nemusela tolik dupnout jako právě tady. Dokonce často měnila repliky bez toho, aniž by o tom komukoliv řekla, protože podle ní scénář Wednesday úplně neodpovídal. Obecně tam byl docela problém kolem toho, že ten scénář nebyl úplně dokončený. Že na to kritizovala i v jednom rozhovoru a nevybrala tam úplně nejlepší slova a strala se na ní vlna kritiky, že se chová nadřazeně a že má hvězdné maníry a nemá úctu tvůrcům. Následně se to samozřejmě omluvila, že nebyla úplně nejlepší slova. Na druhou stranu, možná i díky tomu, že se do toho tak jako sama vložila, dala tam nějakou jakoby svoji vlastní iniciativu, tak je možná i díky tomu ten seriál tak dobrý. Obecně řekla, že natáčení toho seriálu bylo hodně kolaborativní, že tam spolupracovali všichni, že nebylo to tak, že by herci museli dělat jenom to, co chcou, že fakt do toho mohla přinést svůj pohled, svůj nápady, své zkušenosti. No a po uvedení se z Wednesday stala obrovská senzace. Mluvilo se o tom naprosto všude a bylo to naprosto všude. Sociální sítě byly plné Wednesday a hlavně toho virálního tanečku, který mimochodem Jenna sama vymyslela. Dvě měsíce od premiéry měl seriál přes miliardu zhlédnutých hodin. No a zpětně spousta starších projektů Jenny začaly nabírat další a další sledovanost. Stala se z ní jedna z nejznámějších hereček její generace. No a Wednesday se v ten moment stala druhým nejsledovanějším seriálem, a to hnedka za 4. sérií Stranger Things. No a co Jenna? Zlatý Globus, Screen Actors Guild Award a dokonce i nominace na Emmy, a to v kategorii nejlepší herečka v komediálním seriálu. No a stala se teprve druhou nejlepší herečkou v historii, která byla v téhle kategorii nominována. No ale i přes obří úspěch Jenna později přiznala, že se prostě necítila úplně komfortně. Nejenom tím, že najednou jí znal celý svět, ale hlavně s tím, jak se celá produkce natáčela. Byla to pro ní kreativně náročná, no a ne vždycky úplně příjemná zkušenost. Pro druhou sérii se ale vrací nejenom jako Wednesday, ale i jako producentka, což právě sama označila za přirozený vývoj, protože už tím, že měla v první sérii nějaké slovo, tak se to tak přirozeně stalo. V roce 2023 se vrátila jako Tara Carpenter ve Vřízkotu 6 A tentokrát měla její postava konečně víc prostoru, než jenom křičení a brečení. Jenna se do postavy víc promítnula, no a společně s jejím novým hvězdným statusem byl výsledek hodně super. Vřízkot 6 vydělal přes 169 milionů dolarů, a to při rozpočtu pouhých 35 milionů. No a podle Deadline na tomhle měla velkou zásluhu právě Jenna, protože její sláva tou dobou prudce vyrostla. Jenomže na podzim 2023 přišel docela velký zlom. Po vyhazovu její kolegyně Melissy Berry kvůli propalestinským výrokům Jenna oznámila, že ze série Vřízkot odchází taky. Prý to prostě už nebylo správné rozhodnutí, když se měnil celý tým i obsazení. Tam se po 6 obměnilo celý vlastně tvůrčí tým. No a některé zdroje ale i tvrdili, že šlo spíš o kolizi s natáčením druhé série Wednesday, no taky možná za to, že chtěla mít svou výplatu za další filmy v milionech dolarů a to už jí úplně nedovolili. No ale rok 2024 to byla
Zvlášť ne.
Nejdřív přišel komorní
Nebaví mě ten čem.
vyhrála pobytu Martina Freemana. Jenna tady stvárnila středoškolačku jménem Cairo, která rozvíjí velmi komplikovaný vztah se svým učitelem. Pak se objevila v romantickém filmu Winter, Spring, Summer or Fall a zahrála si i v klipu k písničce Taste od Sabriny Carpenter. Ale tím největším momentem roku byl návrat do světa Tima Bartona. Ve fantasy pokračování Beetlejuice se zahrála Astrid, cynickou dceru Livie Beast. Film otevřel filmový festival v Benátkách, no a recenze byly pozitivní. Film už má na kontě přes 452 milionů dolarů a spousta médií,
tak to nevím, jak jsme vyhráli.
dokázala do kina přivést mladé publikum, hlavně generaci Z. V temné komedii Death of a Unicorn si Jenna zahrála publiku Paula Rudda. Táta a dcera, co omylem zabijí jednorožce a ostartují tím krvavý
Mám damage.
Daisy, to máš damage. 325 už máš staku, ty krávo.
Že doufá, že ji někdy uvidíme v
Víš, to stakuje jak tři.
Jenna na to ale odpověděla, že už v MCU je. A byl to jeden z jejich prvních kšeftů. Vyškrtli jí všechny repliky,
No a tady mám 85, vole.
Ironovi 3 jenom na vteřinu. Má jednu nohu a je dcera viceprezidenta. Vedle ní seděl Paul Rudd, který hraje Ant-Mana, který se snažil situaci zachránit a řekl, že Marvel přece rád dokládá prověčení a že ji třeba nikdy přivedou zpátky. Že by byli sami blázni, kdyby ji do tohohle světa nechtěli zpátky znovu. No jenom, že Jenna na to odvětila, že ani nenapsali její jméno do titulků. No a že už se v životě posunula dál. Což dalo jako takový
79, no to tak už.
Se k Marvelu, potažmo Disney, nemá v plánu.
Dobré augmenty.
V roce 2025 se objevila po boku Barryho Keogana a
Ten na ty armory a to bych chtěl.
událostí roku je druhá série Wednesday, kde se Jenna po několika letech opět vrací do své nejpopulárnější role. Na premiéře druhé Wednesday se stala ale jedna nepříjemná věc, která se stala docela dost virální na sociální síti X, na Twitteru a nazbírala miliony zhlédnutí. Na videu je vidět, jak Jenna rozdává podpisy a zdraví fanoušky. No ale v jednu chvíli je na ní někdo velmi hlasitě zakřičí.
Holy shit.
Jenna se zarazí, rozhodí rukama a s nepříjemně
Boris má damage.
řekne: prosím, nedělejte to. Video okamžitě vyvolalo vlnu reakcí. Jedna část internetu se Jenny zastala, podle ní šlo spíš o nepříjemný zásah do osobního prostoru a Jenna měla plné právo reagovat. A někteří psali, že křičet někomu do obličeje taky není úplně normální.
Ne.
Takže je jasné, že jí tohle naštve.
Ty pičo!
Nevadí.
My bad. Kurva.
Nevadí,
Druhá část ale měla trochu opačný názor. Kritici vyčítali, že se chová
Ten
povyšeně,
kok mi úplně roztrhal prdel, ty
bez těch
pičo.
fanoušků by tam vůbec nebyla.
Nečekal.
Psali, že jsou zklamaní a že jí sláva stoupla do hlavy. Mně to teda přijde jako docela blbost a nechápu.
Tak jako by je to kogma, víš, to anti-tank.
Je to tak, no. A i tak jsem to nečekal.
Snaží se jim víc vstříc a když se někdo prostě chová tak jako blbě, tak víš co, nějakým způsobem ho umírnila, jako dává mi to docela smysl. Klidně napište do komentářů váš názor na tuhle divnou situaci. Ale přes všechny vzestupy i pády je jasné jedno. Jenna Ortega už dávno není jenom dětskou herečkou z Disney Channelu. A vlastně už ani není jenom ta z Wednesday. Je to herečka, která se nebojí divných, náročných a riskantních projektů. No a v tom je její největší síla. Budu moc rád za podporu ve formě lajku a odběru, napište do komentáře, na koho mám natočit videjko příště, kupte merch a u dalšího videa, ahoj!
Dneska je vlastně ten, že? Clash. Nebo už včera?
Ne, bývá o víkendech.
Jo, den 2 je zítra. No, dneska budu hrát Clash. To je fajn.
Na píču jen velký.
4 bany, Velvet? Tak málo.
You know what? I'd say I have nobody to blame but myself. You know, I really don't.
He sat behind me in the doorway, and as I played with the toy train, I was assaulted.
I did sleep with students. I didn't sleep with anybody in that particular class, but over the course of my teaching, I did sleep with students, and that was wrong.
"23 scandalous actors, 7 levels. From an actor openly confessing he infected multiple people with HIV to a TV star's inappropriate on-set
Ach, můj bože, já bych radši šel na ramku, ty vole.
troubling
Matka
incidents
ty
committed
rány.
by Hollywood stars. The deeper into the iceberg, the more
Já jsem saren hrozně přehranej hlavně.
start at the tip of the iceberg.
Tak.
Disclaimer. Level 1. Neil Patrick Harris. In July 2011,
Můžeme pak normálku, jestli
died of
chceš.
alcohol poisoning at the age of
Tak si zahrál na
26,
topu něco.
shocking fans worldwide. Just 3 months later, actor Neil Patrick Harris and his husband David Bertka
Taky nahraju, sorry. Kurva. Už prostě jak tu ramku.
for its disturbing centerpiece, a meat platter designed to look like Winehouse's decomposing corpse. I know. The guests
Omylem vzal augment, který jsem nechtěl, nevadí.
food, you can imagine the surprise when they encountered this twisted
Česíte Goliáš.
gross fake body with gray skin, blood, and one missing eye. And just in case it wasn't obvious, the figure had Amy's signature beehive hairdo, visible tattoos, and a cigarette dangling from its mouth. And in case that wasn't obvious, a handwritten card placed beside it read, "The corpse of Amy Winehouse," followed by a description of its contents: beef ribs, pulled pork, chicken sausage, and a spicy barbecue sauce. Justin Makita, a guest at the party, shared a photo on Twitter with the caption, "Look who showed up at Neil Patrick Harris and David Bertka's Halloween party last night. Looking good." He quickly deleted the post, but by that point the screenshots had already circulated and nothing died on the internet. Except this. Turns out nobody really knew who Justin Makita was,
To mám
so
rozpiš.
it kind of passed for years.
Já tady se můžu přežít a nejde mi to, já.
The image resurfaced when a Twitter user commented, "I cannot believe how many very online people over the age of 25 are just now finding out about Neil Patrick Harris's disgusting Amy Winehouse case." Social media exploded with fresh outrage on basically every single platform. What was mostly upsetting people was the fact that they could have created a generic corpse for shock value without specifically targeting someone who had recently died. This just seemed cruel. Eventually, Neil Patrick Harris was shamed enough that he publicly apologized, tweeting, "A photo recently resurfaced from a Halloween-themed party my husband
Kurva.
hosted 11 years ago. It was regrettable then, and it remains regrettable now. Amy Winehouse was a once-in-a-generation talent, and I'm sorry for any hurt this image caused." Well, he tweeted it. I never said he wrote.
Pomalý jak děvka.
Ashton Kutcher. In a 2002 interview on The Rosie O'Donnell Show, Mila Kunis and Ashton Kutcher appeared together to promote That 70s Show. But after seeing the interview, nobody was thinking about the show, partly because of an incident that Mila recalled. When the show started shooting in 1998, Mila was just 14 years old, having lied about her age to get the role. Now, she was acting opposite the 19-year-old Ashton Kutcher, their characters romantically involved. Ashton had already raised his concerns that this whole thing was, in his words, slightly illegal, but the production team apparently had no concerns about the age gap or any illegality. Like, for example, how Mila had her very first kiss on set.
It was my first kiss. Where's someone bet you made with Danny about our first kiss?
In the interview, she tells Rosie O'Donnell that she was a 14-year-old girl.
Extremely scared for my life. Sure.
What she didn't know was that Danny Masterson had offered Ashton $10 to French kiss Mila without warning or consent. That's her first kiss.
Jo, skvělá ruletka.
Always insisted that there
Děko.
was no hint, that he used tongue because they were playing a couple, which arguably is just as bad, especially since Mila's discomfort throughout the interview is extremely clear to see. Even more so when she insists that he never got his tongue in her mouth, and he is firmly claiming success. The whole thing was played as an amusing little story for daytime TV, but the implications are creepy. Mila and Ashton eventually got married. Danny, the man who put Ashton up to this bet, was convicted in 2023 of inappropriate conduct around and toward women. Politely. When the interview resurfaced, it's safe to say nobody was thinking about how funny the story was. Only how disturbing it was that nobody thought this was hugely inappropriate. Ellen DeGeneres. In 2008, the gossip world was swirling with rumors that Mariah Carey was pregnant. And while most of us had jobs and other things to deal with, daytime TV decided this was everything, especially Ellen. When Mariah came to the Ellen DeGeneres show to promote her latest project, Ellen took the chance to ask her about the rumors. Obviously, Mariah politely dismissed it and hoped to move on to other things. Ellen, as always, did not take the hint. Instead, she presented Mariah with
Já mám mučko, když tak neboj se.
to force the singer to either reveal her condition to the world or lie.
Nevím, jestli mě chci teda moc zabít.
Ale hodně, on druhý.
When she barely touched the glass, Ellen triumphantly announced that Mariah was pregnant without a second thought.
Portál.
Prompting the audience to cheer at the fact that they had just witnessed a woman be stripped of her right to reveal deeply personal news on her own terms. It was, frankly, cruel, especially because the public didn't know the truth. Behind the scenes, Mariah had experienced
To je disgusting.
reluctance to announce any new pregnancies.
Pojďme gold z toho, to je nice.
Too led to a miscarriage, and she had to face the public once again with this devastating tragedy. Sadly, not long after this forced
Nice, konečně to počítá jako burn.
Mariah miscarried
Hounost.
The clip resurfaced in 2020 as allegations about Ellen's behind-the-scenes conduct came to light. Former employees described a toxic work environment that was a total contrast to her "be kind" mantra. And this clip was seen as concrete proof of how mean she truly was. Right in front of a camera.
Protože v tom pole, co dám z toho itemu, takže se z toho teď vyžívalo. Bylo huge.
This incident was just one piece in a larger pattern that contributed to Ellen's downfall. Dakota Johnson's 2019 confrontation about a birthday invitation line. The George W. Bush friendship controversy. Staff allegations of intimidation and mistreatment.
Jo.
Each revelation chipped away at Ellen's carefully constructed public persona until in 2022, her once dominant show concluded its 19-year run amid plummeting ratings,
Asi velký.
running her out of show business.
Neměl co multi.
Level 2. Woody Allen. In August 1992, a bombshell hit Hollywood like
Ona má
no other.
dokonalé itemy,
Woody
vole, na
Allen, the
skurvenou
56-year-old
kejluci až
iconic
píču.
filmmaker, was romantically involved with Sun-Yi Previn, the 21-year-old adopted daughter of his longtime partner of 12 years.
Nie, zlen manžel od Gauntletu na Vegara.
Relation came about after Mia discovered intimate photographs of Sun-Yi in Woody's apartment in January. Woody had no choice but to write a statement declaring,
Yep.
regarding my love for Sun-Yi,
Čem to teďka padá? Ty vole, jim padly i ty stakovací na hapečka.
sensitive woman who has and continues to turn my life around in a wonderfully positive way.
My relationship, yes, it's very sad. A very sad outcome. And but I gave it my best shot. You know, there's nothing else to do about that.
The public was shocked by the whole thing. Sure, Woody wasn't legally Sun-Yi's father, but he had been a presence in her life since she was approximately 10 years old. There was no other way to see it than as creepy. Sun-Yi herself later claimed Woody was never any kind of father figure to her, and Allegations determined their relationship began in December 1991, but it didn't make it any less creepy.
Certainly, I never, ever
Je tak huge.
my daughter. There was no sort of
Then, during the fallout, things got much, much worse for Woody. Allegations emerged concerning his uncomfortable behavior.
Mám další učko.
O, ty pičo, luxusníčko.
He sat behind me in the doorway.
Okay.
As I played with the toy train, I was assaulted.
Hey, huge. Good job.
So, suggesting they were fabricated by a vengeful Mia responding to his relationship with Sun-Yi. A bitter custody battle ensued, with the judge ultimately ruling against Woody in June 1993, although the ruling did point out that allegations of improper behavior toward Dylan had not been proven.
Ten Malko je, no to je disgusting, no.
Woody and Sun-Yi married in 1997. 20 years later, she broke her
Teď
silence.
proti tomu musíme jít, ne, to je jiný mundo.
What happened to Woody is so unjust. Mia has taken advantage
Ten
of
to z začátku, co jsme dostali.
paraded Dylan as a
Sami.
victim. Dylan, however, has maintained her allegations, writing in a 2014 open letter, "For as long as I could remember, my father had been doing things to me that I didn't like." The controversy has permanently altered perceptions of Alan's legacy, with many actors distancing themselves and studios withdrawing support, especially following the Me Too movement. Some, however, continue working with him in Europe, unbothered by the whole thing. Johnny Depp and Amber Heard. In 2009, Johnny Depp and Amber Heard met on the set of The Rum Diary, falling in love and beginning what they hoped would be a Hollywood romance for the ages. Boy, were they wrong. They married in February 2015. They divorced 15 months later. Amber filed for divorce in May 2016, obtaining a restraining order and making
Já
allegations
něco zabiju od něj
that
pořád, ale.
Johnny had harmed her.
Maiden.
He firmly denied.
Nebám, jdem na to Munda, vole, vidíš to.
Jo, to je ten kluk smrti pojebány. Kundo. Do piče. Nestíhne ani ty. Tohleto. On jak se healuje, tak to nám dává damage. 70% efekt. Či on, když prostě jenom má pasivku, tak nám dává damage. Tím, že se healuje pasivkou. On tím dal 4k damage. Tuto kolo. Bullshit. Čemu jsme nalitavo? Kurva.
Suggesting that both contributed significantly to the relationship's toxicity. It was not going to be a situation that would come in.
Docela vla... Aha, od tebe.
During a 6-week
Huge.
defamation trial in 2022, Johnny sued Amber over a 2018 Washington.
A my máme 2 levely navíc díky tvojí pasivce. Jak to je cool, tak kruté vole. Doufám, že vyhrajeme. Měli bychom.
After the first trial in the UK determined there was substantial evidence to the claim
Okay.
that Johnny was a wife beater, he brought a new lawsuit against Amber in the US, which quickly became a social media circus. Hashtags supporting Johnny garnered millions of views on TikTok, while Amber faced intense online criticism and deeply polarized opinions.
Nevím, vychytala.
The jury predominantly ruled for Johnny, awarding him $10.3
Já mám pořád učka 2.
while granting her $2 million on one counterclaim.
Vidíš? Mám pořád 2 učka.
Jsme krutě vyhrali, to bylo nice.
She later settled, paying Johnny $1 million. But even though both had won and lost in either case, both careers suffered massively.
Jo, má ty brza zdraví. Aha, on má zdraví z toho, z APček.
The Aquaman sequel was apparently reduced. An entertainment consultant later testified that Johnny's lawsuit damaged
Když by měl 3000 AP, by měl polovinu z toho. 50% z toho. 13 HP. Jo, základu má 13 HP. Mu dávám apečkama, apečka. Nevím, to je to nejlepší. Ta LeBlanc, to je dobrá, ne?
No to jde.
Actually to Mel. To vidíš.
Forthright with intimate partners about his condition, painting himself as a victim of extortion. He soon admitted to paying upwards of $10 million to keep people quiet about his status.
Oh.
The story quickly unraveled. His former girlfriend, Brie Olson, appeared on Howard Stern's show the very same day, contradicting Sheen's narrative. She insisted that he never said anything to her about it, despite them having intimate relations almost every day for a year.
When did you learn that he had HIV?
Naflašuj to smodra, když budeš moc.
Another former partner, Henley, also denied knowing about his condition. Sheen kept talking, describing instances of blackmail, including one where a woman snuck into his house, photographed his HIV medication, and demanded payment for silence. All of it built into receipt.
Vole, co to má za healing, to prase.
After an interview with Piers Morgan in 2016,
What the fuck?
the only couple of times I didn't tell somebody was because the last 25 times I told somebody, they used it against me. It was a confession that directly contradicted his
Ramku.
claims of
Já si dám Ramku, pak si jdu dělat jídlo. Ty vole, čeho se healoval to prase, vole.
In
Ti
California,
jebe.
knowingly exposing partners to HIV without disclosure could lead to 8 years
To bylo
imprisonment.
crazy.
At least 5 women reportedly contacted lawyers following his announcement. But despite the controversy, Sheen insisted, no one has been infected by me. No one.
What people need to focus on and need to understand as absolute truth is that I've infected no one.
He maintained he always practiced safe intimacy after diagnosis, though former partners have since more or less said that he's a total liar. But we can't lie to you. We want to keep making more great videos like this one. So if you want to see more, hit that subscribe button. Level 3. Ezra Miller. Ezra Miller first burst onto Hollywood's radar with their mesmerizing performance in We Need to Talk About Kevin, earning massive praise for their incredible ability to play a deeply troubled, psychotic young man. Fans said they gave some of the best
Týmo, jak to, že mám
acting you'll
bloky?
ever see. A lot of
Vím, že
roles
týma,
followed,
aha, to nemám
including a
koupené
key
asi.
role as the Flash in DC's
Man.
superhero universe. Unfortunately, it seems that his role as Kevin was not entirely acting. In April 2020, a disturbing video emerged from Iceland showing
Jsem
Ezra
tušil, že se
grabbing a
vemeš
woman's
Shrivanu.
throat and throwing
dá vystrihnúť. Rómsku svadbu mali prísť natáčať Yes Theory, mali všetko vybavené, už mali hotel v Košiciach a ja som tam mal byť ako taký hlavný prekladateľ a logistika a všetko som vybavil a vybavil som vlastne aj ženicha a nevestu a týždeň pred svadbou ženich zomrel. Čo ti jebe? Volal sa Aladár. Prečo sa smeješ?
Ja ti neverím.
Nie.
Can you guess why Tony Stark switched from his AI Jarvis to Friday? The change wasn't because Jarvis was outdated. It was a major promotion for the AI itself, an event that happened in Avengers Age of Ultron. Jarvis was essentially an extension of Tony, capable of perfectly anticipating his moves and executing actions proactively, far beyond other AIs. The pivotal moment occurred when the villain Ultron tried to upload his consciousness into a perfect synthezoid body, made of vibranium and powered by the Mind Stone. Tony Stark and Bruce Banner intervened, choosing to upload Jarvis data and personality into the body instead.
40 her vole, faramkách 37 minut, vole.
AI with the power of an Infinity Stone created a new sentient being Vision. With Jarvis now an independent entity, Tony immediately activated a different backup AI, Friday, to operate his Iron Man suits and support him on his missions. Friday subsequently served as Tony's primary assistant until the end of his life. Can you guess?
Ahojte, volám sa Barney a niektorí ma prezývajú slovenský Zeus. LOLko hrám už dlho, asi od základnej školy. A nie, nebolo to minulý rok. Na tope dokážem zahrať čokoľvek, či už carry alebo tanka. Moja špecialitka je Riven, ale tu by som asi nechal ako špecialitku. Momentálny rank mám platinu 1. Mal som teraz menšiu pauzičku a ako isto viete, bez LOLka život je krajší. A vždy keď som hrával, tak som mal rank okolo
some situations where I feel like, oh yeah, it made a difference, but I don't even know if it did. I just be saying things. I don't know how much more I'm gonna play today. Okay, guys, maybe one more game, maybe two. I don't want to push my limits. This next game will be our 20th game. I think that's a good number to aim for daily. It's just 20. There's not a single challenger category on PR right now. This guy is the highest going in Korea with a 52% win rate. This guy has been playing for years. He plays Katarina and Sins. I know who this is. What a combo of champions. Katarina and Sins.
No. To já jsem chtěl smoldra. Já bych chtěl smoldra, ty. No mana. Já mám letal tempo. Tak to jo. By to nezvěděl runy, vole. Běž do piči. Hovno. Nice. Se rekamo, jak mě někdo zabije ten zvuk. Já nevím, jak kdybych umřel v tom v Dark Souls nebo.
I'd be so mad. I would be mad personally. 4 armor.
Oh.
If he has ult, maybe I die. I'll just dive him in a second wave.
Oh shit. Oh shit. Ještě flashoval ten tým, to mohl zabít. The fuck?
Positive with a positive. It has to be a positive with a negative or something. Right?
What the fuck?
It's like nonsense. So it's both bad, it's good. Yes, you have a higher chance. So yeah, it's literally just like that. I now know.
Já nemám Rko. A já furt celou dobu, že mám Rko, no, tak nic.
This guy actually beats me 1v1 right now.
Čili tam tempem dal nějaký damage, lol. Jsem nečekal. To je moc. To přežil. Víš to piče.
How can I not see before he stuns me? I thought I had enough haste. I go bot. But bro, yeah, this has to be last game. My Mundo just flashed to try and KS the Rek'Sai. Like I'm playing this.
O kurwa. Budeš brutální damage, what the fuck.
No, ryba, no.
Yo, this cannot be allowed. I didn't die. Wait, 4 armor when I won. Without the 4 armor, I would have been low enough to die.
Fuck. To bylo moc, fuck.
Like, this is not does way too much damage. We can all agree, right? Like, I swear that bomb only had 2 autos worth of hits on it, and it did 1.1k. Like, since when? Not bad. Okay, last game, one more.
Jsem tam volen nedal ten basic.
Name story? I don't think it's really a story, it's just depressing, so it's funny. That's kind of how it goes with my names. That's kind of what I do around here.
Ne, já jsem nestíral ani Airko dát, ne. Stemante. Vojtovečko, kde? Piču, Espry. To jo.
Very situational. 99.5% of the time you commit to the full build path. Doesn't matter. You already choose it.
Nedali ani jeden damage než tu retivlou.
Oh, he knows that you can just tank one.
Kurva. Mám DC, ne? Měl na chvilku DC. OK. Volak. Vokajně daku. vole. OK. GG. Díky za hry.
Taky. Já se jdu klidit tam nezem stejně.
Aha.
Takže měj se
Ať se
krásně.
ti daří, čus. Tobě tež.
Taky. Čekám.
Hovno, drahokam na sílu. Ty píču. Aha. Ale jenom jsem. Dobré, nevadí. To kolik mi to dalo XP? Dobré. What? Okidoki. Velký dneska, jak blázen.
Okay, guys, can we start now? Hello?
Give me Negev, please.
What you call me? Whoa!
Oh!
Okay,
Whoa,
sorry, Zan.
whoa, whoa,
Okay,
whoa,
sorry.
whoa.
Oh my god.
Okay, sorry,
Gee,
Zan.
that looked beautiful. All right, but yeah, look at this, boys. $1,000 in skins right in front of your faces. Your goal today is to
Wait. Let me take a screenshot. Hold on. Hey, I gotta.
I'll tell you what skins they are. Like
No.
later on,
I gotta
okay?
like visually see these skins. You know what I mean? All right.
Yeah, but the premise is any
okay.
skin you find, you will keep,
You can
all right? If you're the first person to find it. Now, boys, I don't know if you guys want to do this. Someone suggested this in YouTube. Instead of you guys keeping the skins, you select one chatter from your community.
Hell nah, fuck 'em, bro. Give me the skin.
Okay, I expected that to happen. I expected that to happen. All right. Fair. Yeah, all right. Hey, listen. Fair enough. I'm gonna give myself 10 minutes to hide the skins. After 10 minutes is up, you will have 1 hour to find the 10 skins. Whichever skin you find, you keep, all right? This video is sponsored by Skins Monkey. Skins Monkey is an instant trading site with the largest selection of skins, lowest commission, and an easy search filter system. So buying or trading your skins has never been easier. And speaking of trading, you can get up to $5 for free if you trade on Skins Monkey now. They have daily, weekly, and monthly giveaways on their freebies tab. And also, last but not least, by using my code DIMA, you can get a 35% bonus on all of your deposits. So make sure you check out Skins Monkey today, and thank you Skins Monkey for sponsoring the video.
You already know he's gonna be hiding some shit here, no?
Yeah.
Hey yo, where?
Where?
In
the trash can. In the trash can.
Ah.
Dima's YouTube channel.
Really?
Be nice, Furious.
Be nice, come on, man. That's mean, bro. I would never say something like that about your channel, Fury.
Bro, I swear, every clip I see from you is that exact same joke over and over again.
What? It has to be AI. Have you seen the new AI, bro? It's nuts, bro. Okay, Zen, give me. Okay, timer starts now. 57. Okay, where do we hide everything, bro? Banger? WRL? That's a W. That's a classic. The jump spot over a window is a classic, chat. You know this. I think this is part of the challenge, no? Prince Swim is... No, this is mine, actually. Give me a Diggy. And we have a Zeus as well. Okay. Zeus. I feel like this is kind of chill. The thing is, though, chat, it's gonna be very difficult for me to know which spots I can clear. Could have been a... Oh, Zen's already hiding... I like that. Yeah, keep hiding fake skins. Franz chat is saying facts. Are they talking shit, guys?
Yeah, this Karma kit, definitely W. Because before, it's kind of like a sleeper, because people really don't know what it is, right? It just looks like a station wagon. And now with the carbon, it's like, oh yeah, maybe it's a fast car, you know?
Bro, Franz is gonna find that for sure, but fuck it, bro. That's a good one. I love this chat, bro. We are so good. I love... No. I love that I'm getting, like, confirmation, you know? Hold. What the fuck? Hold. That's a W. That's good. I fuck with that. I think we have 6 minutes remaining. Okay, we have a USP and an M4 to hide. I want something maybe high up. Fuck it, we're doing that. I don't care, that's good. If they find it, hey, props to them, bro. I fuck with that. That's so good. I think that's like 6 out of 10. Yeah, we have 4 more. Yeah. Yeah, fuck it, why not? Shit, this map actually... Wait. There's a gap, no? Oh my god, there is. Please, one time for the mandem. Last two. Farmers and AK. Maybe, chat? Surely. That's a banger. I think that's a banger. Last one. Where do we hide the last one? Something outside the map would be kinda nice. Oba. No? Surely outside the map, at least one. Do we approve this, chat? Yes or no? Do you approve this? Good. Yeah. So I need to map out where the skins are. Okay, let me do this right now.
A few inches later.
Then add time and let's
Wait,
go.
Dima, I'm playing Slither.io.
Okay, stop. We're ready.
I just got a max win.
You're about to get teleported soon, boys. Wait.
Yeah, does it instantly
Wait, I'm missing
start?
one apparently. I'll find it.
I'm looking.
Wait, stop, chill.
Okay.
Stay spawn. Fury, you good?
Bro, I'm only winning now. I don't know why.
12 seconds later.
You ready?
Ready, yeah.
All right. 3, 2, 1, let's go.
Go play.
Any skin you find, you keep, boys.
Okay, so he did say it could be in the grass or something.
Anywhere, bro.
How do I fake a skin? Do I shoot it? Or?
No, if you see the skin, tell me. That right there is a fake skin. That's a Scar Ruby.
I found one.
That's your
It's a
own
fake?
scout. Yeah, we have fake skins on this challenge as well.
What's the point of fake skins?
To throw you off, to piss you off, rage bait.
Getting high for no reason.
Are you mad?
Bruh,
You mad?
this fucking guy.
No, but the fake skins are very obvious. Like, they're very obvious. Wait. Franz already missed the M4.
My blood is pumping.
Oh, okay. If you want to see something, tell me, okay?
If I want to see something, I should tell you?
I mean, if you see something,
Hey, let me
tell
see
me,
something.
and then you can...
I see something.
That is a fake M4 skin you just found.
Fuck you.
Congratulations.
Bro, Neo, get the fuck off my ass, bro.
Hey!
What is it you, and you
So far, all of them have seen a skin at
Try
least
speaking,
once.
maybe.
All of them have seen a skin at least once.
I found a fish.
Oh, that's a dragon lore. I'll give you hints as we go. So the first hint is gonna be at 50. Make sure you don't fall off the map. Neok, that's off
I know,
the
bro.
map. Zen, you need to teleport Neok back. He's off the map. Make sure you
Give
don't
him-
fall off the
give
map.
him-
Bro. Zen.
Alright, any skins here?
Yeah, there we go.
Oh, one back.
Found something. I found something.
I found something.
it's-
I found
That's
something too.
Marble Fade USB.
Is this fake too?
I found something.
Shut the fuck up.
That is a Doppler AK, I believe. Yes, that's fake.
Bro, why is there so many fake shit?
I don't know. Yeah, it happens.
I found Famas. Cyano splatter.
Yes, Franz has found the Famas.
Wow.
Wow.
Congratulations.
Is that real?
It's a Doppler USB.
Bro, wasn't that here just now?
No, that was a Marble Fade. Zen hit a lot of fake skins this time, I think. Like a lot.
Why? Fuck you, Zen.
Nyok. He looked at it. GG. That AK, I don't think it's gonna be found, bro, because of the glass. If you guys wanna shoot stuff, you can, by the way. Don't be like resistant. Like, you can shoot shit.
Give me a negative, please.
What's the point of shooting shit?
You can, I mean, you can move objects and shit.
Ah, yes. I found a butterfly tiger tooth that's blue.
I'm getting PTSD from fucking small people. I'm shooting the books.
Tiny hiders? Bro, Franz was kinda in a challenge.
I found the Zeus or something.
That's a fake Glock. Bro, Zen hit so many fake skins. Holy shit.
Oh, I found something.
That's an AK Baroque Purple, Furious. Congratulations. That's a real skin.
W.
Neok, you actually looked at that skin, Neok, and unzoomed from
I looked at a skin.
Yes, you looked at the Baroque Purple. It was in the cupboard. Glass cupboard.
Idiot, Neo.
Idiot.
Yo, I actually checked the cupboards. I thought there was like nothing in there.
Go look at it. Not this.
Wait, hold up.
I don't know. This map's gonna be difficult for me to even like.
Where do I
spectate.
go here?
France. Yeah, the
Zeus?
Zeus. Yes, France found the Zeus. France.
Oh my
with
god,
the
I
Zeus
found
now.
the states.
France is on 2 skins, 3 on 1. What is Sun doing? Ah, okay.
Dima, very quiet. I must be close.
No, I forgot to note
Oh,
down.
I found something, no? Or is that this has already been found?
Zeus has been found just now by Franz. Unlucky. No, I forgot to note down where the eagle is. So Zen showed me. I was mudded. Franz searching a very
I don't know
interesting
the map,
spot.
bro. I don't know where the fuck I've checked or where I haven't.
Oh, this one has already been found too, right?
Fury's gonna be pissed. Fury is pissed. That's a Famas that Franz found. That's the first skin that was found. Franz is right next to USP, guys. USP Orion. USP Orion. Franz, yeah, Franz is gonna be the favorite in this for sure, bro. Franz is like, he's like the GOAT of this shit, bro. He played Tiny Hiders. He did pretty fucking well.
It can be anywhere, right?
He played Invisible Hiders. I don't know how well he did there. I don't remember, but he has an eye for this shit, bro. All Franz needs to do is just turn around and get that skin.
There's so many fakes here. That has to be a real one too. Right?
Wait, I have I have smooth spectator on, bro. Disgusting ass fucking feature. Have you seen this spectating camera, guys?
I have W Valve.
No.
Such a good feature. Thank
Yeah,
you for
insane,
carrying
bro.
off. Taking
Okay,
care
wait,
of my game.
this AK was some bullshit, right? Okay.
Yeah, Hypnotic, it doesn't exist. 3 got found, yes? We have the Zeus, AK, and FAMAS.
I found something. What's that?
Let me see. That is a real AVP ping DD Pat.
Let's go.
I did not know you have an angle on that. What?
Holy shit.
You have an angle on that? What?
From where? On
Bro.
the balcony?
On the balcony.
W Fury, bro. Your chat's going crazy for that. W.
Thank you, chat. Thank you.
He's gonna give, and he said he was gonna give it away to his own chat.
I did.
He said that.
Oh, yeah, you're supposed to find it here, right? Okay.
Yeah, with the jump up. I didn't know about that angle.
Give me 10 seconds, I would have found it. I'm like,
can there be shit like attached to the ceiling or?
No, I think they have like gravity.
Yeah, no, I'm just using normal, like just normal weapon drops. Nothing crazy.
Gotta be something here now.
Portugal shoe.
Yes, Portugal.
Fury. Fury. Do you think this is gonna get found, chat? I don't think so. Oh, Neok. Could be onto something, but there's nothing there. Unlucky. This would have been an insane spot to hide. Sorry, guys, my friends with the Porsche. That would have been an insane spot to hide in. Guys, question real quick while we have some downtime right now.
Boobs or ass?
No. What has been your favorite event that you went to so far?
Tiny hiders.
No, it's like CS7, like major event. Truth nuke.
Paris, maybe?
Paris.
Before all the Ryan allegations came out, that was cool.
Okay,
Yeah,
buddy.
probably same.
Before you got touched by Ryan.
Okay. I did not get touched by Ryan, but
It's okay, bro. You couldn't do anything about it.
you couldn't do.
The contract was too good.
Wait, actually, Paris for all like 3 of you.
Yeah.
Paris was nice.
France is close to
I haven't
skin.
gone to Austin. Everybody's like saying how Austin was.
Yeah,
super
Austin
good.
was insane, in my opinion. France, you didn't like Austin that much?
I liked it too. I don't know.
Yeah, America was great for me, guys.
I just got
Oh,
COVID
wow.
in Austin.
Oh, Dallas tweet, those who know. I need to give him a clue, huh?
So the other sauce is. What was this? I found a fish.
Yeah, I found that fish first, bro.
Make sure to not eat it, bro.
Why?
I'm gonna clear city for them. Yeah, Franz, you found the AVP that Fury found. This was supposed to be the angle you find it in, but he found it from city spawn. Speaking of city spawn, guys, I'm sending a picture of a map. City spawn is clear. All of that is clear
I
on the
found
map.
Eagle.
You found a deagle? Ooh, you actually did! Crimson a deagle. Okay.
I want to find that one. Shit.
Franz, I see you, big dog. Doubly clear. Oh my god, bro's break. What? That's a spot? Oh, I didn't know.
Bro, you didn't play this map?
I'm not tapped in like, bro. I played it once. I hated it. It's a labyrinth of a map. Franz is on 3, Fury is on 2 or 1. 2, right, Fury?
I'm on two.
You have the
I found the AK and
AVP.
AVP.
AVP. Oh, Neok
How
found
much is Neocon?
Zero.
Can I like just cash out? Just like take 1 skin and quit? Or I'm not finding shit.
I found Galil.
No shot. Fuck off, bro. This guy is scamming me, bro. Guys, Franz is a scammer. Franz, how are you doing it, bro? Franz, 2 cracks should have been high.
Franz to má v ruce, nechápu. Takže 3 skiny už.
Bro, it's not fair for the pirate, bro. Wait, we have Fury that's colorblind and he has 2 skins. Wait, Fury actually goated.
Does the C4 count or no?
Yeah, that's $1,000.
I found it.
WA, congratulations, Fury.
Really?
Fuck no, what are you saying?
Boomba.
Neok might find his first skin. Neok might find his
Oh,
first
this
skin.
trash can is moved.
If he looks behind and just
How
jumps.
many skins left? 4, right?
4. Gee. We might have a Sparkles type player in New York. And we might have a person that finds 0 skins today.
I'm like trying to open doors here and shit. Oh, is that something?
That's a Galil that Franz just found.
Bro.
Neok's getting the sloppy seconds.
Oh.
Okay, at 4. Neok, I'm so sorry.
Neok just busted.
So like the 4 skins that need to be found. Like I have them on the
4 skins?
4 skin?
4 skins. You need to find 4 skin. Forsen. Well, okay, let me clear some spots for them. I can clear so much because they found so many. It's been like what? 20 minutes? They found 6. They're about to find 7. Bro, what?
What is that?
That's a juice that was found by Franz, I believe. Franz, is that you? Is that you on the stone, the sculpture?
Hello, bro.
6-pack, yes? Really?
4-pack.
Oh. Okay, what do I clear on the map, chat? We're about to reach the 40 minutes time. We have this skin left, this skin left, this skin left, and this skin. Oh wait, this one's been found. So yeah, we have these skins left outside. Okay, I'll clear outside and I'll clear like this. I'll clear this. I'm clearing a massive spot for you boys, bro. Massive. This will be
massive like clear or massive?
Yes.
Spot?
Massive clear. This will be nuclear.
I found M4.
This motherfucker Franz! Everyone has seen this skin, by the way. All of you guys have looked at this skin once.
Wait, where? I'm going
M4 on B side. M4 on B side.
I don't know.
This guy's smurfing, bro.
Wait. Let me see.
It's one of those spots where I have to jump.
Where?
You gonna show him, Franz? On the box here, and you look to the left.
Go look. Left.
Yep.
Oh.
All of you have looked at this.
I still don't see. Oh, there.
I still don't see.
I mean, it even looks like a fake skin.
No, it's a real from a weird collection. It's from the, I believe, from the Gungnir collection. 3 skins left.
I find all GG.
Yeah, bro,
I
this
think
guy
it's best you just like follow France J and just say I found one when he sees something.
Bully.
I'm not finding.
What is this M4?
This is a fake one. It's
gold.
Yeah, gold. New York, we do have like someone that has never found a skin ever in like 2 episodes, and that's Sparkles.
Oh, I found the map.
You found the map?
Yep.
Zen, help him out. He found the map.
The boundary.
Sparkles has played in 2 episodes now, and he's not found a skin once out of 15.
Old age kicking in.
Yeah.
New York, you might join him, bro. You might join him. No flame.
It would be a lot easier if he had like just like dots on the map where skins have already been found. Like you can kind of see a pattern, you know.
That is true.
I was actually studying maps for the last time.
Studying patterns.
Look, well, I can clear this, right? I'm just double checking.
Oh my god, I found a USPS marble fade.
Bro is dead inside.
Yeah.
I found that one already, buddy.
Nuclear, look in chat. Nuclear. So yeah, this is the clear I gave him, chat. Boom,
Do I
right there.
tab out?
And
Where do I
also,
look?
another clear. No, I cannot say this. I cannot say this. No, I cannot. Never mind.
What were you gonna say, just so I know?
Okay, buddy. Guys, I cannot tell him that nothing is outside the map. Because
Oh,
this...
so I found a stratosphere. Let me get that.
Because this is kind of
It should
outside
be
the
up
map,
high,
no?
like it's in the stratosphere, right?
Yeah, bro, this Franz guy. He's on the same side as them 4, but he runs past it. He sees it. It's on his left. It's on his left. He sees it. He sees it. Is he gonna get it? Niyuk is right there with him. Can Niyuk find his first skin? Franz is looking up high. Uh-oh. Did you...
What?
It's top left. No, the pillar's blocking it. GG. What? What? He's trolling. Franz must be trolling. People in Franz's chat right there. Whoa, guys, why so hostile? Okay, I'll give another clear 30 minutes, alright? Why so quiet? Everyone's locked in. Someone furious chat. Why so quiet?
Go
oh my
play.
god, bruh. Fury, why are you so quiet, bro? Tell us how your day went today, bro. Gold AK. M4, I mean.
I woke up.
Yeah.
And I started streaming.
Oh,
nice, bro.
Hard worker. Actually,
Yeah.
is there like a new, like, insane talent that got rank 1 or what? Why are you streaming?
No. I'm doing it for the love of the game.
I'm trolling. Oh, for the love of the game. You love the game? Counter-Strike 2?
Yeah, I love Counter-Strike 2
You-
and
you-
the developers.
You like CS2 more than CSGO, right?
Of course.
Let me make this clear. Okay, yeah. Fury.
Of course.
W, bro. That's my girl, bro. That's why we watch Furious, bro. He loves
DM me
Counter-Strike 2.
the spots.
Okay, this has been cleared. Alright. I mean, you can just DM me one. Like that's fine.
I have been thinking about like giving maybe people that like have like no skins like a little bit of advantage or like more clears, but
Why?
that sounds kind of
bro?
cooked. Because you get punished for
Do
finding
not
skins.
help the poor.
Yeah.
If I win one skin, I'll literally give it to my mods.
Oh, you hear that, New York mods? Lock in.
New York mods, send me Steam messages right now.
Whoa. I feel like this is not gonna get found anymore. I feel like it's gonna be like the P250 on agency.
Can I
This
just go
will not get
down and
found.
just check?
No. these
Why?
spots you're supposed to be
I have
able to
free will.
see from inside the map. Like, I made sure you can see them somehow
Now,
from
Franz,
inside the map.
get the fuck out of here, bro.
Inside. Well played.
Whoa. I don't want to clear this one because
what
this thing
skins are
exists.
still missing? Like,
So we have the USP Orion,
Stratosphere.
M41S
Right.
Stratosphere, and Glock Reactor. So we have two very small weapons and a very long one left. Franz, how was your day, bro? You woke up at 10 a.m., bro.
I wake up 7:32 a.m. I ride my bike to McDowland.
My God, bro. This
And
is why I watch every video, bro.
I
the
go
pixel ass
get
morning.
coffee.
Coffee?
Black.
Black.
Medium.
Medium. What does that mean,
And I
medium?
listen to Mom and Child in restaurant.
Oh, baby
So
crying?
stare at my bicycle outside. No, he was well-behaved child.
W child, bro.
Yes.
Good manners.
I was like, W mom. W parenting.
W mom.
wait,
I'm
I
giving you
found
guys some big.
Wait, is this Franz J's food right here, Dima?
Yeah, that is actually McDonald's you found.
I see a coffee and a burger.
Yeah.
McDonald's.
But to be honest, guys, you found so many skins so fast, though.
Wait,
like,
Franz
actually,
J smokes? Wait, what
You
is
mean instead of you guys, you mean Fury and
Tanner.
Franz?
yeah.
I'll put Nyok into the question here.
What?
That is mean, bro. Fury, cyberbullying is not okay, bro. It's a real thing.
Oh no! I fell!
Yeah, we know.
I'm fucking.
Zen, he
dying
fell
out
off the
here.
map. Help him out, please, Zen. Okay, we're approaching 30 minutes very soon. I'll give you a massive clear, okay, to spice things up. This might be a very short episode, bro. This is a massive clear. This is actually massive. Nuclear is out. Nuclear is out.
Is that
Nuclear. Look at this. Bam. Half of the fucking map is red.
It's gotta be here somewhere. Oh, the map crashed.
The server crashed. What?
Oh,
Zen, what
my.
did you do, bro? 30 minutes, the server crashed. Zen, bro. How, bro? How does this crash then? What the fuck did you do, bro?
Of course, Dima Productions,
Bro,
classic.
Zen, what the fuck did you do?
Classic Dima Productions.
Don't worry, I'll hide the skin very, very fast, don't worry.
6.5 hours later.
Zen did nothing, he just crashed out of nowhere. W. New York, how was your day, bro?
That was pretty good.
Alright, I'm out a few words.
9 a.m.
1 eternity.
There we go! You are in!
Go play.
We're back. Nothing
live.
happened, guys. Demo Productions, hey.
Now the thing I'm confused about is Dima did not actually highlight this part here.
Yeah, right? Yeah, that's
a
what I
little
thought
bit
as
weird.
well.
Like he wants
Yeah,
us
that's
to
what I-
stand here or something.
New York, this is clear. What are you talking about? This is
No,
so
but
clear.
this. Why did you not? You didn't do this. So
Ah,
I'm
okay,
starting to
fair.
think like something's gotta be here.
Fair.
But you gotta look in. Oh, it's
no.
Maria.
Franz, bro. Okay. Bro, guys, Franz, all the Ren viewers, bro, Franz is going crazy. He's on 7 skins found. No.
Might be overthinking this.
5
Like,
skins. What am I saying?
What do you define as a clear? Like, there's not a skin there, you know?
Yes.
But you could stand in the red area and see a skin in the non-red area.
Sure, yeah. We have Neok and Furious right next to
It would really help if I had
the
no clip. But
skin that is here.
Oh, really?
Right
Yeah.
here. Can they see it? Neok Fury. Which one? Neok has yet to find the skin.
What are
And
we
Fury
missing here?
is just standing right below the M4.
What?
Right below it. Walks into the house. Neok, come on, just turn around and look up. Turn around and look up. Chad, do you have any questions
is
I
not
could
clear.
ask the participants? Neok! No! Okay, now look top left. I'm mad at Neok, look! No!
There has to be something here, bro.
There is.
Okay, boys, another question while I have some downtime. What is your favorite Counter-Strike map? I think I know 2 answers out of the 3. Franz, you still like Nuke?
Yeah.
Really?
I like new golden map too.
Golden?
Yes, it's so good.
Fury, what about you, bro? Is it Mirage?
No.
Dust?
No.
What is it?
Like, favorite map ever or favorite map that's
Yeah,
still
ever.
active?
And why?
Old Cache.
Ooh, that's an aimer map, bro. I respect that. That is an
Yeah.
aimer map.
Bro, Dust is an aimer map.
Bah! Fury!
Only the ones
Colorblind!
know Old Cache, bro.
TG! Colorblind! Bah! Fury!
Only the ones
Colorblind!
know Old Cache, bro.
TG! Colorblind! This is like the 3rd time someone looks at it.
For me, it was like Dust, Cash, Inferno. But now I think Inferno's like near bottom for me. It's like below.
What happened to
Inferno's dog
Inferno?
shit
Why
now.
is it so ass? What did they change?
I don't know what they changed, but it's so ass now.
Is it the new smokes that like just cover everything? Like,
Actually, maybe it is. Yeah.
I feel like on Inferno I struggle to just like move as T. Like, I don't know. Okay, I'll say this. I'll give this clear. Fuck it. All three of you guys have actually looked at the skin already.
Okay, bro.
Two of you zoomed in. Two of you zoomed in on it.
Okay, guys, we gotta go back half an hour.
Yep. Hey, you gotta keep up with every scope you do, bro.
When did we zoom in?
Do you know where we zoomed in on?
Yeah. Okay, let me clear some spots now.
Kasper. To je pan Kasper. Kaspersky.
I'm just gonna like look for 5 minutes after zooming.
Mistr Kasper.
Oh?
Yeah.
Mistr Kasper.
I clear all of this. Do we agree with this? W or L? Guys, if you're gonna write
Hello,
W,
Kasper.
write 2 W's. Because then it makes an emo. Nuclear coming in.
When?
Right now, into this one. All of them.
Where the fuck is it on this square, bruh?
Okay, I'm gonna go.
I find Orion.
He did. Franz find Orion in T-spawn.
Wait, where was it? What was it?
By T-spawn. By T-spawn.
Where's this one?
Bro, this guy is nuts.
Let's go.
Go back to the spot. Yeah, he shot it out, but he was literally behind it, yeah. He shot it out, it's behind you on the floor. Bro, Franz, you're a menace, bro.
It's gotta be in this fucking square, but...
You got this, bro, I believe, man. 2 skins remaining. We have the Glock Reactor and M4 A1S Stratosphere. At 20 minutes, I'll clear another spot. Bro, Franz is like Himothy, bro. Come on.
Hold.
Do I clear the spot where Neok is schizo? Neok is being perma-schizo in the spot. Same with Fury, it seems. Wait, Fury?
Remind me of why I joined these fucking challenges, bro.
Whoa.
Forgive me money, bro.
Yeah, you get paid, bro. Fury, bro.
No, give me money. I find all skin.
How? Bro! Allah! Bro!
It's so close.
All 3 of them are here.
Stop.
Don't tell me Franz is gonna find this, bro. All 3 of you are here. Why?
It's a clear
in
spot.
the square, but
it's a not clear spot.
Yeah, it's gotta be like
I
the
believe
Glock here
Neok just
somewhere.
zoomed the frickety in on it, bro, but from the wrong angle, so you couldn't pay.
Guys, think, if you were a stratosphere, where would you be?
In the stratosphere.
That is true.
Reacting.
So it has to be somewhere in the air. It has to be somewhere high up.
That's
Makes
what Franz
sense?
said as well.
I think that makes sense.
How come no one's planting the bomb in Franz chat? What? Guys, plant bomb. Ah,
bro,
Jesus,
that scared the shit out of
me too, bro.
Neok.
Neok's pissed, bro. Like,
Alright. Time to give up on the square. We had a good run square.
do I clear the square for him, guys? I'm gonna clear the square. I wanna make him pissed off.
Dima, I'm gonna crash out, bro.
Even with 10 skins, you're not...
Bro, what do you mean?
See, Franz has the right mentality. That's why he's winning by a mile.
Wow, I found a Nomad Knife Doppler, a bomb, a Glock, and thanks.
I found it! Yes, you found it, Fury, finally! Holy shit! All of you have looked at this, bro! Oh, don't shoot it down. Let Neok see it as well. Don't shoot it down.
It's so stupid.
Yes, bro. We have 1 skin remaining. On the right, Neok. On the corner of the castle.
Here.
There we go. All of you. Franz, you have zoomed in on it. You have double zoomed on it.
Okay, but you have to stand up here. You can't see from down there, right?
You can, because on the stairs you can kind of have an angle. You kind of look at it. All of you looked at it.
I would never do this.
No, obviously, but like, still, bro. It's like in plain sight, like on half of the side. Anyways, that leaves the last 1 skin remaining.
Glock, right?
It's a Glock, a very small model. Chat, do we do it?
No.
Do we just leave this open? Do we keep it between maybe this corridor and these thingies? I think so as well. Chat agrees. okay. Neok is on the skin. Neok is on the skin. Last skin is below in the bush here. Right here in the corner. He walked past it. Yes, bro?
Has any of us seen the drop yet?
No. I'm giving you a clear right now. I'm giving you a clear right now. And this will make things
It's
interesting.
not on the left side of the map.
Look at this, guys. Good luck. You have a choice 50-50. Where is it? Where is it?
Fuck.
At 5 minutes left, I'll clear one of these two spots. We have Franz and Furious right next to CM. Neok's right above them. They chose the correct 50-50. And Fury is already looking at the plants. Fury is already scoping out the plants. Are we gonna see another incident of them just not seeing the skin and the plant? Wait, Fury? Fury is onto it.
How can we still not... Ah!
Bro, somewhat Fury is...
Oh wait, it can also be...
You have a 50-50 choice between two spots. Either here...
I think it's the circle. So basically, this is all inside. Not it. So fish and a chat.
Yeah, wait, Fury, when someone writes exclamation point settings, they get timed out by 5 balls. Even though they write it in your chat. Guys, don't write exclamation point settings. We have a ball that times out.
I already read exclamation settings.
No! Unless you're sub, it doesn't work, I think. Oh my, bro,
Wait, you can...
10 people got timed out. For 30. Chat, the next time you write it, you're getting permaban, guys. In 4 chats, don't do it. Like, actually. Oh, guys, Fury, what did you do, bro? Fury, we're at like 30 people. Don't do it, bro. It's continuing. My chat is being timed out. Fury! You destroyed my chat. I did like a joke yesterday, like, guys, hey, if you want to join the giveaway, guys, type I am 12 in the chat, bro. And I'm like, no, don't do it. And like 20 people were also gonna have subs in my chat saying, bro, I got banned on Twitch, bro. There's people that I can't help, bro. Guys, if you want to play, why is my channel as well? Guys, you're stupid. You're literally getting banned by Twitch or something. Oh, someone just banned themselves. Look at AFK, Mia, what happened, bro? Mia is sleeping. This was a bad idea, bro. And one more skin left. Okay, I'll give you this in the 10 minutes. It is touching the floor, the ground. It is not an object. It's not on an object, it's touching the floor. Yo, Fury, since you see a subscribe in your chat, 60 months, thank you, bro. Since you go, bro. Thank you for the sub, bro. See, while you guys cannot read chat, I'm still thanking the subs, bro.
Read everything.
Exclamation mark subs. Exclamation mark blue in front of the chat. Holy fuck, they will never find it.
Read the chat message. That's where it is.
Why is video so stupid? Okay, at 5 minutes I'll give you the last hint. I'll clear the last
Nice.
hint. Oh my god. Sorry guys, I'm on a racetrack.
Nice.
It's basically on this
Okay, huge.
lane. Do I just do this? I think so, right? We just make one lane. Unanimous yes in the chat, I see. Yeah, I did the hint, bro. Check. It's a hint, bro.
Give me a hint as well. Good thing I didn't open it on stream, but
It's not your West.
Alright, I know where it is.
You know? You actually know? Wait, let's see.
Where do I go then?
Okay, fuck it, I'll give you the clear now. Last clear coming in, boys. Look at this. Look at the map. All of that is clear, except this one lane.
Fuck. Wait, is it up? Oh, it's gotta be here. Did you move a bit? It's gotta be in one of those bushes.
Do the bushes count as floor or not?
Anything. I mean, if it's touching the floor, like the what?
It's a wall.
But it's touching the ground.
Is the roof a floor?
Yeah, the roof is not a floor. You have one lane left, basically. Franz, our Neok, this white area you're in is clear, like full clear. Look at the map again.
But like this part.
Wait, I can't see.
The white one is like, I mean.
Like you didn't draw on this.
Oh,
yeah,
no,
you're
I,
right, you're
I
right.
see. I was looking at the map wrong.
Has any of us seen it yet?
No one's looked at it yet. Surprisingly.
Bro, what? Okay, baby, you're
Baby? You call me baby now? Dude, come on, man. You're married, right?
Yep.
So it's only this lane. There's no fucking shot. That is on a floor.
Okay, I'll give it.
Ah, I fell down.
Zan, teleport him back. I'll give you this hint as well. It's inside the map. inside the map.
Inside the map, on the floor.
It's inside the map. This should change it a lot.
But inside means inbounds?
Yes, in the playable area.
Dima, this is...
Yeah, that's...
So it can be here?
That's outside the map, yeah. That's outside the map.
Okay.
Yo, Brooks, thank you for the 45 to Furious.
Crazy.
Hey, W.
45, bro. Can I get an Omi 45 in the chat for Brooks, bro? W Brooks, bro.
W Brooks.
Sporting the best streamer I've seen on Twitch, bro. Dude, your stream is actually fucking entertaining as fuck when you stream.
So once a year.
Yeah, like it's like a once in a blue moon event, but like every time it delivers, bro.
No, they don't, bro.
I think for someone who's so inconsistent, you still have a very beautiful community, bro. I'm gonna keep it up, bro.
I mean, hey man, they're my boys. They're my boys.
Glazing, bro. Chat. 2025, bro. Come on, man. Gotta be positive, bro. Franz has won the challenge, basically. He found the skin.
Where is it?
GG, Franz. What is that?
Mu zrušil ultinu. GG.
In the bush, next to the fence, you know, on the road.
Franz, how many skins is that? Is that 8? No,
I don't know.
7, I think. 7.
No way, I checked this as well.
Yes, bro.
Record.
Yeah. Franz, I think you tied with Tweede. Tweede has 7 as well. That is insane. I knew going into this, Franz was gonna be the favorite. Congrats, boys. Congrats. That was it. That was Davor.
I think we should congratulate Neok instead. Let's go, Neok. Good job, bro.
I tried my best to not find a single skin.
He clearly wants to be in another episode because he enjoyed it so much today, right, Neok?
Yeah, I love it.
Fuck, man.
Maybe when you're healthier.
Yes, you know, it's like it's playing a big part, bro. Like the runny nose, everything. You're focusing on finding something else in your nose.
Yeah, we need Sparkles versus Neok.
Yeah, Sparkles is yet to find the skin, and Neok is as well.
It's just gonna be 2 hours of no skins.
But yeah, GG boys, GG. Thanks for coming out, boys. Easy. I'll contact you boys about the skins. Neok, maybe
When do we get the skins? When do we get the skins?
In like 7 to 8 days because of the trade.
Wow, it takes that long.
Blame Valve, blame Valve.
Oh yeah, you know you're trade bad, right?
I'm not trade bad anymore.
How much is each skin?
$100 approximately. So
really?
Yes, your chat will go crazy.
$400?
Yes, Sirski.
Okay, I'm gonna give that all away.
Damn, Franz, what about you, bro?
I'll think about it.
W. Neok, what about you?
I'm giving everything away from today.
W. Make sure to join the giveaway. Exclamation mark giveaway in Neok's chat. All right, boys. Thank you for coming out.
Exclamation mark settings, guys. Exclamation mark
No.
settings.
No, okay. Enjoy your evening, boys. Hey, thank you for coming out, boys. Fucking hate those guys, bro. Okay, hey, share chat is 07, bro. Another W find a skin challenge, in my humble opinion. Chat, now though, let's go check out the servers.
What the fuck? Oh yeah, baby.
Years ago, I bought my first ever crash damaged car and attempted to rebuild it. We're nearly ready to get it on the road. Since then, every one of the cars we've rebuilt has got more expensive, more difficult to work on.
You're joking.
No! And more rare. But we've never got the chance to rebuild a hypercar. But that was until today. This is the Bugatti Chiron Persport. One of the most expensive Bugattis ever made. It's a more track-focused, lightweight version of the Chiron, and they're only made 60 of them.
This is a pure sport grid.
Owning one of these cars must be insane, but crashing one would be a seriously bad day.
Now there's only 59 in the world.
Yo! Yeah.
There's been almost 4 months that happened at the beginning of the year.
So I guess, a lot of the cars that we've dealt with over here, the more expensive they are, the longer it takes to go through.
Oh no.
If you want to come
Yeah.
What the fuck?
So as soon as the insurance pays me, next day they come pick it up and they put it at auction.
And that was our cue to get on the next flight out of the UK and head to Miami. We are at the airport now, ready to fly to Miami because we're on a short time scale. As soon as Alex gets paid out from the insurance company, the car will be taken either to auction or the insurance would take the car and we don't know where it's going to go. And if we're going to have a chance at looking at the car before it goes to auction, this is our only chance. So we're flying out now. And actually, all of this has happened because of you guys. Not only this whole journey, but also the fact we're going to look at this Bugatti. Alex put up an Instagram post of the car crash and all of you guys were tagging me in the comment section. So much so that it was actually Alex that reached out to me for us to go and see it.
Welcome to Miami, where the local time is just coming up to 2 p.m.
And here we are, a few days later, landing in Miami.
It's hot, isn't it?
It's very hot. We don't even know what this is going to be like. We have no idea. It could be way worse in the video or it could be better.
The question is, how much we're going to go for it? Like, $4 million.
This is why we come to put a deal. Remember when I said these are expensive? Well, no, these Bugattis were worth 3.6 million. But just like any numbered car, they increased in value a lot, ranging between $4 to $6 million now.
Hello. Yes.
2 minutes away. I'm excited. I'm excited to see 1 a Bugatti, 2 a Crash Bugatti, and 3 Alex's dog. Now, one thing that's kind of nerve-wracking is that we flew halfway across the world to meet up with a guy I've never met before. Alex is a 25-year-old millionaire from Miami, and his lifestyle certainly looks insane online, but we had no idea what it was going to be like in person. And in the next couple of minutes, we were pulling up outside of his house.
Oh yeah, this is the place.
We have arrived at Alex's place. What a gap this is. Look at this. The car collection sitting out the front as well. It's like a car show already on his driveway. Alex is here. How are we doing? We're good. Well, we've heard you crashed a Bugatti. Something like that. Alex's car collection was insane. And it's clear we share something in common.
I got the road crew right now. I got it with 500 miles.
This is sick, yeah, this is sick. This has got to be one of the best cars made, sure that.
Future fighting.
Oh,
this is the
This is alright. What's happened to the windscreen?
Bro, so I was, this is a funny story. So I was racing with her. She's in an M3 competition. Wrapped team. As soon as she takes off, I start following her. And she picks up this big ass rock. And I thought that was going to come through the windshield and hit me in the face. But crack the windshield.
Oh my days. Good.
And this is my second GP. I did the windshield, the glass are always breaking.
Yeah, exactly. That was it.
So you just break all your stuff. I mean, yeah, somebody's got to do it, right? You know? So I had a. What? That's really cool. He had the hose. He ripped off the spirit.
It was Joseph.
Who does he use to wash the cars? Oh, man saw him to it.
Crazy. Jsem vyhyloval, cože? Co jsem mu chtěl vyhylovat?
This is whenever I take a girl on a first date, I pull up in this.
Nice. Holy fuck.
This right here is where I probably have my most fun in life. So
These are masters.
these are EXO Miatas. So these are Miatas and you just cut them up and just made them into roll.
Alex had such a varied collection of cars, and it's clear he drives them hard. But the Bugatti wasn't kept at his house. He was going to take us there later. We're being shown a full tour of Alex's place. So bearing in mind as well, so he's 25, lives in Miami. This is like a dream lifestyle for most people, I guess. And what did you used to work in Dunkin' Donuts?
Yeah, I worked in Dunkin' Donuts 7 years ago.
It's not every day that we get to do stuff like this, so we're gonna make the most of it. Oh my days. This is a proper, like, bachelor pad, isn't it? Like, it's a proper man lives here. This place is so nice. We got to have some fun with Alex's guard dog. He then shown us his office and his gym, which was attached to it. Safe to say, he was living the dream. But we've come here for one thing, and that's the Bugatti. So it's time to go see it.
You know how to drive? Left-hand driver?
Yeah, I had a GT3 here. It's the same thing. He's giving me the SVJ.
If you crash it, we can rebuild it on channel.
It is $1 million
Oh, yeah,
over here.
Yeah, that would suck for both of us. Follow me, I'll go slow.
Do you know how he always has like the worst look with cars? All these decisions that he makes, like giving me the key to this. I don't know if it's a great decision.
Cold start?
Cold start.
We'll put gas real quick before we get on the highway though.
Yeah. No, this is so crazy. Why is he letting me drive it? So Alex is in his GT3 RS, and Alex's friend is in his own Ferrari. We were all going to be driving to the shop where the Bugatti was at on what we thought was going to be a nice leisurely drive. But this is where it all went wrong.
What the fuck?
Oh my god, you good? You saw that? Like, you saw that, bro? Yeah, man, you good? Mate, he just comes straight across the road at him. No way.
My bad. Honestly, I didn't see him.
Yes, someone. Look, he's in the door.
Yeah, this guy came from there and didn't see me. No, who? What?
Look, he's gone into here. He's literally just drove straight into the side of the pistol.
I saw him coming out.
Yeah, he was
coming out, and he was going. It's like he'd seen him.
Yeah.
And then but he was merging on, weren't he? It was merging on from there. So he's got to give way to Oscar.
Yeah. He's gone in one go. Oh, look,
Icho.
I bet you thought it was me. So the guy in the Chevrolet pulled across 4 lanes of traffic without looking and went straight into the Ferrari. What was supposed to be a drive to see one crash damaged car has ended up with another crash damaged car.
I'm gonna go through insurance for this.
You bits of holy shit.
I'm gonna go through insurance. I'm gonna deal with the bills or whatever I gotta pay through insurance.
Now naturally, the Chevrolet guy wants to claim for his insurance. The only issue is that once the Ferrari gets repaired, it would then have history of being in an accident, which would of course affect the value of it.
I wanna go through this the right way because you know what? My GPS is taking me all the way to freaking Orlando. My instructions are to make it through here, and as I was pulling out, I did not
What just happened? But to be honest, the damage didn't look too bad on the Ferrari, and neither on the Chevrolet.
Yeah, I think.
Spend $1,000 local control and $500 in eBay.
Yeah.
Take the hour.
Yeah, these guys are trying to give him a chance to go, like without insurance, and these guys will take the hit on it. But I don't know. The guys decided that they were going to take the hit so it didn't affect the value of the Ferrari, and also so the Chevrolet guys' insurance didn't increase dramatically after claiming for damage on a Ferrari.
I found a fender for $2 grand. Out of that, I need a lower control arm that I know of. I don't know what else is damaged.
Like 4 or 5 grand?
I'll say 4 or 5 grand.
Yeah.
I'd rather that, bro, than insurance claim, car down for a month and a half, crash damage before.
So the guy in the Chevrolet left, whilst we called a trailer to pick up the Ferrari so we could take it back to the shop where the Bugatti was. It's a bad situation, but it could have been much worse.
It could have been way worse, and no one was hurt.
Yeah, it could have been way worse.
And I think we can fix that. I think
Yeah,
we need to fix.
I think we fix that.
There'll be a 24-hour at the GT3.
Yeah, I feel like we could do that.
So the Ferrari's now on the trailer, heading to where the Bugatti is. There's going to be 2 crash cars there, but first we've got to drive the SVJ half an hour there.
Is it half an hour?
Half an hour.
Oh, I'm not complaining, but we don't want another reenactment of that. And we were back on the road. Right, now finally, we're going to get to go see the Bugatti. Come on. Now this could turn out to be one of the
Crazy
biggest
hero.
purchases I've ever made.
Crazy
But
hero.
right now, Alex is still waiting for his insurance to pay out, and once they do pay him out, we still have no idea what they're going to do with the car. It could go to an auction like Copart, or if Bugatti decide that they want to repair it, it could even go there. So this might be our only chance to see it before it goes. Arrived. That was an eventful trip with a Ferrari. Right, this is where the Chiron is. I don't even know what to expect now because everything that's happened today is just just been wild. Oh. And here it is, the Bugatti Chiron Persport. Possibly the biggest rebuild I'm about to take on. What? Oh my days. What have you done?
It's not that bad, bro, is it?
What did you hit?
Bro, nobody knows what I hit.
No.
What do you think I hit?
I'll leave it here.
I think like a truck or something.
Leave it.
I hit a 1987 Suzuki mini truck, bro. like the value difference between the cars, like the cheapest car on the road, that car is probably worth $2,000-3,000 to a Bugatti Persport.
Oh my days.
How fast do you go? I don't know.
The damage kind of makes sense now. Most of it is in the middle at the front. The lower part of it actually looks okay. The car looks absolutely nuts. Anyway, if anything, it looks kind of cool like this.
You've seen one in person before, right?
No.
You've never seen a Persport in person?
Never seen a Persport in person.
Sat in one.
Never. This thing is so
Look, I don't even know how this happened, bro, but look, like the top glass is broken.
Before we go round and inspect the damage, I just wanted to take a look around this car.
So sick.
Like, it's really simple in here.
It's super spacious, bro.
Yeah, it does feel like massive in it. This car was like nothing I've ever sat in before. It was so special. I'm guessing this is the most expensive car you bought.
Yeah, for sure.
How much was it?
This came out to $6 million.
6 million?
Yeah, what is it over there in the UK for one of these?
Probably like 4 or 5.
Yeah, it's 4. So it'd be around the same. They're around the same everywhere.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
There's only like 50 or 60 of them ever made, isn't there?
Well, now there's like 59.
It's cool that Alex can joke about the crash now, but at the minute, he's $6 million down. And we have no idea what's going to happen to the car once the insurance pays out. They might even choose to repair it. Like, it's not the worst damage from like just seeing it looking at it straight away. It's not the worst damage, like compared to other stuff that we rebuilt. But it's just the fact that it's a Bugatti is
Like
Even like that airbag is going to be
Yeah.
insane money.
Like it's just going to be a Volkswagen airbag, but it's just because it's that. It's just got that on it. Now, Bugatti is owned by the Volkswagen Audi group, as are so many of the other cars that we've rebuilt, which would actually help us in finding parts, as we might be able to cross-reference those parts from other cars in the Volkswagen Audi group that it's used on. Just like the Lamborghini Urus using Audi parts. The issue is that usually, if it's got a Bugatti logo on, then it's probably specially made for that car.
Yeah, so I mean, I know there's some stuff in here. There's a little bit of frame damage in there, from what I can see in there.
See that?
Oh yeah. Isn't this the combobulator right here? Yeah. Combobulator.
You can see even on parts like this, it's marked with the Bugatti stamp. But next to it, that looks like the MAR logo, I believe it's pronounced. So there is a chance that we may be able to go directly to the manufacturer to get these parts cheaper. So everything that's got markings on, I'm guessing is for the insurance. So these are the parts that you've got quotes to actually... What this No. It looks like we have some damage to the carbon tub.
Part of the tub.
What, like the hot tub or some shit?
So the actual whole part of the car is that, like, you can't unbolt that and put a new one. Like,
Too much this car to be fixed, I have to go back to zero.
and that's right. Due to this damage on the carbon tub, Bugatti will want to replace the entire monocoque. They'd have to for insurance purposes, which means the labour on this repair would be expensive, never mind the actual cost of the monocoque. The only good news for us is that the damage is not really in a structural place, and I'd say it's more cosmetic. And I've seen people like Tavares have parts of carbon monocoque repaired before. So if we do get this car, it's potential that we'll try and repair this part, but Bugatti will definitely not be happy about it. So did you get a quote for all of these parts? And what did it come to?
1.7
million. 1.7 million on parts.
That's light work. You guys got that.
So $1.7 million in parts is the official insurance quotation. But remember, that's replacing everything which is a slight bit of damage on it, and going direct to Bugatti for the parts. We might be able to do a lot better than that.
Do you know how much a wing is?
No, how much is a wing?
It was 200,000 each.
200,000 a wing.
These, and you need two of them. Fenders. Sorry, yeah.
This carbon fibre, like actual wiper arm. How long did you own this car?
Well, no, I technically still own the car. I'm still paying him a month. Right?
At this moment, you're still paying how much a month?
71,000.
Like, this is just a different planet. So even though the accident happened a while ago now, Alex is still making payments of $71,000 a month for the car. And this is going to happen until the insurance decide what to do with it. And later in the video, we're going to find out the fate of the Bugatti.
It's carbon fibre as well. That must be what's so expensive.
Yeah, like the whole thing is full carbon fibre. And is it any damage?
It's such a good looking car. Look at that rear spoiler.
This thing is hot. And this, bro, this thing, I've stood on this a bunch of times. Like, this holds on to your weight perfectly.
Oh, wow. Like, why doesn't it surprise me that he stood on it?
Oh no. Oh, he's on the fuse. What is he doing?
This car is like ultimate dream car. I can't imagine.
Actually not purple, this is a wrap.
What colour is it?
This is the long edition. This is like an even more rare spec. Is this?
Oh, it's a really
Oh, that's a nice colour as well.
really nice colour. I did well with it. Like,
I just feel like it was too gentleman spec for me.
Yeah. What I didn't realise is what I didn't notice on some video, actually inside. All the airbags are gone. Dashboard airbags are gone. So this dashboard, the way this pops out. Oh my days! The dashboard's carbon fibre.
How are you going to fix that?
Look inside. Look inside. Can you see? Can you see in there?
yeah.
It's all carbon fibre in there. This thing though, it looks separate. But I know that the guys who repair the dashboard wouldn't be able to repair this part because, look, you'd never get it looking the same. This is all one piece of leather. So that's probably going to have to be ordered from Bugatti. Another thing I've just found absolutely hilarious. I thought this was a Volkswagen Passat key.
That's not the key for this. You literally get that on like vans.
Yeah, this is like a Passat key.
Imagine spending 4 million quid and they hand you that.
Your seatbelt locked out as well, so that's what would happen in accident. Stop you from literally flying. They pull you back in your seat and airbags go off. I'm guessing it was proper noise.
Yeah, it was just scary because it happened so fast.
Like, I don't think they've used plastic on this car. It's like every single piece.
Even like the headlight.
Yeah, even the inside of the headlight.
Carbon fibre.
But these cars weren't meant to make any sense, were they? Like when Bugatti made them, they're not made to like be mass produced or anything like that. They're just made to be like the best car they could ever make. So it's just gone to town on it. Everything's carbon fibre, everything's ridiculous. If it's going to be lighter, it'll be lighter. Even down to like the wiper arms and carbon fibre. I think what we should do definitely is call or try to call Bugatti and see. Like they're obviously going to know this car, they're going to know the VIN of the car, but it'd be interesting to get some price for some parts and see where we move on there, because then we can see whether this is worth actually us trying to go for the biggest build of your lifetime, which means I'm going to have to sell a lot of things. But like everything that we've done is like led to this moment, and if there's ever going to be a chance to rebuild a Bugatti Chiron, it's going to be right now.
It's definitely meant to be. We've got to get this.
Question is though, for what price is it worth it? We know the insurance quotation was $1.7 million in parts, but does that make the car $1.7 million cheaper? But because it's a numbered car, regardless of whether it's crashed or not, does it even affect its value? We've seen this type of stuff happen before. For example, Lewis Hamilton's old Pagani. That's actually been in an accident twice. The second time was a really bad accident, but because of how much the car's worth, it ended up going back to Pagani and being repaired, and it's now back on the road. We've seen the same for other Bugattis, Ferrari F40s, even Rowan Atkinson's McLaren F1. All of them got repaired because the cars are worth so much. These manufacturers don't want someone like me repairing a car like this, so there is still a high chance that it will go back to Bugatti. And my dreams of buying a crash-damaged hypercar might not ever come true. Yo, we're good. We've seen the Bugatti. We want to know, one, whether we can get parts, and two, I don't know, have you had any prices for anything then? Or, like, what's the verdict?
I've got a few prices together for you. Now, this is only based on kind of previous sales, without giving them a chassis number, details of the vehicle, or any kind of thing, details like that. They won't be able to give me this is an exact cost.
Yeah.
Because as we spoke about before, there might be, rumour has it with reference to this car that Bugatti are already aware of it, and whether this car's got to go to Paris to be checked, looked at before they'll even release parts. But
okay, so there's a potential that if like they won't sell the parts completely if it doesn't go to Paris.
Potentially.
Right. Okay.
Potentially. So from previous headlights for a Chiron, as a pair, is a pair.
Yeah.
€150,000.
Oh my god.
A wing is also around €150,000.
Okay. Brilliant.
Bonnet is around about €50,000. And bumper looks like it comes in many parts.
Yeah, there was like a lower splitter, then there was like part of the front bumper with like a grille section. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, the horseshoe for a Chiron is around about €80,000.
Oh my god. The issue is as well is because like we need it, and if I do buy the car, the price could be anything after I buy the car, because he's not set figures, and as soon as I go, yeah, I'm going to repair it car, they know I need it, it's like, we'll add another 50% on top of that.
Yeah, correct.
Cool. Well, at least we've got a ballpark. Thanks, Tom.
No worries.
it's just like phone numbers for cars. You just make them up. I actually don't get how they can. How can it be that expensive? It's cost them nowhere near that to make that. This could be a lost cause. We don't know. We don't know. We're gonna have to wait and see. After we landed back into the UK, Bugatti sent a technician from Paris all the way over to Miami to do their own inspection of the car. Then we got the news. So there's good news and there's bad news. And the bad news is pretty bad. But we'll get on to that. The good news is that the technician declared the Bugatti as a write-off. Because the car is now written off, I can see on the car vertical report that it does have now a damaged title, and there's nothing we can do to get that off. That's going to stay on that car forever. If you ever check the car out on car vertical, it always come up that it's been damaged. I can also see that the mileage all lines up on the car. I can see it's never been stolen, never been exported, and I can even see the day that it was written off and declared a salvage title. And the full timeline of the car and everything that Alex told us all lines up, how long he owned the car for, and when the car fully got roads off. When the car does go to auction, it's likely that the auction photos will end up going on car vertical. So if you checked a car out on car vertical and it was crash damaged, it's like you'll see all the photos of the car when it was at the auction. So you'll see all the damage where it was, like on the front of the car or the rear of the car, which is really handy to know. But this puts us into a whole different situation. The Bugatti is now at Copart, ready for auction, which leads up to the bad news. But before we get onto that bad news, make sure you guys are checking your car out on Car Vertical with the link in the description box below, and maybe you'll find some hidden history about your car that you didn't know about. There's also a discount code appearing on the screen as well to get a nice little discount on that check. Right, let's get into the situation. So the good news is that the car's at Copart now, which means we're able to buy it when there's an auction date. The bad news for us is now that anyone around the world can bid on that. So we're now against everyone who wants to rebuild salvage cars around the world, and potentially even Bugatti themselves. Also, what is it going to go for? What is it worth? In the history of Copart, I only think one Chiron was ever auctioned off there ever before, and it was a regular Chiron. This is it. This car was actually vandalised with an attempt to set it on fire. Damage was mainly to the front, and there was some parts of the interior which was damaged as well, along with all of the fire extinguisher dust. But nevertheless, this car is still worth over $3 million. That's still sold for $1.7 million. But even though Alex's car's worth way more than that, I do think the damage is much worse than that red one. Would that bring the price down lower than 2 million, or is it going to go for like a $3 million, which seems crazy? We already know the price for parts, if we went directly to Bugatti, is $1.7 million. And that's without labour, and we might have to retub the whole car. Regardless of all of this, it's inevitable that Alex's Chiron is going to go for over $1 million. And for me to get $1 million, I'm definitely going to have to sell some of these, which is going to absolutely kill me. All of these cars we put blood, sweat and tears into, and it's all been part of my journey. To get rid of even one of these is really going to hurt me. And what's going to hurt me even more is if I get rid of them, I'll get rid of some, and we still don't get it. So if we're going to go for it, we're going to have to go for it all out. But it's in exchange for a Bugatti, probably something that I'm never going to get the opportunity to do again. So I'm thinking to just go for it. But there is one thing that's really going to throw a spanner in the works. So when the technician went from Bugatti Paris to Miami, they come back with a report. And after that report, we found something out.
I inquired with shutting up production with Bugatti to see whether we could get the parts supplied to you to repair the vehicle.
Yeah.
But they have then decided, after going back and forth a couple of times for further information, that car has to go back to France for it to be repaired only. So basically, on that chassis number of vehicle, they will not supply any component through a Bugatti dealership.
So there's not one thing we can buy for that Bugatti?
No.
So even though the car's listed for sale at Copart for anyone to buy, the only people who could buy parts and repair this car are Bugatti themselves. It just seems crazy. So really then, our only option is if we did buy the car, we'd have to take it to Bugatti for them to repair it, which is going to be extortionate amount.
Yes, the only way to repair that car back to its former glory is to go through them direct.
This is a huge problem. But then we had a thought. What about the red Bugatti Chiron that was auctioned off at Copart? How did the buyer get parts to repair that?
So, from what I hear, I can't confirm or deny this at all, but from what I've heard is that that car is still not repaired because Bugatti have also done the same thing and said that they will not supply parts for that vehicle because it's got to go back to France.
And this theory adds up. We found the VIN of this car and we put it into Car Vertical, and it shows the car hasn't moved since 2021 when it got vandalized. Since then, there's been no records of it ever being put back on the road, ever being imported or exported. Nothing. Only an ownership change, which was obviously the person that won it at the auction in 2022. So there's potential that this red Chiron is still out there waiting to be repaired.
So there's two we could potentially
Yeah, there's two Bugattis out there. If you've got the red Chiron...
Bro, don't fucking...
So this could turn into
don't
a hunt
fucking
that we never expected.
try me,
But that
bro.
doesn't
What
change
the
fact that
fuck?
we can't get parts for either of these cars. But will that help bring the price down when the purple Bugatti goes to auction? I guess we're just gonna have to wait and see.
Ty pičo, no, musel vyzkoušet, kámo.
This could be one of the biggest risks that we ever take. But that has thrown a massive spanner into the works. I'll leave it up to you guys to decide. What should we do? If you enjoyed this video, hit the subscribe button, hit that thumbs up button, and I'll see you in the next video. Peace out.
If you had to get rid of one, which one would go first?
This is a no. That's a no. That's a no. That's a no.
That's all of them. Is that a no?
Yeah, that's a no.
Oh, look.
Like a drug that I just can't deny.
Spočítejte peníze, bojovníci. Je čas přihodit do banku pár zlaťáků.
Kamo, a já prostě mi nepadne ten item, ne? Prostě ty pičo, kdybych ho měl. Bylo joker.
Tento zápas se vám nepovedl. Cesta vašeho týmu zde končí.
Holy shit.
In the 2 years since AMD last launched a Threadripper CPU, I got braces, I got a fire truck, I cooled a bunch of stuff, and I prepared for this day. This day of todays, when I will unbox, install, and find out how many points AMD's King of the Threadrippers, the Ryzen 9980X, can get us in Cinebench and various other points measuring softwares.
Can 64 Zen 5 cores and over 300 million bytes of cache ascend us to dizzying heights, the likes of which high-end desktops have never seen before? Or is this going to be a classic modern, yeah, I guess the new one's faster. To find out, I'm going to have to brave Shimada Peak. After I brave today's segue. In the video description. When it comes to the numbers on the spec sheet, AMD's new Threadripper 9980X has more in common with the last gen than it seems to have different. It's got the same number of processing cores, 64 cores and 128 threads, with the same, admittedly massive, L2 and L3 caches, operating at the same base clock.
Locked in my room, 4 black walls, tied the noose, no recall, no result, fuck withdraw, rather shoot up till I fall. Murder on call with the 5-9, 20 years and it seemed like a lifetime. I've been hanging every day from a lifeline, why these fuckers hit a dinner every nighttime? Smoke, don't fuck with y'all, Sprite back in the web, I don't think I can explain any better. My birth was an error. sign, yeah, I said fuck the 9 to 5. Trying to shine so hard that I leave them all blind. Fuck boy. Motherfucker. Had the black collar, wah, call the praise up for the G59. Talking to me, I get blah, blah, blah. When I pull up at the most, say it ooh la la. If this is what it feels like when I need some
That's not good.
To the Starlight House, which... No. I mean...
Já perdão.
Poetry in motion, feeling like I'm Jesus. So many new faces that I didn't know last week. All of my DMs, they was one of my soul artists. A&R trying to be friends. I'm finna sign no shit to my team. Get pampered up, nighted up, boiled up. Bitch, you better hope that budget big enough to spoil us. Fuck with us, make it pop and pour it up. Toast to those who never had a chance to be the chosen ones.
Vydal, vole, jedno kvečko a ultimatku, kámo. Jak mi dal kvečko, jsem ho ani neviděl.
My fucking windows tinted, 155 inside of 55, that's how we living. I'm blowing out inside a whip, I know the pics is different. License is suspended, God ain't giving no repentance for the way I'm sinning. Got no patience for no greedy sons of bitches. And when I'm at the top, I ain't gon' show you no forgiveness, that ain't how I'm feeling. Suck it up, toughen up, pucker up. Toast to all the souls who never got close to being the chosen ones. Got my shooter, aim it right, show me do love. Saw me like Hoover, back is in finna be choosers. And when I die, I'm gon' leave behind all my old memories right inside symphonies. And when we die, the whole game gon' recognize both of our names.
Jo, má ten štít, vole, můžeš mi říct? Kus Brauma? Braum dal shield za full HP? Ne. Dobrovolná oběť, asi jo, no. Ty vole. To je crazy negolo, kámo. Making me alright. They're broken. Fuck my nuts. My bad again, já jsem se nechal chytit. To nechal chytit, tak největší chuj. Jonáš. Rychlosti útoku? Ulomky rychlosti? Do 244. Ty vole. Ještě mám Soraku. Dobré. Tak nevím, co mi teďka padlo, je to fakultál. Ona má Mystic Punch, to běž do řítě. Are you fucking... My bad. Oh my god. Blbě kvečka mi zmačknout. Jako really? Oh můj bože. To bude kantu tady tohle. Bro. Fucking karma. Zase karma. To bylo mega close. Oh my god. Lol. Ten sníž dělá sekundu? The fuck?
talking and see. Money swollen like sis. They done perfected the kid. Got a Bentley mosaic on my head, got a big bag of pill out the road I just spent. I know one got $1 million, the devil that shit and I chip it again.
Alicia.
Even though she is in love, I am still heartless, yeah. Mixed up the party, pop like money. I was that fresh, young nigga rockin' money. Yeah, nigga, yeah, I'm fly like money. Yeah, I'm so raw, I don't need to count on my side. When I play golf, only top one par. One of my watch cost me a new car. Marry my bitch and I treat her like Marge. Suck on my sneak and I still take the pies, yeah. Shout out my GG, they put this every hit, this shit got me dipped. When life give you lemonade, crush that is simply. Niggas, they rising like life, like Minnie and Mickey. Rock Balenciaga on Dickie. I got too stupid, that Glock and it came with a switch. And I Dana, yeah, really look sticky. I was the one that would handle it, man. I was just missing a pretty women. I was the one that would push it a limit. Run up the numbers like it was a scrimmage. Run up the bands, you broke ass nigga. Ran up the brand new games. I got no rats, all my own pants. You niggas straight hands. You know it's this. Take a perk and it's honkin' and see. Money swollen like sis. They done perfected the kid. Got a Bentley mosaic on my head, got a big bag of pill out the road I just spent. I know one got $1 million, the devil that shit and I chip it again.
fuck is doing? What the fuck? Už jim naběhal jak chuj, vole. What the fuck? Soraka má really, vole, 2600 HP, ne? Tak ty jsi blázen. Oh my god. What the f- This fucking dude, man. Kamo, co se zas vyhealovala ta štětka? Co mi dala, vole, 1 000 000 damage. Kurva. Skoro. Zase, kamo, na výdrž? Nedělej pičoviny, kamo. No, you don't see me down. You don't see me down. You don't see me. You don't see me now. You don't see me now. See me now, you don't see me now. You don't see me now, you don't see me. You don't see me now, you don't see me now. You don't see me now, you don't see me now. You don't see me now, you don't see me now. You don't see me now, you don't see me now. You don't see me now, you don't see me now. Vole, mám v základu, kamo, totálně brutálně, what the fuck. You don't see me now. You don't see me now. You don't see me now. To jsem nechtěl udělat, kurva.
I no longer stand in a room. You can't say you're the best in the room. Try stepping the man and it's stressed in a room. Gonna need a bulletproof vest in a room. Nah, no longer stand in a room. Anybody wanna try a test in a room? If I take red, say fam, better roll shoes. You will get wet like skets in a room. You don't see me now. 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 Cause it looks like we're dead. We're dead. We're dead. We're dead. We're dead. We're dead.
Shadows deep that define me. The tale of sorrow hiding keeps high. The devil may cry. For heaven evil's cruelest heart can trace its roots to a broken heart.
don't lie.
leave.
watch how he becoming him. Slowly right out your body, lights becoming dim. Coming training regimens, they starting to call me Slim. God of the mic when I'm accepting them, calling me king, 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 calling me to watch how he becoming him. Slowly right out your body, lights becoming dim. Coming training regimens, they starting to call me Slim. God of the mic when I'm accepting them, calling me king, 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 calling me
Said I'm not away in the kryptonite, and my head's breaking me down. God is in my sight, I'm losing the fight. Soon enough I'll be out. Said I'm not alright, I'm the kryptonite, and my head's breaking me down. God is in my sight, I'm losing the fight. Soon enough I'll be out.
outside.
Trying to tell myself that it's
Whoa, 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 whoa.
He's gonna. Yeah.
Něco po 7 se hlásím z Prahy, kde máme natáčení. Takže dneska budu mít streamky beze mě, ale Morče s Fílou to na mém kanále určitě zvládnou. Streamy beze mě na mém kanále vždycky bývají ty nejúspěšnější. To je první věc. A druhá věc, kterou vám chci připomenout, je, že dneska se hraje poslední čtvrtá kvalifikace na Rift Summit. To znamená ten turnaj, který má svoje finále v rámci veletrhu MČR, který pořádá Playzone a já jim s tím pomáhám. Když seberte kábry a běžte si zahrát. Začíná to, to je bláho, jsou tam nějaký registrace a checky mezi 5. a 6. Od 6 si myslím, že se hraje. A vážení přátelé, dneska jsem nekomentoval na svém kanále Worlds a opět byla nejvyšší sledovanost za celý Worlds. Začínám mít pocit, že mám přítomnost na vlastním streamu, na mém vlastním kanále. Začínám být spíše na obtíž. Takže jsem vám chtěl říct moc děkuju. Jděte do půle.
I designed the 3D printable slime ball that's purely mechanical. I invented this mechanism last year and shaped it into a ball, and now it's basically liquid. I designed the 3D printable slime ball that's purely mechanical. I invented this mechanism last year.
یکی از راه‌های موفقیتی که فعلا میتونیم فضای بین دندانیمون رو بپوشونیم اسپسیفیک شدن که متحرک استفاده بکنیم
Komu i jak? No i prostě mají větší damage. Be nice.
Can't tell if you blind my eyes about the northern lights.
AD Malphite. Oh, shit. Fucking hell, man. This cunt, man. On měl, vole, Dragon Soul, že? Ten sánkoš, vole. Jsi to tež měl říct.
Ultrasonic sound waves to locate its victim.
Mas depois tá tranquilo. O bom é que ela não ferrou com o abdômen. Então, tipo, ela apenas morde e minha filha, você não vai soltar no pé não. 2 e 3. E cara, ela dá uma mordida bem forte no começo, mas depois tá tranquilo. O bom é que ela não ferrou com o abdômen. Então, tipo, ela apenas morde e minha filha. Stąpam się i co? Filha.
used to sneak up on its prey from the ground.
Wierz mi kurwa, że nie żartałem. Co ty pierdolę? Co trafiłeś? Ja wygrywał. Co ty strzeliłeś?
where they links, but I just keep cheesing. Hard drive full of heat sneaking. Trying to come the same day as Jack.
Takže dobrý damage mi dal. Come on, are you fucking kidding me, bro? No. Já prdel za mě, ne? Holy fuck. Konečně. Kurva. Může můj komp se, vole, probudit do piče. Vole. Tomu on fakt veme, vole. On veme fakt tu pičovinu, když já, vole, mu dávám piču. Je, vole, milion CD. Feels bad. No ale shieldy jsem dal dobré, ty vole. Hands up, hands up, hands up, yeah.
Se maluje předtím, jak se tam nainstalujou tyhle ty kotle, boilery, klimatizace a tak dále. Tamhle to může stát i takovouhle místnost, kdyby normálně Mark strávil na 3krát nebo 3/4 hodinách každý den. Když to potom jen a vám se to značně prodrčí, takže prosím vás, myslete a nechte si udělat výmahu do technické místnosti předtím, než má tam nainstalují všechno, co tam má být. Jedna taková drobná technická rada. Technická místnost se maluje předtím, než se tam nainstalujou tyhle ty kotle, boilery.
Ne, já jsem mohl jen piknout Jarvana. Fuck.
Can I have 2 large cheese pizzas, please?
I don't mind. Jeez. Nic dneska jule s hapkama, ale to nevadí. Mystic Punch, kámo. To jsi totálně posral, ty vole.
5, 55, 5, 10, 5, 6, 17. 5, 5.
Hello, hello.
Chceme to vyhrát?
Jdem to vyhrát, kámo.
Já už napsal nevyváženost.
No, tak kvůli vám.
No, jo.
Ondrej jenom nás začne dobrý.
Jo, my když jsme
Jo.
No co? Neříkej N-wordy.
Už zase. To je jedno, když to řekne někdo jiný.
To je problém. Já jdu otevřít myčku.
Pičo, je tohle normální? Kurva, jeď, pičo, teď je to 50, ty zmrde! Pičo, podjede kurva 30!
Dík za suba.
Ahoj, Gorilla. Mám to vypnout, tak jo. Ty říkal, že jakmile budeš mít to, jakmile budeš mít...
No jo, nevím.
Melyik a kedvenc zenéd? Hát,
To jsem ti říkal, že jsem dostal banán? Na 7 minut?
Jo, počkej, jako další?
Izélek, amikor dolgozok.
Neberom ten
To je předchozí.
Jo, okej, tak to já taky.
To je za to, že jsem nadával u Lolka. To bylo tam.
Zajímavý. Jak jde škola? Školově. Ne, vůbec se nedávám.
To ještě nenašlo tým?
Ne, už jo. Začal se zeptat.
Zajímavý název animitinu.
You think that you are 420. A koukám, že oni mají taky podobné rozpoložení týmu, akorát oni jsou jako silver, nebo že gold, silver, iron. A my jsme emerald, platinum, gold a pak bronze.
To je velmi vyvažené.
Tak kdyby posunul ty paranku nahoru, no. No zase mi nepadlo, když do toho chatu, tak tu posílete tady ty bany, prosím. To byl v channelu.
Tam?
Nebo mi to říkejte a já to nějak vykukuju. Já zase násím screenshoty někam.
Tak Patrik ban.
OK. Ale tak to je v pohodě, bude, ne?
Komu?
Jinak, jaký mají naházený role? Fail, spodní, jungle, support a typuji, že to je top tím pádem.
To nubové, nemusíme banovat nic.
Jako, když tam vypadá dobře, tam je Katarina, ale typek prý má, nebo tak má havrnutou džungli, jakože v Clashi, takže nevím. Dobře, support tam hraje, má největší masterku na Yumi a Swainovi. Jako dobrý, no.
Yumi je sračka.
No Yumi je sračka, to vím, no. Tak dobře, tak zabanujeme Yumi. Radši, preventivně jich to. Vždycky to byl troll ban, tentokrát to je real ban.
Zabanoval bych Fize. Protože má 1,2 milionu.
Dobře, tak místo Yumi tam dám tady tohle, Yami. Co dál ty dal?
Fizz.
OK.
Typek nás má 1,2 milionu pointů.
Caitlyn mi zabanuj na bot.
OK. Jo, jinak jak hrajem vůbec jako pozice?
Nevím.
Ondra asi bude top klasicky.
Miky je ADCčko, ty jsi asi support. Ondra je top a mezi mnou a Jirkou je to mid a jungle.
No ne, já klidně můžu jít do jungle, že jo, jako.
Já nechci jít za sporta.
Vicky v jungli.
Už jsem byl minulý, který v jungli.
Jo?
No.
Dobré, zatím 3 bany, co máme?
My hrajeme?
Ne, co? Máme minutu a půl.
Dobrý. Já koukám na nás, aha. Já, že jsem.
Já jsem deaktivil, že se jmenuje Penis.
Kde jsem já? Linken. No.
To je na tobě a Vicky, mi to rozhodnout.
Chceš jít mid nebo džungle? To co bude méně cancer asi. Obě je stejně cancer? Ani ne. Záleží do čeho hraješ. A co máš za teammate, když máš Draka spomnutýho? Nevím to X-Factor, ne? Já se dostanu na tom midu. Já mám ten pick. Co máš za tu Orianu? Ne. Ty Orianu jsem hrál jednou v arenách. Tak si říkáš, že ji budeš chtít začít hrát? Jo, jenže se od té doby nedostal cloud, takže...
Let's go. Takže Andra super, jo?
Jo.
Miky, co hraješ za čempy?
Na botu všechno možná.
Takže jsi spíš něco jako enchanter, nebo něco jako stunovacího, jako tank, nebo něco jako stunovacího na tank?
Podle
Nebo-
anime týmu. Já se pak přizpůsobím. Do toho. Podle animáku bych piknul.
To je ten pick.
A teďka co první piknem, že jo?
No.
Můžeme prvně piknout dál, klidně můžeme piknout prvně botlane. A oni banují botlane, no.
No.
Alebo
tak
mid.
já jsem tam je Yumi, co? Yumi, pak tam byla ta Caitlyn a pak tam byl ten Fizz. Teď já už jak ten support tam brečí prostě, oni mi zabrali mojho maina. Tak já Felios. Fizz. Když jsme to trollili, že jsme popikovali teleporty. Vím, že nějakou hru nebo nějaký clash jsme hráli jako teleporty. Všichni.
No to nemusí být špatné.
No jako ono to jako není špatné, jo, ale...
Jsme portili jak dumboti.
Když si chceme vyhrát, tak asi to nebude dobrá taktika.
No. Pikneme full tank team.
Ty hraješ top.
Jorik, úžasný. Ej, já vezmu asi basically Leonu, prostě, jak klasika. Takový můj pick.
Pikni mi Samiru mi pikni. By se měli dominovat na botlane. Když se to neposere.
Kde Patriku?
To se může postarat hrozně jednoduše. Počkej, proč si říkáš na mě, většinou to postará desečka.
Máš emerald a decečko.
Posere závislosti na tom, že support mysne spely.
No počkej, ale tak to, že myslím spell neznamená, že ty máš týpat.
Nic, tak prohra na botlane. GG. Jdem, ne. Dobře smazané. Jeden odchyt milia a je hotový. Nepikuj to Viega, prosím tě, ty kurvo.
No, Viego je cringe.
Pikni tu, jo, ty mrtko.
Au.
Ramus nebo Amumu?
Do Viega Ramus je cool. A je potom do té botlane. Pikne bez nějaký cancer jako Ešku, Kog'Mawa, nebo...
No, tak to můžeme zabanovat, že jo?
Nebo...
Počkej, typek tam má v masterkách co? Tristanu, Misku, Varuse a pak tam má Kaisu.
Jo, tak Varuse zabanuj. To by byl cringe s Miliam.
No a jo, ale počkej, to ADSčko je, počkej, to je ten Iron 2, počkej, co?
Jestli je ADC Iron 2, tak to stopnem.
Je to Iron 2.
Tak to stopnem, tu botlane. Doufám, že to nejsou smurfové.
Jo, na tomhle to a je tam ještě mid, chceš něco na mid zabanovat? Tam je Fizz, Z, největší masterka a...
Jirko.
Takže...
No,
co zabanovat? Co chceš zabanovat na bejt?
Kat tam byla. High point.
Co?
Katarina
tam byla high point.
Jo.
Nějak 400k nebo něco.
To je nic. No, asi good. Patrik, když je někdo follow a neukáže se ti to nikde, tak co to je za pičovinu? Borec mi dal follow, mi přišel e-mail, že mi dal follow, ale nevidím to v informacích, ani to nemám v těch, ani nebylo ale nic. Byl asi nějaký bot nebo...
No.
Budeš chtít pěknou námit.
Nevím, to je něco normálního.
Budeš mít counterpick na mid, takže...
No jako... Děláš, že to bych viděl 3 prdele o counterpicích.
Counterpick nemusí znamenat.
Když máš...
To být něco, s čím si konfi.
Yes. Co ti dobře draží análek.
Luxou třeba. Aha.
Melasa pičo.
Co mám dělat s Mel jako?
Pize hraješ? Galia hraješ? Kasadina? Kasadina hraješ? Galia?
Nehrál jsem to. Akalim nebo Auroru? Aura Zoe, co tam mají?
Zoe je banger.
Chceš Zoe?
Jo, ta Zoe půjde no.
Hej, tak co se děje?
Já nevím.
Alistar. Co, pičo? Alistar je kde jako? Co máš za botlane? To je Milio Alistar botlane?
No.
A jo.
To je Alistar mid. Mel Milio botlane.
Jorik, ne, to je Jorik Milio botlane podle mě. Ne, není. Jestli tam je Mel na botlane, tak je cooked. Ona se, když na ní dá Patrik Ečko, tak ona se přitáhne na Patrika. A Patrik pak stunne. Takže ona nemá šancu.
To absolutně nesnáším
žádnou. Jak jsem stával v rankerech, to bylo úžasný.
To je podle mě...
Mně se jednou stalo, že Mel proti mě utíkala, já jsem jí ečknul, ona měla zapnutý štít, jo, a flashnula pryč. Nejenom, že ona flashnula, ten štít to odrazil na mě zpátky, a pak ona, jak byla flashnula pryč, tak začala letět zpátky ke mně. A tam už to jsme ji zabili. Takže
to je jo, ten mid Alistar, no. Asi. Vadem botlane bychom měli vyhrát. Měli bychom jít invade.
Pěkně.
To pěkně.
Dobrý gift, že?
Jaký?
No ten jsem ti poslal.
Já nevím. Asi jo.
To invadíme?
Jo.
No, říkala se tam, no.
Neví. Ani ví. Milio tu šel. Je. Zdravý ping celkem.
Tak já tam podobně.
Jumping 31, what do you mean?
Tak mě to.
Kde žijete?
Na datech.
Jo, to je pravda.
Aha, okay, tak pak jo.
Jsme provardili celou... Proč jim mám na bot? Ten měl ADC?
Já jsem říkal. Jste mi nevěřili. No tak protože kde jinde jste žrat tady v tomhle teďka.
No, když
oni
kde
nemají.
jinde chceš hrát Alistar?
No na midu.
Nechodí, ne jo.
Jak ti bude fungovat Alistar na midu?
No protože odezvat od minionů.
To dobré, jdem pobrat ty miniony.
Říkal jsem long range. A stejně ani to ani není! Až teďka přišel.
Mid? What the fuck?
Dobré ráno.
No, já jsem
trošku zpomalený.
Ne, já jsem si rovnal tabulku, tak jsem to všiml. Já jsem totiž nevěděl, kam ho zařadit, protože říkám, jo, to je support, a najednou koukám a na support mám hodně míly, jo.
Jaká je šance, že nemám svoje repko?
12.
Malé.
No on ten Alistar přišel z vrchu, takže...
Přišel, no. Já myslím, že ani counter neviděl, takže nemáš letko.
Kurva.
Pogon, flash.
Kurva.
A tam byl taky flashoval ještě.
Ale nevypadá to, že by věděl jak hrát, takže... No možná jde AP Alistar? No. Dnešní ekonomice.
Tady Vega.
Je nahoře?
Jo. On ti možná sfarmil tady džungle.
No však... Proto jsem dole.
Já když ho pušil, tak to může říct rozjet. Když,
No, s těma hápkama nevím, no.
No však teď jsem to chtěl říct, a to taky nemáš hápka, ok. Tak nic, no.
Já teďka nemůžu jít jen tak bacha.
Jo, však jo. Bych si klidně dal poťák, jo, ale... Nějak to ta hra neumožňuje. Ne,
LOL. LOL. Pojď pokračujeme. Ramus free kill.
Jdu vám, já toto, 4 vteřiny do... Toho?
No to nemám co říct,
Luxus. To se pak přitáhla, vole. Tak to je luxus, vole.
No?
Chceš nějak, mám nějak zareagovat na...
Ne,
flash E?
ne, nic neříkej.
To nikdo neviděl.
Že to nestalo.
Vega je pořád na to dobře.
Ne, to nikdo neviděl právě. To je právě taková věc, kterou jako vidět, které nikdo vidět nemá.
Až na nás?
No právě, že ani vy. Lifesteal, začátek, jo.
Začnu Bloodlistrem.
Jako on je to Iron, já si myslím, že on bude hodně krásno snažit vyblokovat.
Já jsem retardovaný.
Já taky.
Teda tím nechci říkat nic, že jako Iron jsou špatní hráči, jo, ale...
Jsou špatní hráči.
Protože drak?
A i Emeraldi jsou špatní hráči.
Už tady hrajeme nějakou dobu.
Netáhla nás za junglera?
Ne, se snaží jenom zdrhnout. Luxus. To je FF možné.
Jungler je top jungle, jo? U mě.
Viděli jsme. Teda, já jsem viděl.
U mě, Ondro?
Já jsem nehal demolish na to mám na vědi.
Ne, jo, mám asist. Sigma.
Hruba mě hodil prostě.
Oh. Ne! Dobře, já si dělám danou smajtou. Narazil si.
Já vím. Jsem tě odvedl tu vejchu pryč, sorry.
Můžem jít na pojď draka, můžem draka. Máme prio, oni to. Diego si přijde, tak je mrtvý.
No ale byl tam teďka.
A už jde, Alistar jde.
No, já jsem se opozdil, mebe.
Záda máme, jo. Jde potom Mel.
Nemám
je Mel skáču. pokračuju na Milia hned. Stunuju Milia.
A to vezme to Samira, máme...
Opět to píče, ty vole.
Feednutá Samira bude OP Samira.
Samira bude OP. Hlavně musí být OP můj internet, jinak to bude doomed. Totální lagy divné.
Ale lagy já piluju.
Jako já asi jsem dobrý, jdu pryč. Já nevím. Tady přijde Viego a ještě si tady vezme kill jako.
Taky pryč. Je 2300. Ne, třeba farmit ještě žabu, abych měla celý tam. Tak to rovnou farmit celou tu svoji džungli.
Já jsem nevzal tu kontrolku, jako člověk, to musím říct, čekaj. Kdy? Kdo napsal?
Má zavrněný horník všude tady.
On bude asi dělat ty keragy. Graby teda.
Už nejde kanon, nice.
Vy hrozně drtíte tunel. Chudák.
Milio tu není, jo, takže možná roamuje. Paťa, ty můžeš roamovat. Divnem to a můžeš jít roam. Jo, pojď to divnout. Můžeš pryč?
Milio.
Já jsme to tady říkali zrovna. Já jsem tady u čornu jeden plátu nápadně, myslím pryč, ne?
Yes.
Já jdu recall do... Kde budou graby? Aha, jo. Aha,
to oni už nejsou. Já jsem říkal, že je nestíhan, takže...
Ne.
Chceme to jít,
tak.
nebo ne, Ondro?
Manu na nic naspali.
Okay, tak to asi budu tady farmit do džungli.
Nebo něco vykukat.
Tam jsem mrtvej, ale...
Niky je dead, možná?
No, flapka, ne? Co ty nemáš manu?
No, on je nafiděná Samira vlastně.
Ne, Ečko kde? Dobré, reset goldu jsem dal. Ať něco dělá ta Melisa.
Já jsem teďka přitáhl do toho kmečka. Je tady krab?
My se jdeme ten Alistar, ale to už asi možná někdo zjistí.
Alistar byl na votu. A zemřel, takže teďka může jít na top ten Alistar, takže bacha.
Máte kanon wave zrovna, ale... A jde on tam Vigo a...
Dobrý.
Jo, Viego tam teda, okej.
Vigo a... Ali...
Mně došla mana.
Já vidím, proto říkám, že nejdem.
Já bych se na to dipnul, se tam ve třech.
Člověk edžuju to.
Nebo já už jsem to dipnul.
Alistar je tady.
Co vole?
Ahoj.
Dobré ráno.
No nápadně projedu.
Co dělá Milio?
No,
oni půjdou na
dělá to co já, že jo?
Tak jo. Oh, tady flash. Ne, já neseberu.
Já dám manu,
čekal,
ale...
že ult nebude.
Já dám manu.
Já taky neměl.
Tady
kolik je lidí? Já dám manu furt na ní.
Já jdu pryč.
A je mnou mana, zdrhej. No. Blbý no.
Teďka dojde ti Alistar a se a Jorek na to.
Já nevím tím pádem kam mám jít jako.
Na bot.
No bot
Zase
je
má
úplně
desečkem.
Na body drak. Bude.
Jo, to mám jít zavardit tam.
To jako.
Ale...
Jo, vidím prikel.
A počkej, tady se.
Aha, WTF? Jste začal vracet, on mě neviděl, aha.
No tak kdyby nechci.
Ne, to nikdo není.
Ber si to.
Ok.
Tak, já tady hodím bardu. Kontrolku asi. Přesně.
Vytáhnu to trošku.
Dobré kombo s tím Alistarem.
No to je v pohodě, jenom celotravník, to je tak jediný.
Je tady Viego jinak, jo.
Pojď jo.
A tím máš, no já nemám ultu, takže...
To nevadí.
Mám já.
Víš, já zase nemám man.
Je to tak.
Já bych mohl koupit ten
Bude někde tady, běhat. Pěkný.
To bylo moc. Lol.
Co?
Nic, to bylo, to jsem chtěl říct Jirkovi, že si nechal zdechnout
Nechal, tak neumřel.
kanona.
Jo takhle, já jsem šel teď už z
No nic, já jdu stavit, co projdeme. Klasické, takže takhle, teď vezmu tohle. A hodím to pak na tebe.
Běž recall a běž na bod, jedu na mid, jo.
Co to je za damage?
Zoe.
Mi dal jenom VR? Proč mi ubral 60% HP?
Bude Herald.
Full item má.
S full itemem mě mám to... Co mi nelíbí.
Kdo chce má plučko tady?
Jde.
Máš tady kill, jo, Ramusy.
Kde? Aha.
Jo.
Nebo Orn.
To si já.
No, vědu.
Kurva.
Nice, pěkně.
Začni toho Heralda. To potankuje.
To on to má retro, jo? Nemá.
Si tam jedeš na midu. Ani to nejde na mid.
Můžeš taky na myslím brát to farmě.
Já ty nemáš manu, ty blbý. Dobrý. Hlavně si, jo, ty máš jediný item, ten Blatterster. Když tak mu pak upgrade Blatterstera.
Ještě.
Má 13. level.
Já říkám, ale jenom...
Já myslel, že 14. No to je jedno.
No ne, tak on by na 13. měl dostat upgrade na svůj. Na 14. dostane na upgrade jako první člověk, ne? Nebo on má hned upgrade od začátku, jeden navíc. Co tam ale dělá, ono to není. Aha.
GG. Jsem tušil, že to je FF, no.
Jo, tak jak neměli moc anglu jak vyhrát jako už.
Neměli angle, no.
No.
Tak jdeme čekat na oponenty. Jsme první, co dohráli, ty vole.
No teďka, takže teď se můžeme vyhonit.
Ale to je na 4 kola.
Zapínejte kamery, hoši, a jdem honit. Grupač.
Teď se mi líbí. Ach já. Tak jen dojte stream. A jdeme.
Nice, jaká Borka streamuje šejka. Potřebuji ty drops. Dej mi ty dropy. Další kolo bude ban Samira, instantně. Tak to vidím.
Ondro, těšíš
No.
se na bodovanou úlohu v pondělí do Voice over IP?
Nevím, že budeme dělat stejný.
Dáme vysivatele v volném čase.
Můžeme dát vysivatele. Vidíš, co mě nenapadlo, že tohle existuje vlastně. Tak mi pak pošli kód.
Jo. Dáme to na 5, ne?
Ne, no klidně. Dej tam 6.
Už jsem dal, jo, tak já to pak můžu edit, no, já vám pošlem kodík, počkej.
Proč se
To
tady
pošlu
random-
do Japingu, jo.
Proč se tady random hra jmenuje Pičusák?
Nevím. Proč tam je tolik věcí? Počkej, já to musím odebrat, če.
Musím najít ten server, kde to je, kde je ten server tady?
Ahoj Vojto, jak to jde? Jo, dobrý, jo, nějakým způsobem. Zrovna
jo,
jsem tě
tak
naslyšel
Japing,
ten nejsystemtu, no nic, brb. A on jde pryč, aha, tak pardon. Ahoj. Víš co, já bych dal můj... Přidal jsem můj RNG kolektuji. Jde někdo další s námi ještě?
To instaluje už.
Ty se registruješ, ne?
Myslím, že tam mám možná účet. Jo, vidím. Já myslím, že
tak
mám.
v tom tak zapinguje ten link, kdo to nemá.
Ten kód myslíš?
No, obojí, link i kód.
Mhm.
Vykýkala ztráta připojení.
Jo, počkej chvíli.
Ty jsi to šel koupit.
Zkusil.
Tak je podpořím. 29 korun.
Co jsi skoupil?
Premium do vyzývatele.
Tak to hodně využiješ.
Proč nejsem přihlášený?
Nevím.
Tě to odhlasilo.
Ondra s námi nejde.
Proč mi to odhlásil?
Jinak můžu nechat jen si troll otázky?
Já bych třeba víc. A gamble je... Není gamble? Čistě gamble.
No právě,
Je to gamble.
To je všechno gamble tady to.
No to je všechno troll, ty všechny ten si otázky jsou troll, tak...
Nechceme tam dát něco lepšího seriózního.
Ne.
Gamble je totiž takový, že víš co, to už si rovnou můžeme jít začít točit, dáme takovou tu točící se ruletu, dáme tam naše 3 jména a prostě kdo vypadne poslední, tak vyhrál.
Tak se tam dáme. Já bych tam dal lolko, když hrajeme lolko.
To je lolko nějaké, what the fuck?
Dej nám právo tam přidávat otázky, to je lepší.
No, já už jsem přidal lolko všechno.
A vyzývatel.com je to samé jak vyzývatel, to si můžeš stáhnout? Nebo co to je za...
Nevím.
Co to je tohle?
No tohle je...
Chci stahovat ta hra?
Já nevím, že to stáhnout, nevím o tom.
Aha, tak si plecu s tím normálním vyzývatelem, lol.
No ne, on byl předtím dobyvatel. A ten se...
Aha,
jako už
dobyvatel není zrušený. Já jsem stahoval dobyvatele,
No.
aha. Tak jako dobrý
No ne,
jsem
tak-
chuj.
No tak dobyvatel právě už jakože to, dobyvatel, nevím jako jestli to je, když tak jde nahoře připraven. Jo, jdem na to.
No, dobyvatel furt funguje. Dobyvatel furt funguje.
Jo?
Mhm.
Nevím, já vím, že týpek to prostě je to, týpek
On je
to
akorát
udělal.
3D. Co ti mrdá, vole?
To je moc.
23?
Aha. Tak to...
Co ti je?
A já dal 6, a že to je málo.
Proč jsem tak ve prostřed?
A to bylo moc pomalu.
Sakra.
A v oči vůbec
stojí
nevíte.
jenom Rabadon, ani ten už tam
Vy vůbec nevíte.
To zlevnili ještě. Víte, proč neměl točíš?
Hej. Myslím si, že málo. Aha.
Co?
Ty vole,
Tak
nice.
nic, no.
Easy.
Tak já se posloužím,
Já nemám žádné
údaje. Patrikovi.
To je blbost.
15 do piče!
Yes.
Já jsem se navěděl.
Já myslel, že letos je 15.
Já tež myslím, že letos je 15. Ty kurvo.
Já mám ještě jenom od druhý. Proč mi tam prostě nedal obě města, když jsem neměl stejně na výběr?
A jaké?
Ta Praha by měla být má.
Aha, to bude Velvet.
Kale, kurva.
Ne, včetně to základního.
Jo, tak vy jste dobří. Vy
6,
jste
jo?
dobří, to není možné.
A mně se zdá, že ona má hrozně málo, tak nic no.
Aurora má 3.
Když mi se nelíbí, jak jsi tady umí.
Smolder má 3. Se základním. Ty piče, tak to bych nevěděl.
Star Honor Royal Club, to určitě bude.
To je 1.
Kdo jiný vyhrál 3x World, nebo 3x do té... Převyhráli po 4. Už není radši napsaný.
Co?
Kdo?
2 podle mě. 1? Jenom je double lift, cože? 5.
To je hnedka lepší.
Moje Praha.
No tak já se většinou hry budu názem dívat, koukám.
To vím.
Ani jeden člověk
Já dobrý, už jsem to poznal.
Kurva, ještě bych to nepoznal, já jsem moc pomalý. Kurva, ten Nasus, to je vévoda Nasus.
Ale to je jedno, ono tady u téhle otázky nejde na čas. U téhle
Až
jde
tady,
na čas.
až tady jde na čas.
A na přesno samozřejmě.
Fuck.
To je otravné, ale ne tak moc velké.
Tak vymaxované to má velký slow, kurva. Lolko, vyjebané.
Nic, ale já se půjdu pro Prahu.
Předně v Praze nebydlíš.
To bude tohle.
Koenig.
Ne, dobrý.
Pak to dává víc, jo.
Já jsem se
Horzneš.
rozhodoval právě mezi to, co si dal ty.
Jo,
a
včetně pasivky.
A taky právě.
Včetně pasivky.
No ano, tam dostáváš kolik, můžeš, nevím kolik, 3 se dostat možná dokonce.
Hodně
Ten má
dostáváš.
80.
Ne, to je bez tak Pax. Jasně, že to je Pax, Twisted Fate.
Tak to vím, ono se o něm říkalo, pak si myslím, že to je jako nejvzácnější, dejme tomu.
Tahni.
To nevím.
Jo, protože prostě
Ne. Jak Demon Pants, vole, ty kurvo.
To ani nevím. No nic, tak já
Jsem ohrožen.
trošku protím.
Já se půjdu potlat, no.
Vykožuji hodně.
Já myslím, že to je tohle. No.
Goča, bez tak goča. Ne, tak ne.
No ne, tak to je, že jo, to je, to všichni je to myslím poprava nebo něco takového.
Já jdu protlat, no.
Ne.
4 minuty, hoši.
Máš žangler dál.
Až žangler
Aha, tak 5.
To je blbý, když nevíš, že se spawne první.
Já nejsem žangler.
Jsi to hrajem Clashe.
Já nevím, já to nějak nevnímám, jako. Ještě zatím nikdo nedohrál ještě kromě nás, jo?
Čekáš, jsme hráli kolik? 20 minut ani ne?
Já nevím.
A to vím, to je jednoduchý.
Co to je? A jo.
Hovno, to je projekt Vejna. Let's go. Jo, to je projekt Vejna.
Projekt?
Aha. Kurva, já jsem to, mě to hází čempionem, co hraju, kámo.
Ne, ona je fialová je na té motorce.
No jasně, ale... Co to bylo za část toho splashardu, víš co?
Že až prdel, ne? Nice.
Může právě.
Nila může, no.
Já Nilak hrál 2krát v životě.
Samira to tež uměla. Dokud to nenarfli. Evropský tým hoši, to je easy. Nemáte rádi Fnatic? Ale G2 je evropský.
Ale já jsem na to zapomněl, že to někdy vyhráli, kdysi dávno, ale že jo.
Já jsem přemýšlel, že si má... To bylo
Nechte mi ten středo český.
To bylo IG. Sanders, to nevíte.
Ne, to jsi neměl vědět.
Jsem to přečetl.
No tak to je to jedno, ty když to uhodneš, tak on ti to nevezme, jak kdyby.
Ne, to je málo, fakt.
Je to tolik, no. No
7, kurva, nice. Co jsi říkal, co 4?
Takový fajný item.
Vykoštáhni, vole, fakt. Víš co? Tak já tě zabiju normálně, já tě zabiju. Garen, no jasně, že Garen. Kurva.
Jestli jak tam je ten obrázek na bait.
To je bait, jak chci.
Tak jo, tak já si...
Tak pojď.
Jako Patrik má jedno pole.
Co to je to za post?
Alune.
Wow.
Ty nezáš Elun.
Znám?
Hardsteel Elun.
Však dal správně, halo.
No?
Já vím, ale trvalo mu to.
Jo, protože já jsem si to potřeba to,
Ty vole. 10 podle mě? 8 hovno.
Jsem chtěl dát nejdřív 6.
To bych měl dobrý
teď.
typ.
7, protože mi to přišlo málo.
Jak tam to Ado hraje. Jinak si můžeš udělat pozadí, myslím, i té mapy, ne? Taky.
Jo.
To pak může uploadnout.
To je Z, kámo. Tak má. Tak to je Draven.
Chcete na to obrázek?
To je mechanický Draven. I say that.
Draven.
TF.
Jak kdyby vám to neřekl?
Jo, to vím. Čekaj, na to říká Samira, že něco, jako to jméno.
Nevím komu.
Sarah.
Jasně, já jsem chtěl dát Sáru,
bych-
vole,
já bych řekl
GG.
Sáru, i kdybych nevěděl, protože to nevidím normálně.
No já to slyším, když Samira přijde na linku.
Víko,
a
už
je tam
vypadni,
myslím,
vole, ty svině.
Kdo
Mhm.
to asi bude?
Jinak už dohrál tým další, jej.
Já si myslím, že my čekáme i na druhou stranu, takže...
No ne, oni, ale ne, ti jsou proti nám právě. Ti furt hrajou.
Kamo, kdy to zrušili už, ty vole.
No, tak jako může to být
Kurva.
vždycky, že jo?
No. Jsem zapomněl třeba totálně.
Na Prahu jsem určitě.
Ne, Praha.
Tak to je mega easy. Tak to je mega easy. Viktor. On to fakt dal.
To Viktora.
Viktor dal Viktora.
Neviděl jsi Arkane?
To v Arkaneu nebylo. Ale bylo, aha.
Tam bylo ke konci.
Bylo to tam, no. Měl tu fotku.
Každopádně jsem taky dal Viktora, protože vím, že tam Viktor byl právě sousedí. Checknout.
Humanoid. Co ti mrdá? To byl bait, ale mě to vybral.
Tricks, že jo?
Ahry. Můžeme jít
To je
Ahry.
hrozně složitý, jako.
Ne, jsem to blbě. Dostat Morgana. Ne, dobré.
Počkej,
Ne.
Onzen má Spirit Blossom.
Asi jo, teďka nově. Jo, teď nově to byl ten Battle Pass
To je
zpátky.
prostě
Z s kytičkou. To je Z pro holky, že jo?
No tak to je...
Ty pičo, tak to je Niko.
Wow.
To mě napadlo Niko. Ale ty pičo, ten skin má všichni, vole. Lilia má taky skin, Bart má taky skin.
Jo, takhle.
Ty vogo, hej, to já nevím, já
4,
jsem nikdy neměl.
ne 5.
No ne,
Jenom
to
jestli
je
se počítá, je to
tak jak
základní.
mixovat.
To základní se... Co?
Jo, počítá se, no.
To se míchá, že jo, ty barvy.
Se míchá.
A ono je 5 elementů, ne? A pak mícháš ještě
4,
na druhý.
4
Tak to je totální pičovina, kámo.
Máš to 4, potom ještě když to zkombinuješ, tak máš dalších 5 a potom ještě ten základní je ten 10.
Ej, vogo, ok, tak já jsem to... Dobrý, už chybí jenom jeden tým, ten proti nám.
To bylo to druhé.
Jsem přemýšlel, ale...
Já jsem právě přemýšlel taky mezi tím.
Ono vždycky Serilda dávala míň, ale měla tam kdysi ten slow, že dávala. Což teď
To dává pořád.
Dává furt slow?
Má pořád slow.
Jo? Tak to já právě vím, že Serilda dává míň, armor pen, ale
Ne,
má tam ten slow.
Ne, nevím. Fakt,
Já jsem
to
kokot.
23.
Já jsem taky kokot.
Jo, tak oni zrušili
Na to jsem teďka
Elidiárku,
nedávno
ne, tu
koukal.
pasivku.
Ne, ona měla... To měla Sterilda, měla pasivku, že jí odendali, mám pocit, že ten armor pane. A místo toho jí dali to, že dostane armor pane podle toho, kolik má letality.
Lol, tak to je mega easy.
Kdo zabije?
To je mega easy, hoši, jestli to blbě,
Já
tak...
nevím.
Co znamená?
No jakože kdo udělá tu jak kdyby, který champ prostě udělá jak kdyby tu ultinu, chápeš?
Aha.
Jakože
Byl
prostě
mega
on to nedělá Garen, to nesesílá z nebe, ale sesílá to Kayla.
Jo,
jak kdyby.
takhle! Ježiši.
Já vím, je to vražka. Já jsem vůbec nevěděl, co se po mně chce jako taky.
Já taky ne. Já, že co po mně chtějí.
Nice. No... Mně přišlo. Já jsem vyhrál? For real? What the fuck? A jak jsem mohl vyhrát? Tak to je mega cool. Easy, hoši, vy jste úplně...
Asi nemáš moc napínat hru, co teď, když už čekám na jeden tým, nebo
No
jo?
tak to můžeme pak quick.
Tak dáme fáz, ne?
Na obou stranách jeden tým ještě.
Tak to můžeme to...
Já ti pošlu do chatu tady ty formy.
Však dohráli VTF?
Plně tady máš těch 9, tady máš těch 10 forem.
Jaký druhé straně?
No tak to je 16 týmů.
Tak to je dobrá pičovina.
Ale však 3 hry už dohráli VTF ze 4.
Ne, však
Magma,
je
Dark,
8
Dark.
her. Halo, normálně
Ice,
jsem ten
Water,
bracket
Nature,
Jo a
Fire,
jo,
Fury,
to
Fire.
scrolluješ ještě dozadu, what the fuck? Aha.
No tak tam všichni dohráli, takže
Tam už
si dal
dohráli
na
na druhé,
poslední.
Teď, no tak přitom Dneska
Jo.
dohráli na tom vrchu.
A proč zrovna my nemáme ten tým, proti kterým budeme hrát?
A to Game podle mě ještě nehraju, si myslím. Třeba nemají časy u toho napsaný.
Nemají,
Ne,
nehrajou.
ono nikde nejsou napsaný časy. Když se
Či,
podíváš.
takže ty vždycky dojdeš do dark formy, jo, ve finále.
Ne.
Ne?
Ne? Jo, a jo,
Ty
z
si, ty si,
Mystics,
ty si
Ice,
vybereš,
Storm
ty si,
a
vyber,
Magma.
ty si vybereš 2 rohový. 2 rohový si vybereš a tam, kde se ti střetnou, tak to dostaneš.
Jo, I see, okay.
To je dobrá pičovina, vole, skin.
Já si myslím, že právě jako je tam 5 těch, že tam je třeba nevím, 4 nebo 5 elementů a nějak se to prostě no to je jedno.
Jsou tam 4, no.
Nevím, že je takhle komplexní v podstatě. Jen skočím pro pití, hned tu jsem.
January 20, the end of writing. When will it take me up again? January 29. Fuck my stupid battle life. Franz Kafka. To je strašný, proč si skoupil to premium.
Ne?
Proč to dělám? Seriózně. Nemáš něco?
29 korun mě nezabije.
Mohl mi to dát?
Bož mi to poslal dolů, ty hajzle.
29 korun, tak. Cože? Tak bych měl o 20 korun. Já nevím číst. Pak bych byl o 20 korun, 9 korun bohatší.
Je kolikrát si opakoval tu větu?
12 třeba. Fuck my stupid battle life. Vařila myšička kašičku.
Cože?
Vařila myšička kašičku.
Ano. Ani se třeba ten gif nechce načíst.
Co
Na tom Discordu. Tak já jdu na Discord.
Tak zapneme ještě nějakou kratší hru, pár kol.
Však jo, však to stejně můžeme lívnout, ne?
Můžeme.
No, můžeme, no.
No, tak zapínej.
No. Tak já tam...
Tam musíš do tredy, Patriku, protože jsem majitelem Lubička já.
Kdo si máš lobíčka?
Nevím. Je.
Však to je moje lobíčko, proč si máte lobíčka?
Protože mu
Už to nemusíme zapínat.
Na nic.
Počkej, neříkal jsi náhodou, že nemáš peníze, Jirko?
Když jsem něco takového říkal. Když jsem něco takového říkal.
OK, upgrade. Už tam je platina.
Ale support platina. Jungle support.
O můj bože.
Co?
Vlastní pozadí mapy.
No ano, no. Co jsi tam dal, prosím tě?
Něco, co jsem našel uloženýho a nebylo to
Co
nosut
jsi tam dal, prosím tě?
Něco, co jsem našel uloženýho a nebylo to nosut
Strku, čeká tam na tebe potom banek jumpscare.
Já jsem to měl nakliknutý, myslím. A nevím, jestli tam bylo něco divného. Já myslím, že to je jumpscare na stream, ne?
Ale ne,
Ne, tak jsem viděl, to jsem dělal předtím. Nedám se nám tušení, co typka dělá.
Tak to je dobrý, to že to nevíš, to je v pohodě.
No, to je docela susy.
Ne, mě to došlo. Ne, fuj.
Pičo, co to je, hoši? To je přepal, vole, ty kurva.
Oni jsou divní.
Ne.
A já tady se bavím celé dny většinou.
Proč to děláš?
Máte přítelkyně?
Ne.
Nedivím se.
Já taky ne.
Ne, jsem prdel.
Já už se to taky dělám prdel, protože
žádná totiž neocenila vaše, ano,
No,
vaši speciálnost.
Sbírku gifu teďka fakt nechceš vidět.
Já na tebe nemůžu zaklepat, vole.
Já ti ukážu jednoduchou sbírku gifu, ale to pošlu do text tapping, jo.
Vicky, chceš vidět moji sbírku gifu?
Ne. Já se toho bojím.
Ne, to je v pohodě,
No.
to je v pohodě, jsem poslal čas. Mohl bys zacenzurovat teoreticky nějaký, počkej, tady je ta nejhorší část. Počkej, trochu níž.
No, to banujeme, halo. Guis, 2 minuty.
Počkej, já jenom čumím, kdo má jako preferovanou roli. OK, Zde oni mají tam rozhazený pěkně role. Zabanoval bych Katarinu. Zajru bych zabanoval, prosím pěkně, tu na botu nechci vidět. Džungli má ten kraj tribul jako daný, jako preferovaný. No prostě oni mají ho rozhozený, plat je support, gold je, ten gold 4, ten bloj
ano,
je...
Ano, to nezajímá.
Shut the fuck up. Tak obány, takže game 2. Zajra. Katu bych zabanoval. Dravena bych zabanoval.
Ale jsou moje momentální gify. Jsem trochu scrollnul dolů jenom. To je smutný. Ach jo.
Mých bany je cake weight a to je všechno.
Napiš tam mají Warwicka, já nechci ho dát proti Warwickovi.
Takže Warwicka. Nějaký order, jaký chcete? Já to vím tak, že mi teď hlavnou zabanujou tohle sturu. Jinak Filip hraje Clash někým jiným?
Ne, Filip nehraje Clash vůbec.
Ale hraje LoLko.
Nehraje LoLko, ne? Hraje?
Je ve hře, je byl ve hře.
Říkal, že se jde dívat na film.
OK, tak jak teda ty bany dáme? Já zabanu si to v Zajru.
Ok, to je safe.
To Warwicka tě zabanuju. A teď Kata nebo Draven?
Já jsem trošku scrollnul dolů.
Proč?
To proč?
No proč bys měl uložený, k čemu ti to je? Takovéhle věci v normální